Mrs. Bantry drifted in a pleasant dream. Her sweet peas had won first prize at the local flower show, and the vicar, dressed in his clerical robes, was handing out the awards right inside the church. Oddly, his wife strolled by wearing nothing but a bathing suit, yet in the strange logic of dreams, no one in the parish seemed to mind. She was savoring this early morning fantasy, the kind that usually faded just as the tea tray arrived. From somewhere deep in her awareness came the familiar muffled sounds of the household waking, the rattle of curtain rings being drawn on the staircase, the soft swish of a housemaid's brush in the hallway, and the distant heavy thud of the front door bolt being pulled back. Another day at Gossington Hall was beginning. For now, she clung to the fading details of the flower show, already feeling its substance melt away. Below, she faintly registered the sound of the drawing room's wooden shutters being opened. These morning rituals were so routine they barely disturbed her. For another half hour, she expected the discreet sounds to continue. The quiet footsteps, the rustle of a maid's uniform, the gentle clink of porcelain as the tea tray was set down outside her door, followed by a soft knock and Mary's entrance to draw the curtains. But something was wrong. A sense of disruption pierced her drowsy state. The footsteps in the passage were too quick, too early. She listened instinctively for the comforting chink of china, but it never came. The knock sounded at her door. Half asleep, Mrs. Bantry murmured, "Come in." The door opened, but instead of the expected rattle of curtain rings, she heard Mary's voice, sharp with panic and trembling. "Ma'am, oh ma'am, there's a body, in the library, then." With a choked sob, the maid turned and fled. In an instant, Mrs. Bantry was fully awake, sitting bolt upright in bed. Either her dream had taken a bizarre twist or her normally composed maid, Mary, had truly burst into the bedroom and uttered the unbelievable. There was a body in the library. Impossible, Mrs. Bantry murmured to herself, convinced she must still be dreaming. Yet, the more she considered it, the more certain she became that the scene was real. Her Mary had actually spoken those incredible words. After a moment's reflection, Mrs. Bantry jabbed her elbow urgently into her sleeping husband's side. "Arthur, Arthur, wake up!" Colonel Bantry grumbled and rolled over. "Wake up, Arthur! Did you hear what she just said?" "Very likely," the colonel muttered indistinctly. "I quite agree with you, Dolly," and promptly fell back asleep. Mrs. Bantry shook him firmly. "You must listen. Mary came in and said there's a body in the library." What? A body?" "In the library. Who said so?" "Mary did." Collecting his scattered wits, Colonel Bantry addressed the situation. "Nonsense, old girl. You've been dreaming." "No, I haven't. I thought so at first too, but I'm certain now. She really came in and said it." "Mary came in and said there was a body in the library?" "Yes, but there couldn't be," stated the colonel. "No, I suppose not," Mrs. Bantry replied, though doubt lingered in her voice. Rallying, she pressed on, "Then why on earth would Mary say there was? She can't have." "She did? You must have imagined it." "I did not imagine it." By now, Colonel Bantry was fully awake and prepared to deal with the matter logically. He said kindly, "You've been dreaming, Dolly. It's that detective novel you were reading last night? The Clue of the Broken Match. You know how it is, Lord Edgbaston finds a beautiful blonde dead on the library hearthrug. Bodies are always turning up in libraries and books. I've never heard of a case in real life."
"Perhaps you're about to,"
retorted Mrs. Bantry. "Anyway, Arthur, you must get up and go see." "But really, Dolly, it must have been a dream." Dreams often feel wonderfully vivid when you first wake up. You feel absolutely convinced they're true. I was having a perfectly different dream about a flower show and the vicar's wife in a bathing suit, something utterly absurd like that. Mrs. Bantry sprang out of bed and yanked back the curtains, flooding the room with the crisp light of an autumn morning. "I did not dream it," she stated firmly. "Get up at once, Arthur, and go downstairs to investigate." "You want me to go downstairs and ask if there's a body in the library? I shall look a perfect fool." "You needn't ask anything," said Mrs. Bantry. "If there is a body, and of course it's just possible Mary has gone mad and is seeing things, well, somebody will tell you soon enough. You won't have to say a word." Grumbling, Colonel Bantry wrapped himself in his dressing gown and left the room. He proceeded along the passage and down the staircase. At the foot of the stairs, he found a small, huddled knot of servants. Some were quietly sobbing. The butler stepped forward with grave formality. "I'm glad you have come, sir. I have directed that nothing be disturbed until your arrival. Will it be in order for me to telephone the police, sir?" "Telephone them about what?" The butler cast a reproachful glance over his shoulder at the tall young woman weeping hysterically on the cook's shoulder. "I understood, sir, that Mary had already informed you. She said she had done so." Mary gasped out between sobs, "I was so upset. I don't know what I said. It all came over me again. My legs gave way and my insides turned right over. Finding it like that? Oh, oh, oh." She subsided once more onto Mrs. Eccles, who said, There, my dear," with a hint of grim relish. "Mary is naturally somewhat overcome, sir, having been the one to make the gruesome discovery," explained the butler. "She went into the library, as usual, to draw the curtains and nearly stumbled over the body. Do you mean to tell me," Colonel Bantry demanded, his voice rising in disbelief, "that there is a dead body in my library?" "My library?" The butler gave a discreet cough. "Perhaps you'd care to take a look yourself, sir?" "Hello, hello, hello. This is the police station."
Who's calling?
Police Constable Polk was fastening his uniform with one hand, the other gripping the telephone. "Yes, Gossington Hall." "Right? Oh, good morning, sir." His tone shifted noticeably, shedding its official edge as he recognized the district's chief magistrate and a generous supporter of the police charity events. "What can I do for you, sir?" "I apologize, I didn't quite follow. A body, you said?" "I see. Yes, of course, sir." "Understood. An unidentified young woman, you say?" "Certainly, sir. You can rely on me to handle it from here." Constable Polk hung up, let out a low whistle, and immediately dialed his superior. From the kitchen, where the rich scent of frying bacon filled the air, his wife peered in. "What's going on?" "Strangest thing you'll ever hear," her husband replied. "They've found a young woman's body up at the hall right in the colonel's library." "Murdered?" "Strangled, according to him." "Who is she?" "The colonel claims he's never seen her before." "Then what was she doing in his library?" Polk shot her a warning look and spoke formally into the telephone. "Inspector Slack?" "Constable Polk here. A report has just come in that a young woman's body was discovered this morning at 7:15. Miss Marple was in the middle of dressing when her telephone rang, causing a flutter of surprise. Calls at such an hour were uncommon in her orderly, quiet life, and unexpected rings always sparked a flurry of speculation. "Goodness," Miss Marple murmured, eyeing the insistent instrument with confusion. Now, who could that possibly be? In the village, the accepted time for neighborly calls was between 9 and 9:30, reserved for daily plans and invitations. The butcher might occasionally ring just before 9 if some urgent meat-related issue arose. Calls at other hours were sporadic, and it was generally considered poor form to telephone after 9:30 at night. True, her nephew Raymond, a writer with irregular habits, had been known to call at odd hours, once as late as 10 minutes to midnight, but early rising was not among Raymond's quirks, nor was it typical of anyone in Miss Marple's circle. A call before 8 in the morning was unheard of, especially at 7:45. Too early even for a telegram, since the post office didn't open until 8. It must be, Miss Marple concluded, a wrong number. Having settled on this explanation, she approached the noisy receiver and lifted it. "Yes," she said. "Is that you, Jane?" Miss Marple was taken aback. "Yes, it's Jane. You're up very early, Dolly." Mrs. Bantry's voice came through, breathless and distressed. "Something perfectly dreadful has happened. Oh, my dear. We've just found a body in the library." For a moment, Miss Marple wondered if her friend had lost her senses. "You found a what?" "I know, it's unbelievable, isn't it? I thought these things only happened in novels. I had to argue with Arthur for ages this morning before he'd even go down and look." Miss Marple gathered her wits. "But whose body is it?" she asked breathlessly. "It's a blonde." "A what?" "A blonde. A stunning blonde straight out of a storybook. None of us have ever laid eyes on her before. She's just lying there in the library, dead. That's precisely why you must come up immediately." "You want me to come up?" "Yes, I'm sending the car for you," Miss Marple said hesitantly. "Of course, dear, if you believe I can offer any comfort." "Oh, it's not comfort I need, but you're so clever with bodies." Oh no, not at all. My small successes have been largely theoretical. But you're exceptionally good with murders. She's been murdered, you see, strangled. Honestly, I feel that if a murder simply must occur in one's own home, one might as well try to find some enjoyment in the situation. Don't you agree? That's precisely why I'd like you to come and help me sort it all out to uncover the truth behind this dreadful mystery. It's really rather thrilling, isn't it? Well, naturally, my dear, if I can be of any assistance. Wonderful. Arthur is being so difficult about it. He seems to believe I shouldn't take the slightest pleasure in the affair. Of course, I understand it's terribly sad and all that, but I never knew the girl, and once you see her, you'll understand exactly what I mean when I say she doesn't look the least bit real. Slightly out of breath, Miss Marple stepped from the Bantry's car, whose door had been held open for her by the chauffeur. Colonel Bantry emerged onto the front steps, looking faintly surprised. Miss Marple? Very good to see you. Your wife telephoned me, Miss Marple explained.
Excellent, excellent. She ought to have someone with her. She'll wear herself out otherwise. Putting on a brave front for now, but you know how these things go. Just then Mrs. Bantry appeared and exclaimed, "Do go back and finish your breakfast, Arthur. Your bacon will be stone cold. I thought it might be the inspector arriving." Colonel Bantry explained. "He'll be here soon enough," Mrs. Bantry replied. "That's exactly why you need to eat something first. You'll need your strength."
So do you. Much better come and have a bite, Dolly. I'll be along shortly, said Mrs. Bantry. Go on now, Arthur. With that, Colonel Bantry was gently but firmly ushered back into the dining room, rather like a reluctant hen being guided to its coop. Now then, Mrs. Bantry announced with an air of triumph. Come along. She led the way briskly down the long corridor on the east side of the house. Outside the library door, Constable Polk stood guard. He moved to intercept Mrs. Bantry with a show of authority. I'm afraid no one is permitted inside, madam. Inspector's orders. Don't be absurd, Polk, said Mrs. Bantry. You know Miss Marple perfectly well? Constable Polk conceded that he did indeed know Miss Marple. It is absolutely essential that she see the body, Mrs. Bantry insisted. Don't be obstinate, Polk. After all, it is my library, isn't it? Constable Polk reluctantly yielded. His lifelong habit of deferring to the local gentry was not easily overcome. The inspector, he reasoned, need never be the wiser. Nothing is to be touched or handled in any way, he cautioned the ladies. Of course not, Mrs. Bantry said impatiently. We understand perfectly. You may come in and watch if you wish. Constable Polk accepted this invitation. It had been his intention all along. Mrs. Bantry guided her friend purposefully across the library toward the large, old-fashioned fireplace. With a dramatic flourish, she announced, There! In that moment, Miss Marple grasped exactly what her friend had meant about the dead girl's lack of reality. The library was a room that perfectly reflected its owners, spacious, comfortably shabby, and pleasantly untidy. It held oversized, sagging armchairs, pipes, and books scattered about, estate papers spread across the broad table. A few dignified family portraits hung beside some rather mediocre Victorian watercolors and a handful of light-hearted hunting scenes. A large vase of fresh flowers stood in one corner. The entire space felt soft, lived in, and steeped in tradition. And there, sprawled across the worn bearskin hearth rug, lay something utterly new, jarring and theatrical, the flamboyant figure of a young woman. Her unnaturally pale hair was styled in elaborate curls piled high off her face. Her slender frame was clad in a backless evening gown of white spangled satin. Her features were heavily painted, the powder standing out starkly against the bluish, swollen skin, the mascara clumped thickly on distorted cheeks, the scarlet lips resembling a harsh gash. Her fingernails were enameled a deep blood red, as were her toenails, visible through the straps of cheap silver sandals. It was a garish, tawdry, overdone spectacle, profoundly out of place amid the solid, old-fashioned comfort of Colonel Bantry's library. Bantry lowered her voice. Do you understand now? It simply can't be real, can it? The elderly woman beside her gave a slow nod. For a long moment she gazed thoughtfully at the crumpled form on the floor. Finally, she spoke in a soft tone. She's just a girl, really? I suppose she is, Mrs. Bantry murmured, sounding almost startled by the observation. Outside, the crunch of tires on gravel announced another arrival. Constable Polk's voice held a note of urgency. That will be the inspector. True to her ingrained sense of duty toward authority, Mrs. Bantry moved swiftly to the door, with Miss Marple following close behind. "We'll handle this, Polk," Mrs. Bantry assured him, and the constable's relief was palpable. In the dining room, Colonel Bantry hastily finished the last of his toast and marmalade, washing it down with a gulp of coffee before hurrying into the hall. He was glad to see Colonel Melchett, the county's chief constable, stepping out of a car, accompanied by the ever-bustling Inspector Slack. Melchett was a friend. Slack the colonel had never much cared for, a brusque, energetic man with little patience for anyone he deemed unimportant. "Morning, Bantry," greeted the chief constable. "Thought I should come myself." "This is a most unusual situation. It's beyond belief," Colonel Bantry stammered, struggling for words. "Absolutely fantastic. Any notion who the woman is?" "None whatsoever. I've never seen her before in my life," Inspector Slack cut in. "What about the butler? Does he know anything?" "Lorimer is just as shocked as I am," the colonel replied. "Interesting," Slack said, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Colonel Bantry offered, "There's breakfast laid out in the dining room, Melchett, if you'd like something." No, better to get started. Haydock should be here any moment." "Ah, speak of the devil." Another car pulled up, and the broad-shouldered Dr. Haydock, who also served as the police surgeon, emerged. A second police vehicle delivered 2 plainclothes officers, one carrying a camera. "All set, then?" said the chief constable. "Right, we'll proceed." "Slack informs me the scene is in the library." Colonel Bantry groaned. "It's unbelievable, I tell you. When my wife insisted this morning that a maid had come in claiming there was a body in the library, I refused to believe a word of it." "Perfectly understandable," Melchett replied. "I hope Mrs. Bantry isn't too terribly shaken by all this. She's been remarkable, truly. She even called for old Miss Marple from the village to come up." "Miss Marple?" The chief constable's posture stiffened slightly. "Why on earth for?" "Well, a woman often wants another woman at a time like this, don't you think?" Colonel Melchett allowed a faint chuckle. "If you ask me, your wife is gearing up for a bit of amateur sleuthing. Miss Marple has something of a local reputation, you know. She rather showed us up once before, didn't she, Slack?" Inspector Slack replied tersely, "That was a different matter entirely." "How so?" "That was a village affair, sir. The old lady knows every bit of gossip in St. Mary Mead, I'll grant you that. But she'll be out of her depth here, mark my words," Melchett said dryly. "You don't know much about it yourself yet, Slack. Just you wait, sir. It won't take me long to get to the bottom of things." Meanwhile, in the dining room, Mrs. Bantry and Miss Marple were having their own breakfast. After ensuring her guest was served, Mrs. Bantry leaned forward eagerly. "Well, Jane?" Miss Marple looked up, a touch bewildered. Mrs. Bantry pressed on, hopefully, "Doesn't it remind you of anything?" For Miss Marple was locally famous for connecting seemingly trivial village incidents to more serious mysteries, often shedding light on the latter. "No," Miss Marple said thoughtfully. "I can't say that it does, not at present. It brought to mind young Edie Chetty for a moment, but that was only because this poor girl also bit her nails and her front teeth protruded slightly. A superficial resemblance, nothing more." She paused, then added, "And of course, Edie was also fond of what I consider rather gaudy attire." "You're referring to the dress?" asked Mrs. Bantry. "Yes, that satin is quite cheap-looking, poor quality indeed," Mrs. Bantry agreed. "I know the type. One of those dreadful little shops where everything costs a guinea." She continued with a hopeful tone, "Now let me think, what became of Mrs. Chetty's Edie?" "She's just started her second position, and is doing quite well from what I hear," Miss Marple replied. Mrs. Bantry felt a twinge of disappointment. The village comparison didn't seem particularly encouraging. "What I simply cannot understand," Mrs. Bantry pressed on, "is what she could possibly have been doing in Arthur's study. Polk informed me the window was forced. Perhaps she came down here with a burglar, and then they had a falling out. But that sounds utterly ridiculous, don't you think?" "She was scarcely dressed for a burglary," Miss Marple observed thoughtfully. "No, she was attired for a dance or some sort of party. Yet there's nothing of that nature happening down here or anywhere nearby." Not exactly, Miss Marple said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Mrs. Bantry seized on her hesitation. Something's on your mind, Jane. Well, I was merely considering. Yes, Basil Blake, Mrs. Bantry cried out instinctively, "Oh, surely not," and added, as if to explain herself, "I know his mother, you see." The two women exchanged a look. Miss Marple sighed and gave a slight shake of her head. "I understand perfectly how you feel." Selina Blake is the most delightful woman. Her herbaceous borders are absolutely magnificent. They fill me with envy, and she's wonderfully generous with her cuttings. Overlooking these particular merits of Mrs. Blake, Miss Marple noted, "All the same, you must admit, there has been considerable talk." "Oh, I'm aware. And Arthur becomes absolutely furious whenever his name comes up. The boy was genuinely rude to Arthur once, and ever since, Arthur refuses to hear a single good word about him. He has that tiresome, dismissive manner so many young men have these days, mocking people, being sarcastic about their school or the empire or things of that sort. And then, of course, there are the clothes he wears, people claim," Mrs. Bantry went on. "That it doesn't matter what you wear in the country? I've never heard such foolishness. It's precisely in the country where everyone takes notice." She paused, adding wistfully, "He was an absolutely adorable baby at bath time. There was a charming photograph of the Cheviot murderer as an infant in the paper last Sunday," Miss Marple remarked. "Oh, Jane, you can't possibly think he—" No, my dear. I didn't mean that in the slightest. That would be leaping to a conclusion. I was merely attempting to account for the young woman's presence here. St. Mary Mead is such an improbable location, and then it occurred to me that the only plausible explanation might be Basil Blake. He does host those gatherings. People come down from London and from the film studios. Do you recall last July? The shouting and singing, the most dreadful noise, everyone terribly in their cups, I'm afraid, and the mess and the broken glass the next morning were simply unbelievable. So old Mrs. Barry told me, and she mentioned a young woman asleep in the bathtub wearing practically nothing. Mrs. Bantry said with a touch of indulgence, "I suppose they were just young people enjoying themselves." Very likely. And then, as you've probably heard, on several recent weekends, he's brought a young woman down with him. A platinum blonde. Mrs. Bantry exclaimed, "You don't suppose it's this girl?" Well, I wondered. Naturally, I've never seen her up close, only getting in and out of the car, and once in the cottage garden when she was sunbathing in just shorts and a brassiere. I never truly saw her face, and all these girls with their makeup and styled hair and manicured nails look so very similar. Yes. Still, it's possible. It's an idea, Jane. It was an idea being simultaneously discussed by Colonel Melchett and Colonel Bantry. The chief constable, after viewing the body and setting his subordinates to their routine tasks, had retreated with the master of the house to the study in the other wing. Colonel Melchett, a man with an irritable expression and a habit of tugging at his short red mustache, did so now, shooting a perplexed sideways glance at his companion. Finally, he said abruptly, "Look here, Bantry, I've got to get this off my chest. The whole situation feels off-staged even. It's as if we're expected to believe a perfectly simple story, which makes me deeply suspicious of it." The chief constable leaned forward, his tone shifting from official to almost conspiratorial. "Let's be perfectly clear between us, Colonel. You're telling me you have absolutely no idea who this woman is?" The response was immediate and heated, but Melchett held up a hand. "I understand, I do. It's a delicate position for a married man who values his home life. But if there was any sort of connection, however minor, it's far better to mention it now. Anyone would want to keep that quiet, I would myself. But this is a murder investigation. These things have a way of surfacing. I'm certainly not accusing you of harming the girl. That's not your style, and I know it. But consider, she ended up in your house. Suppose she let herself in, intending to speak with you, and someone else followed her here and committed the crime. It's a plausible scenario, don't you think? I have never seen that woman before in my life. I am not that kind of man." "Fair enough, no judgment here. We're all men of the world. But if you insist, we'll take your word. The real puzzle is what she was doing in this neighborhood. She's clearly not from around here, that's for sure." It's an absolute nightmare, Colonel Bantry fumed, his anger mounting. The central question, Melchett, is what she was doing in your library. How would I know? I certainly didn't invite her. Of course not, yet she came anyway. It suggests she wanted to see you. You haven't received any strange correspondence lately. None at all. Colonel Melchett then ventured carefully. And your own movements last night? I attended the Conservative Association meeting in Much Benham. It started at 9. What time did you return home? I left just after 10. Had a spot of bad luck with a flat tire on the drive back. Didn't get in until nearly midnight. You didn't look in on the library? No, I did not. I was exhausted and went straight upstairs to bed. Was anyone up waiting for you? No, I carry a key. Lorimer retires at 11 unless instructed otherwise. Who is responsible for locking the library? Lorimer does. Usually around 7:30 at this time of year. Would he have gone back in there later in the evening? Not with me being out. He'd have left the whiskey tray in the hall. I see, and your wife? She was asleep when I arrived. She may have used the library or the drawing room earlier in the evening. I didn't ask. Melchett nodded. We'll get the full picture soon enough. There's also a chance, however remote, that a member of the household staff is involved. Colonel Bantry dismissed the idea. I doubt it profoundly. They're all terribly respectable, been with us for ages. Melchett concurred. Yes, it seems unlikely. This feels more like someone from the city, perhaps a young man and this girl. But why they'd pick this house to break into? Bantry cut in. London. That makes more sense. We don't have this sort of unpleasantness down here, at least. We usually don't. A sudden, jarring thought seemed to strike him, his expression turning to one of pure irritation. Good Lord, Basil Blake! Who is he? A young chap tangled up in the film business. An utterly poisonous specimen. My wife makes excuses for him because she knew his mother, but he's the most decadent, useless jackanapes you could meet. Needs a good kick, frankly. He's rented that dreadful modern cottage on the Lancham Road. Throws these appalling parties, all shrieking in noise, and brings girls down for the weekend. Girls, yes indeed, there was one just last week, one of these platinum blonde types. The colonel's own words seemed to hang in the air, dawning on him. Melchett's tone became thoughtful. A platinum blonde, you say? That is interesting. It would explain finding a girl of that description in St. Mary Mead. I believe I'll pay a visit to this young man. Braid Blake, was it? Blake. Basil Blake. Any idea if he'll be at home today? Melchett asked, checking his watch. Let's see. It's Saturday, isn't it? Basil Blake's cottage, which the Postal Service and the local builder, William Booker, officially called Chatsworth, was a jarring sight. It was a modern box crammed into a fake Tudor shell of excessive half-timbering, a style Basil and his friends mockingly referred to as the period piece. To the residents of St. Mary Mead, it was simply Mr. Booker's new house, situated on a freshly developed estate just past the Blue Boar pub on what had once been a quiet country lane. Gossington Hall lay about a mile farther down that same road. When word spread that a film star had bought the place, the village was abuzz with excitement, eagerly awaiting a glimpse of this glamorous creature. Basil Blake's dramatic appearance did not disappoint at first glance. The truth, however, soon trickled out. He was not a star, nor even a proper actor, but a very junior set decorator for a British film studio. The village girls lost interest, and the local spinsters took firm exception to his lifestyle. Only the landlord of the Blue Boar remained a fan, as business had notably improved since the young man's arrival. The police car pulled up outside the overly ornate rustic gate. Colonel Melchett eyed the gaudy timberwork with distaste before marching to the front door and delivering a sharp rap with the knocker. The door swung open surprisingly fast. A young man with long, straight black hair, dressed in bright orange corduroys and a royal blue shirt, snapped, "Yeah, what do you want, Mr. Basil Blake?" Obviously, who's asking? Colonel Melchett, the county chief constable. Blake gave an insolent smirk. How thrilling for you. What a treat. Following him inside, Melchett immediately understood Colonel Bantry's earlier frustration. He felt a strong urge to kick something. Keeping his temper in check, he said as pleasantly as he could manage, "You're up early, hardly. I haven't been to bed yet. But I doubt you're here to discuss my sleep schedule. That would be a spectacular waste of public funds. So, what's this about?" Melchett cleared his throat. "I understand you had a visitor last weekend, a fair-haired young woman." Basil Blake stared, then threw his head back with a loud laugh. "Have the village harpies been complaining about my morals? Since when is that police business? Get to the point." "Your personal life is not my concern," Melchett said dryly. "I'm here because the body of a fair-haired woman, one of a somewhat striking appearance, has been found murdered." Blake's laughter died. "Where?" "In the library at Gossington Hall." "At Gossington? At old Bantry's place?" A new, louder laugh burst from him. "That's priceless! The hypocritical old goat?" Melchett's face flushed a deep red. "You will control your tongue," he said sharply over the young man's amusement. "I'm asking if you have any information that could assist this investigation." "So, you're checking if I'm missing a blonde? Is that it?" "Why on earth would—" He was interrupted by the screech of brakes outside. A car had jerked to a halt, and from it tumbled a young woman dressed in dramatic, flapping black and white pajamas, her arrival as sudden and disruptive as a thunderclap. She had crimson lips, darkened lashes, and hair of platinum blonde. Marching straight to the door, she threw it open and demanded furiously, "What was the idea just walking out on me like that?" Basil Blake had gotten to his feet. "Well, look who it is. Why wouldn't I leave? I told you to get lost and you flat out refused." "Why should I? Just because you said so? I was having a good time." "Sure. With that creep Rosenberg? You know exactly what he's like. You were just jealous, that's all it was. Don't kid yourself. I hate watching someone I care about lose control after a few drinks and let some slimy guy from Central Europe put his hands all over her. That's not true. You were putting them back pretty hard yourself, and you were all over that Spanish girl with the dark hair. If I bring you to a party, I expect you to know how to act. And I refuse to be told what to do, period. You said we'd go to the party and then drive down here. I wasn't about to leave a party just because you decided it was time." "Exactly, and that's why I left you there. I was ready to come down here, so I came. I don't wait around for some foolish woman. What a charming, polite guy you are. You seem to have followed me down here just fine. I wanted to tell you exactly what I think of you. If you think you can push me around, you're mistaken. And if you think you can order me about, you can think again." They stood there, glaring at one another. It was right then that Colonel Melchett decided to seize his moment, clearing his throat with a loud, deliberate sound. Basil Blake spun around to face him. "Oh, hello, I forgot you were still here. Isn't it about time you headed out? Let me introduce you."
Dinah Lee. Meet Colonel Blimp of the local police. Now, Colonel, since you've seen for yourself that my blonde companion is very much alive and in perfect health, maybe you can get back to the important business of figuring out who old Bantry's mystery woman was. "Good morning," Colonel Melchett replied. "I'd advise you to watch your tone, young man, unless you want to find yourself in serious trouble," before stomping out, his face flushed with anger.
Back in his office at Much Benham, the colonel carefully reviewed the reports from his team. "So, it all seems fairly straightforward, sir." Inspector Slack was finishing up. Mrs. Bantry was in the library after dinner and went upstairs just before 10. She turned off the lights when she left, and it's unlikely anyone went in after that. The staff retired at 10:30, and Lorimer, after setting out the evening drinks in the hall, went to bed at 11:15. Nobody reported hearing anything unusual, except for the third housemaid, and she claims she heard far too much. Groans, a terrifying scream, ominous footsteps, you name it. The second housemaid, who shares the room, says the other girl slept soundly the whole night without a peep. It's always the ones who invent stories that give us the biggest headaches. What about the window that was forced? Simmons says it was an amateur job, done with a standard chisel, a common type. It wouldn't have made much noise. There should be a chisel somewhere around the house, but so far. Melchett turned to the inspector. "You're absolutely certain none of the staff had ever seen this woman around Gossington before?" "The servants are adamant about that. They're almost offended by the suggestion. They insist they would have remembered if they'd ever seen someone like her in the area. I imagine they would, Melchett said. Someone of that description would stand out a mile around here. Just look at that young woman of Blake's. A shame it wasn't her, Slack remarked. Then we might actually be getting somewhere. My feeling is this girl must have come from London, the chief constable said thoughtfully. I doubt we'll find any local connections. In that case, we probably ought to call in the yard. This is more their kind of case than ours. Something must have brought her down here, though, Slack persisted. He added cautiously, It seems to me Colonel and Mrs. Bantry might know more than they're saying. Of course, I'm aware they're friends of yours, sir. Colonel Melchett fixed him with an icy stare. He said stiffly, You can be sure I am considering every possible angle in this investigation. He considered every angle. I assume you've reviewed the list of missing persons, he asked. Slack gave a nod, pulling out a typed page. Right here. Mrs. Saunders reported missing a week ago. Dark hair, blue eyes, 36. That's not her. Besides, everyone except her husband knows she ran off with a salesman from Leeds. Mrs. Barnard is 65. Pamela Reeves, 16, vanished from home last night after a Girl Scout meeting, dark brown hair in braids, 5'5". Spare me the irrelevant details, Slack. Melchett cut in irritably. This wasn't a schoolgirl. In my opinion, he stopped as the telephone rang. Hello? Yes, Much Benham Police. What? Just a moment. He listened, scribbling notes. His tone shifted. Ruby Keene, 18, professional dancer, 5'4", slender, platinum blonde hair, blue eyes, upturned nose, last seen in a white sequined evening dress and silver sandals. Correct? Yes, no doubt about it, I'd say. I'll send Slack over immediately. He hung up, his excitement palpable. I think we have it. That was the Glenshire police. Glenshire bordered their county. A girl reported missing from the Majestic Hotel in Danmouth. Danmouth, Slack remarked. Now, that makes sense. Danmouth was a large upscale coastal resort not far away. It's only about 18 miles from here, the chief constable noted. The girl worked as a dance hostess at the Majestic. She failed to show up for her performance last night, and management was quite annoyed. When she still hadn't appeared by morning, another girl or someone else got worried. The details are a bit vague. You need to get to Danmouth right away, Slack. Report to Superintendent Harper and work with him. Inspector Slack thrived on action, rushing by car, curtly dismissing those eager to share information, cutting conversations short with claims of urgent business. This was his element. In what felt like no time at all, he had reached Danmouth, checked in at headquarters, had a brief talk with a nervous and distressed hotel manager, and after leaving the man with the faint reassurance, "We have to confirm it's her first before we cause an uproar," was driving back to Much Benham. Accompanying him was Ruby Keene's closest relative. He'd placed a quick call to Much Benham before departing Danmouth, so Colonel Melchett was expecting him, though perhaps not prepared for the blunt introduction. "This is Josie, sir." Colonel Melchett fixed his subordinate with a chilly stare, wondering if Slack had lost his mind. The young woman who had stepped out of the car quickly clarified. "That's my stage name," she explained, her large, white teeth flashing briefly. "My partner and I perform as Raymond and Josie, and of course everyone at the hotel knows me as Josie. My real name is Josephine Turner." Colonel Melchett adjusted to the situation and invited Miss Turner to sit, all while giving her a swift, professional assessment. She was an attractive woman, likely closer to 30 than 20, her appearance relying more on careful styling than natural beauty. She seemed capable, good-natured, and sensible. She wasn't the glamorous type, yet she carried a definite appeal. Her makeup was subtle, and she wore a smart, dark suit. She appeared anxious and troubled, but the colonel noted she didn't seem particularly heartbroken. As she settled into the chair, she said, "This all feels too awful to be real. Do you honestly think it's Ruby?" "That," he replied, "is precisely what we need you to help us determine." Miss Turner's voice was uneasy. "I'm worried this might be quite upsetting for you."
Does she look very bad?"
"I'm afraid it could be a shock," came the careful reply. "Would you like me to see her now?" "I think it's best, Miss Turner. We can't really ask you proper questions until we're certain." Best to get it over with. Don't you agree? All right. They made the short drive to the mortuary. When Josie emerged after a few minutes inside, her face was pale. "It's Ruby, all right," she said, her voice unsteady. Poor kid. "Oh, goodness, I feel." She glanced around, a little lost. Brandy wasn't on hand, but something similar was offered, and after a small sip, Miss Turner collected herself. She spoke bluntly. "It really shakes you up, doesn't it, seeing something like that?" Poor little Ruby. Men can be absolute beasts, can't they? "You're sure it was a man?" Josie seemed momentarily thrown. "Wasn't it? I just assumed. Any particular man in mind?" She shook her head firmly. "No, not me. I haven't a clue. Naturally, Ruby wouldn't have confided in me if what?" Josie paused. "Well, if she'd been seeing someone regularly." Melchett studied her, then remained quiet until they were back in his office. "Now, Miss Turner," he began, "I need every detail you can provide." "Yes, of course. Where should I start?" "Her full name and address, her connection to you, everything you know." Josephine Turner nodded. Melchett's impression was confirmed. She was shaken and distressed, but not truly grieving. She spoke readily. Her stage name was Ruby Keene. Her real name was Rosie Legg. Our mothers were cousins. I'd known her all my life, though not closely. I have loads of cousins, some in business, some on the stage. Ruby was training as a dancer. She had decent bookings last year in pantomimes and provincial shows. Nothing top tier, but respectable. Lately, she'd been working as a dance hostess at the Palais de Dance in Brixwell, South London. It's a proper place. They treat the girls well, but the pay isn't much. She took a breath. Colonel Melchett nodded. "This is where I come in," Josie continued. "I've been the dance and bridge hostess at the Majestic in Danmouth for 3 years. It's a good job, well paid, pleasant. You help guests settle in, figure out who wants company and who prefers to be left alone, arrange bridge foursomes, get the younger crowd dancing together. It takes some tact." Melchett nodded again. He could see she'd be good at it, friendly and perceptive in a practical way. "Besides that," Josie went on, "I do 2 exhibition dances each evening with Raymond. Raymond Starr, the tennis and dance professional. Well, this summer I slipped on some rocks while swimming and twisted my ankle badly." Melchett had noticed her slight limp. That put dancing out of the question for a while, and it was awkward. "I didn't want the hotel bringing in someone else permanently." For a moment, her usually pleasant blue eyes turned hard and shrewd, the look of a woman protecting her livelihood. "They might decide to replace you altogether, you see, so I thought of Ruby. I suggested to the manager that I bring her down. I'd handle the hostess duties and the bridge, and Ruby would take over the dancing. Keep it in the family." Melchett said he understood. They agreed. I wired Ruby, and she came down. It was a real step up for her, much classier than anything she'd done before. That was roughly 4 weeks back. Colonel Melchett asked, and she was well received. "Oh, sure," Josie replied with a casual wave. "She managed just fine. Her dancing isn't as sharp as mine, but Raymond is a pro and covered for her. She was pretty enough, slim, blonde, with that innocent face. Always caked on too much makeup, though. I was forever on her case about it. But what can you expect? She was only 18, and girls that age never know when to stop. It doesn't fly at a classy spot like the Majestic. I kept telling her to tone it down." "Did people take to her?" Melchett pressed. "Oh, yeah. Mind you, Ruby wasn't the quickest wit. She had more luck with the older gentlemen than the younger crowd. Was there anyone special in her life?" The girl met his gaze, understanding perfectly. "Not in the way you're thinking, or if there was, she didn't tell me about it." For a second, Melchett wondered why she'd keep it secret. Josie didn't seem the overly strict type. Instead, he said, "Tell me about the last time you saw your cousin." "That was last night. She and Raymond had 2 showcase dances, one at 10:30, the other at midnight. After the first one, I spotted Ruby dancing with one of the hotel guests. I was in the lounge playing bridge. There's a glass window looking into the ballroom. That's the last I saw of her. Just past midnight, Raymond came over, completely frazzled, asking where Ruby was. She hadn't shown up for the second set, and he figured she was off making a fool of herself over some boy. I assumed she'd wander back eventually, and I was ready to give her a serious talking to when she did. Teenagers can be so ridiculous. Melchett pretended to scan his notes. Yes. I see it was a Mr. Jefferson who alerted the police. He's a guest at the hotel? Josephine Turner answered curtly. That's right. What prompted Mr. Jefferson to do that? Josie began fiddling with her jacket cuff, her manner suddenly tight. Again, Melchett sensed she was holding something back. She said, almost sulkily, He's an invalid. Gets worked up easily, because of his condition? Melchett let that pass. Who was the young man she was dancing with when you last saw her? His name's Bartlett. He's been staying here about 10 days. Were they particularly close? Not that I noticed. But then she wouldn't have told me. That strange, irritated edge crept into her voice again. What does he say happened? He mentioned that after their dance, Ruby went upstairs to freshen up. To change her dress, I suppose? Presumably. And after that, she simply disappeared, Josie finished flatly. Exactly. Did Miss Keene know anyone in St. Mary Mead or the surrounding area? I couldn't say. Maybe. Plenty of young men come into Danmouth to visit the Majestic from all over. I wouldn't know where they lived unless they mentioned it. Did your cousin ever talk about Gossington? Gossington? Josie looked genuinely confused. Gossington Hall, he clarified. She shook her head. Never heard of it. Her tone was convincing, but now laced with curiosity. Gossington Hall, Colonel Melchett explained, is where her body was discovered. Gossington Hall? She stared, bewildered. How bizarre, Melchett thought to himself. Bizarre is putting it mildly. Out loud, he continued. Do you know a Colonel or Mrs. Bantry? Another head shake. Or a Mr. Basil Blake? She frowned slightly. That name sounds familiar. I'm sure I've heard it, but I can't place him. Inspector Slack quietly passed a torn notebook page to his superior. Scribbled on it was, Cole, Bantry dined at Majestic last week. Melchett looked up, meeting the inspector's steady gaze. The chief constable felt a flush of embarrassment creep up his neck. Inspector Slack was a diligent and determined officer, and while Colonel Melchett found him rather grating, he couldn't ignore the implied accusation. Slack was subtly suggesting the colonel was protecting one of his own, shielding a fellow gentleman. Melchett turned to Josie. Miss Turner, I would appreciate it if you would come with me to Gossington Hall. His voice was icy, his gaze defiant as it locked with Slack's, barely acknowledging Josie's quiet agreement. The village of St. Mary Mead was buzzing with more excitement than it had seen in years. Miss Weatherby, a sharp-featured and perpetually disapproving spinster, was the first to deliver the delicious gossip. She bustled into her neighbor Miss Hartnell's cottage without ceremony.
Forgive the early call, my dear.
But I assumed you might not have heard the dreadful news. What news? Boomed Miss Hartnell, a woman with a formidable voice and an even more formidable dedication to visiting the local poor, whether they welcomed her or not. They found a young woman's body this morning in Colonel Bantry's library. In his library? How appalling! His poor wife, said Miss Hartnell, attempting to mask her intense satisfaction. She must be utterly shattered. One can only imagine, Miss Weatherby agreed. She was always so preoccupied with her roses, wasn't she? A wife must be vigilant, constantly vigilant, Miss Hartnell declared fiercely. Men require watching. I've always said so. This will certainly give Jane Marple something to ponder, Miss Weatherby noted. Do you suppose she had an inkling? She has such a nose for these matters. Jane Marple has already gone up to Gossington Hall. This morning, before breakfast? Apparently so. The car came for her, with Muswell driving. How extraordinarily odd, murmured Miss Weatherby. The two women sat in a moment of gratified silence, absorbing the scandal. But who is this woman? Miss Hartnell finally demanded. You know that awful creature who visits with that artist, Basil Blake? That brassy blonde? Miss Hartnell, somewhat behind the times, still referred to peroxide. The one who sprawls about the garden in next to nothing. The very same. And there she was, on the colonel's hearth rug, strangled. At Gossington? You don't mean to imply the Colonel himself? Miss Weatherby gave a slow, meaningful nod. Oh, they savored this juicy addition to the tale. What a wicked, abandoned creature, Miss Hartnell proclaimed with righteous indignation. And Colonel Bantry always seemed such a respectable, quiet man, Miss Weatherby sighed with relish. But then Jane Marple always says, it's the quiet ones you have to watch. Mrs. Price Ridley, a wealthy and domineering widow, was among the last to be informed, learning the details from her young maid, Clara. A woman, you say? Found deceased on Colonel Bantry's rug? Yes, Mum, and they're saying, Mum, she didn't have a stitch on? Not a single stitch? That is quite enough detail, Clara, Mrs. Price Ridley said sternly. Yes, Mum. And the fishmonger's boy said he'd never have believed it of the Colonel, not with him being so proper on Sundays, passing the collection plate. The world is full of iniquity, Clara, intoned Mrs. Price Ridley. Let this be a lesson to you. Yes, Mum. My mother always says I'm never to take a position where there's a gentleman in the house. You may go, Clara, said Mrs. Price Ridley. It was a short walk from her house to the vicarage where she hoped to find the vicar. The gentle, middle-aged clergyman was invariably the last person in the parish to hear any gossip, a fact Mrs. Price Ridley intended to rectify immediately. She found a strange comfort in being the bearer of such shocking news, her own disapproval momentarily overshadowed by the thrill of the narrative. What a dreadful affair, Mrs. Price Ridley exclaimed, slightly out of breath from hurrying over. I simply had to seek your guidance, Vicar. Mr. Clement appeared somewhat taken aback. Has something occurred? Has something occurred, she echoed with dramatic emphasis. It's an absolute outrage. To think we were all in the dark. A woman of ill repute found without a stitch of clothing, strangled right there on Colonel Bantry's hearthrug. The vicar stared, bewildered. Are you feeling quite yourself? No wonder you're skeptical. I was too at first. The sheer duplicity of the man carrying on all these years. Please, explain this from the beginning. Mrs. Price Ridley launched into a vivid account. When she finished, the Reverend Clement responded gently, But is there any real evidence linking Colonel Bantry to this? Oh, Vicar, you are so naive. Let me share a telling incident. Just last Thursday, or perhaps the Thursday before, the date escapes me, I was traveling to London on the economy train. Colonel Bantry was in my carriage. He seemed terribly preoccupied, hiding behind his newspaper nearly the entire journey as if to avoid conversation. The vicar nodded, his expression one of understanding. When we arrived at Paddington, I declined his offer of a taxi, as I was taking the bus. But he hailed one for himself, and I distinctly overheard him give the driver an address in St. John's Wood, she announced triumphantly. Mr. Clement remained thoughtfully silent. That, in my opinion, settles it, Mrs. Price Ridley concluded. Meanwhile, at Gossington Hall, Mrs. Bantry and Miss Marple were settled in the drawing room. I must admit, said Mrs. Bantry, I'm relieved they've removed the body. It's unsettling to have such a thing in one's home. Miss Marple nodded sympathetically. I understand completely, dear. You can't fully until it's happened under your own roof, Mrs. Bantry replied. I do hope Arthur doesn't develop an aversion to the library now. We spend so much time there. Where are you off to, Jane? She added, noticing Miss Marple glance at her watch and stand. I thought I might head home unless you need me for anything else. Oh, don't leave just yet, Mrs. Bantry urged. Most of the police and their equipment are gone, but I've a feeling something else is about to unfold. You wouldn't want to miss it. The telephone rang, and she returned moments later, looking pleased. See? I told you. That was Colonel Melchett. He's bringing the poor girl's cousin here. I wonder what for, mused Miss Marple. To see the scene, I imagine? I suspect it's more than that, Miss Marple said quietly. What do you mean? Well, I rather think he may wish for her to meet Colonel Bantry. Mrs. Bantry's tone turned sharp. To see if she identifies him. I suppose they have to consider Arthur a suspect. I'm afraid it's likely. As if Arthur could ever be involved in something so vile. Miss Marple offered no argument. Mrs. Bantry looked at her pointedly. And don't start recounting one of your stories about some disreputable old man and a housemaid. Arthur isn't like that. No, of course not. He truly isn't. He occasionally gets a bit silly and paternal with pretty girls at tennis parties, but it's harmless. Why shouldn't he? After all, Mrs. Bantry finished, a little cryptically, I have the garden to tend to. Miss Marple offered a gentle smile. You mustn't worry yourself, Dolly. I don't mean to, but I do, just a little. Arthur is upset as well. All these policemen searching about. He's gone down to the farm. Looking at the livestock always calms him when he's troubled. She paused, hearing a car outside. Ah, here they are now. Colonel Melchett's car pulled up, and he entered accompanied by a smartly dressed young woman. This is Miss Turner, Mrs. Bantry, a cousin of the deceased. How do you do, said Mrs. Bantry, stepping forward with her hand extended. This must all be terribly distressing for you. Josephine Turner replied with a blunt honesty. It is. None of it feels real. It's like I'm stuck in some awful nightmare. Mrs. Bantry made the introduction to Miss Marple. Colonel Melchett asked casually, Is your husband around? He had to go out to one of the farms. He should be back shortly. I see. Melchett seemed momentarily unsure of what to do next. Mrs. Bantry turned to Josie. Would you care to see the room where it happened? Or would you prefer not to? After a brief hesitation, Josephine said, I think I should see it. Mrs. Bantry led the way to the library, with Miss Marple and the Colonel trailing behind. She was right there, Mrs. Bantry announced, gesturing toward the fireplace. On the rug. Oh, Josie gave a visible shudder, but her expression was more confused than horrified. Her brow furrowed as she said, I simply can't make sense of it. I just can't. None of us can, Mrs. Bantry agreed. Josie spoke slowly, as if thinking aloud, It just isn't the kind of spot you'd expect, and let the sentence hang unfinished. Miss Marple gave a gentle, understanding nod. Precisely, she murmured. That is what makes the whole affair so remarkably intriguing. Come now, Miss Marple, said Colonel Melchett with good-natured humor. Don't tell me you've already pieced it together? Oh, I have a theory, Miss Marple admitted, a perfectly reasonable one. But it's only my own little idea, of course. It reminds me of young Tommy Bond and our new schoolteacher, Mrs. Martin. She went to wind the mantel clock and a frog hopped right out at her. Josephine Turner looked thoroughly bewildered. As the group moved to leave the room, she whispered to Mrs. Bantry, Is the elderly lady quite all right? Absolutely, Mrs. Bantry replied, somewhat affronted. Apologies, Josie said. I just wondered if she might have confused herself with the frog. Colonel Bantry was entering through the side door. Melchett called to him and watched Josephine closely during the introductions, but her face showed no flicker of recognition or particular interest. Melchett felt a wave of relief. He mentally cursed Inspector Slack and his sly hints. In response to Mrs. Bantry's gentle probing, Josie began recounting the story of Ruby Keene's disappearance. How dreadfully worrying for you, my dear, Mrs. Bantry sympathized. I was more irritated than worried, at first, Josie confessed. You see, I didn't know the truth then. And yet, Miss Marple interjected politely, You contacted the police? Forgive me, but wasn't that rather hasty? Oh, but I didn't, Josie clarified quickly. That was Mr. Jefferson, Mrs. Bantry echoed. Jefferson. Yes, he's an invalid. Not Conway Jefferson? Why, we know him. He's an old friend, Arthur. Listen. Conway Jefferson is staying at the Majestic, and he's the one who alerted the police. What an extraordinary coincidence, Josephine Turner added. Mr. Jefferson was here last summer as well. Imagine that, and we never knew. I haven't seen him in ages. She turned back to Josie. How is he managing these days? Josie thought for a moment. I find him wonderful, truly wonderful, all things considered. He stays so cheerful, always has a joke ready. Is his family with him? You mean Mr. Gaskell? And young Mrs. Jefferson? And Peter? Oh yes, they're there. A subtle shift occurred in Josephine Turner's otherwise frank and appealing manner. When she spoke of the Jeffersons, a faint strain entered her voice. Mrs. Bantry noted, They're both very pleasant, aren't they? The younger ones, I mean? Josie replied with a hint of uncertainty, Oh yes, they are. They are, really. Later, as she watched the chief constable's car drive away through the window, Mrs. Bantry demanded, What on earth did she mean by that? They are, really. Don't you think, Jane, there's something? Miss Marple seized on the thought. Oh, I do, indeed, I do. It was quite noticeable. Her entire demeanor altered when the Jeffersons came up. She had been so natural until that moment. But what do you suppose it is, Jane? Well, my dear, you know them. All I can sense is that there is something about them, as you say, which is troubling that young woman. And there's something else, too. Did you catch that? When you asked if she was worried about the girl being gone, she said she was angry, and she looked it, genuinely furious. That's fascinating, isn't it? I have a hunch, maybe I'm off base, but I believe anger is her primary response to the girl's death. She didn't care for Ruby Keene, I'm certain of that. There's no grief there at all. But the idea of that girl, Ruby Keene, clearly makes her seethe, and the real question is, why? We'll get to the bottom of it, declared Mrs. Bantry. We're going to Danmouth and staying at the Majestic. Yes, Jane, you're coming too. My nerves need a break after everything that's happened here. A few days at the Majestic is just the thing, and you'll meet Conway Jefferson. He's an absolute dear, truly wonderful. His story is heartbreaking. He had a son and a daughter, both of whom he adored. They were married but still spent so much time with him. His wife was the kindest soul, and he was devoted to her. 1 year flying back from France, there was a crash. Everyone was killed, the pilot, Mrs. Jefferson, Rosamond, and Frank. Conway's legs were so badly injured they had to be amputated. His courage has been extraordinary. He was once so active, and now he's confined, yet he never complains. His daughter-in-law lives with him. She was a widow when Frank married her, and she has a son from her first marriage, Peter Carmody. Meanwhile, Colonel Melchett was dealing with a deeply irritated hotel manager. Superintendent Harper of the Glenshire Police was also present, along with the ever-present Inspector Slack, who was visibly annoyed by the Chief Constable's assertive handling of the case. Harper adopted a calming tone with the nearly tearful Mr. Prescott, while Melchett leaned toward blunt directness. "No use crying over spilled milk," he stated sharply. "The girl was strangled. You're fortunate it didn't happen in your hotel. This shifts the investigation to another jurisdiction and lets your establishment off rather lightly, but we have questions that need answers, and the quicker we proceed, the better. You can rely on our discretion. So let's skip the fuss and get to the point. What exactly do you know about this girl?" "I know nothing about her. Nothing at all. Josie brought her in." "Has Josie been here long? About 3 years, I'd say." "And you're satisfied with her?" "Yes. Josie's a good girl, capable and pleasant. She knows how to handle people and smooth things over. Bridge, as you know, can get rather tense." Colonel Melchett nodded knowingly. His own wife was an enthusiastic but terrible bridge player. Mr. Prescott continued, "Josie had a knack for diffusing tension. She managed situations well with a mix of cheerfulness and firmness, if you follow." Melchett nodded again. It clicked now what Miss Josephine Turner reminded him of. Beneath the makeup and stylish appearance, there was a definite air of the no-nonsense governess.
"I rely on her,"
Prescott went on, his tone turning resentful. What was she thinking, scrambling over slippery rocks like that? We have a perfectly good beach here. Why not swim from there? Slipping, falling, breaking her ankle, it's just not fair to me. I pay her to dance and play bridge and keep the guests content, not to go risking her neck on rocks. Dancers should be careful with their ankles, not take foolish chances. I was really put out. It wasn't fair to the hotel. Melchett cut him off, and then she suggested her cousin come down. Prescott agreed reluctantly. That's right, it seemed like a reasonable idea at the time. Mind you, I wasn't offering extra pay. The girl could have room and board, but any salary would be between her and Josie. That was the arrangement. I didn't know much about the girl at all, but she turned out okay? Oh, certainly, there was nothing obviously wrong with her, at least not in appearance. She was quite young, of course. Her style was perhaps a bit simple for an establishment like this, but she had nice manners, was quiet and well-behaved. A good dancer, people generally liked her. Was she pretty? That had been a difficult question to answer after seeing the blue, swollen face. Mr. Prescott thought for a moment. Average, I'd say. A bit sharp in the features, if you catch my meaning. She wouldn't have been much without her makeup. With it, though, she managed to look quite appealing. Did she have many young men following her around? I understand what you're implying, sir, Mr. Prescott said, his tone growing animated. I never noticed anything of that sort. Nothing out of the ordinary. A couple of the regular boys might have lingered a bit, but that was just part of the usual scene. Nothing that would suggest violence, I assure you. She actually got along quite well with the older guests. She had a chattering, youthful way about her. She seemed like such a kid, you know? It entertained them. Superintendent Harper's voice was deep and somber. Mr. Jefferson, for example? The manager nodded. Yes, Mr. Jefferson was precisely who I was thinking of. She often sat with him and his party. He would sometimes take her out for drives in his car. Mr. Jefferson has a great fondness for young people and is very generous to them. I want to be perfectly clear to avoid any misunderstanding. Mr. Jefferson is disabled. His mobility is limited to where his wheelchair can go. But he takes a keen interest in seeing young folks enjoy themselves. He watches the tennis matches and the swimming, things like that, and he hosts parties for them here. He genuinely enjoys youth, and there's no trace of bitterness in him, which there easily could be. He's a very well-liked gentleman and, in my opinion, a person of excellent character, Melchett asked, and he took a particular interest in Ruby Keene. I believe her chatter amused him. Did his family share his fondness for her? They were always perfectly polite to her, Harper said with a note of implied significance, and it was he who reported her missing to the police. The manager responded quickly to the unspoken reproach. You have to see it from my perspective, Mr. Harper. It never occurred to me that something was seriously wrong. Mr. Jefferson came to my office, very agitated and upset. The girl hadn't been in her room. She missed her dance performance the previous night. He was convinced she must have gone for a drive and had an accident. The police had to be notified immediately, he insisted. He was in quite a state and very insistent. He telephoned the police station right then and there.
Without consulting Miss Turner?
Josie wasn't too pleased about it, I could tell. She was annoyed with the whole situation, annoyed with Ruby, really. But what could she possibly say? I think, said Melchett, we'd better have a word with Mr. Jefferson, Harper? Superintendent Harper agreed. Mr. Prescott escorted them up to Conway Jefferson's suite on the first floor, which offered a view of the ocean. Melchett remarked casually, lives comfortably, does he? A wealthy man? Quite prosperous, I believe. Spares no expense when he's here. Best rooms booked, usually orders from the menu, fine wines, nothing but the best. Melchett nodded. Mr. Prescott knocked on the outer door, and a woman's voice invited them in. The manager entered, the policeman behind him. Mr. Prescott adopted an apologetic manner as he addressed the woman who turned from her seat by the window. I'm terribly sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Jefferson, but these gentlemen are from the police. They would very much like to speak with Mr. Jefferson. This is Colonel Melchett, Superintendent Harper, and Inspector Slack, Mrs. Jefferson. Mrs. Jefferson acknowledged the introductions with a slight inclination of her head. A rather plain woman was Melchett's initial thought. Then, as a faint smile touched her lips and she spoke, he revised his opinion. Her voice was remarkably warm and pleasant, and her clear hazel eyes were lovely. She was dressed simply yet tastefully, and he estimated her age to be around 35. Adelaide Jefferson offered a weary smile as she gestured toward a chair. My father-in-law is resting? He's not a strong man, and this whole situation has been a dreadful shock. We had to call the doctor, who gave him something to help him sleep. I'm certain he'll want to speak with you the moment he wakes. In the meantime, perhaps I can answer your questions? Please, make yourself comfortable. With Mr. Prescott's hasty departure, the room's tension seemed to ease, softened by Adelaide's calm presence. She had a gift for making people feel at home, a quiet way of drawing others out without saying much herself. This has been a terrible shock for all of us, she began, her tone measured. We saw a great deal of the poor girl. It still feels impossible to believe. My father-in-law is devastated. He was genuinely fond of Ruby. Colonel Melchett noted her careful composure. It was Mr. Jefferson, I understand, who informed the police of her disappearance. He watched for a reaction, a slight tightening around her eyes, perhaps, or a fleeting shadow of something like frustration. It was there and gone in an instant, and she seemed to gather herself before responding. Yes, that's correct. His health makes him prone to worry. We tried to reassure him that there was likely a simple explanation, that the girl herself might not appreciate police involvement. But he insisted. She gave a small, resigned shrug. It turns out he was right, and we were wrong. Melchett pressed gently. How well would you say you knew Ruby Keene, Mrs. Jefferson? She paused, considering. It's hard to define. My father-in-law enjoys the company of young people, and Ruby's lively chatter was a novelty to him. He found her amusing. She often joined us in the lounge, and he would take her out for drives. Her voice remained neutral, giving nothing away. Melchett sensed she was holding back. Can you walk me through last evening's events? Of course, though I'm afraid it won't be very helpful. After dinner, Ruby stayed with us in the lounge even after the dancing began. We were waiting to play bridge for my brother-in-law, Mark Gaskell, to finish some correspondence and for Josie to join us as our fourth. Was that a common arrangement? Fairly often. She's an excellent player and my father-in-law prefers her company to a stranger's whenever possible. Naturally, with her duties arranging tables, she can't always join us, but she does when she can. A faint, knowing smile touched her lips. Given how much my father-in-law spends here, the management is quite happy to accommodate us. You're fond of Josie? Very much. She's good-humored, works tirelessly, and has no pretensions. She's genuine and straightforward, a refreshing quality. Please continue. Well, with Josie occupied and Mark still writing, Ruby stayed talking with us a little longer than usual. Once Josie arrived, Ruby left to perform her first solo dance with Raymond, the dance instructor. She returned briefly just as Mark finally joined us, then went off to dance with some young man. After that, the four of us settled into our bridge game. She spread her hands slightly, a gesture of helplessness, and that's truly all I know. I might have glimpsed her dancing once, but bridge demands concentration. I scarcely glanced through the glass into the ballroom. At midnight, Raymond approached Josie in a state of agitation, demanding to know Ruby's whereabouts. Josie, understandably, tried to quiet him, but Superintendent Harper cut in, his tone measured. Why understandably, Mrs. Jefferson? She hesitated, appearing, Melchett thought, slightly flustered. Josie didn't want the girl's absence to become a spectacle. She felt somewhat responsible for her. She insisted Ruby was likely just upstairs in her room, and even called up there, but got no answer. Raymond grew more worked up. He's rather temperamental, you know. Josie finally led him away to calm him and ended up dancing with him herself in Ruby's place. It was quite brave of her, really, because afterward you could tell her ankle was bothering her. She returned to us once the dance ended and helped settle Mr. Jefferson, who by then was quite distressed. We managed to convince him to go to bed, suggesting Ruby might have gone for a drive and had car trouble. He went off worried, and this morning he was anxious all over again. She paused. The rest you already know? Thank you, Mrs. Jefferson. Now, I have to ask, do you have any idea who might have done this? She replied without hesitation. None at all. I'm afraid I can't assist you in the slightest. He pressed further. Did the girl ever mention anything, any jealousy, a man she was frightened of or involved with? Adelaide Jefferson shook her head to each question. There seemed little more she could offer. The superintendent proposed they speak with young George Bartlett and return to see Mr. Jefferson later. Colonel Melchett agreed, and the three men departed, Mrs. Jefferson promising to send word once Mr. Jefferson was awake. Fine woman, remarked the colonel once the door closed. A very fine lady indeed, echoed Superintendent Harper. George Bartlett was a thin, awkward young man with a prominent Adam's apple and a remarkable difficulty expressing himself clearly. He was so visibly nervous it was hard to get a coherent statement. I say, it's dreadful, isn't it? The sort of thing you read about in the papers, but you never think it'll happen right here, you know? Unfortunately, there's no doubt about it, Mr. Bartlett, said the superintendent. No, of course not. But it all seems so bizarre, and it happened miles away at some country estate, didn't it? Very rural and all, probably caused quite a stir locally. What? Colonel Melchett took over. How well did you know the deceased, Mr. Bartlett? George Bartlett looked alarmed. Oh, not well at all, sir. Hardly, really. Danced with her once or twice, exchanged a few words, played a bit of tennis, that sort of thing.
You were, I believe, among the last to see her alive last night.
I suppose so. Doesn't that sound awful? She was perfectly fine when I saw her. Absolutely. What time was that? Well, I'm never much good with time. Wasn't terribly late, if you catch my meaning. You danced with her? Yes, actually. Well, yes, I did. Earlier in the evening, though. Let's see. It was right after her exhibition dance with the instructor. Must have been 10, 11:30. I really couldn't say. The exact time isn't crucial. We can establish that later. Please just tell us what happened. Well, we danced, you know. Not that I'm much of a dancer. Your skill isn't really the point, Mr. Bartlett. George Bartlett shot a nervous glance at the colonel and stammered, No, I suppose not. Anyway, we danced a bit and I did most of the talking. Ruby didn't say much, and she yawned once or twice. Since I'm not exactly light on my feet, girls often, well, they tend to make excuses, if you follow. I know when I'm not wanted, so I said righto, and that was that. What was the last you saw of her? She headed off toward the staircase. Did she say anything about meeting someone, or going out for a drive? Or perhaps you had a date? The colonel used the casual phrase with a deliberate effort. Bartlett shook his head, looking somewhat dejected. Not with me. She just ended things. How did she seem? Was she worried? Distracted? Like something was on her mind? George Bartlett thought for a moment before shaking his head again. She seemed a little bored, honestly. She yawned, like I mentioned. That was about it. Colonel Melchett pressed on. And what did you do after Ruby Keene left you, Mr. Bartlett? Pardon? What actions did you take? George Bartlett stared blankly. Let me think. What did I do? It's surprisingly hard to recall these details, isn't it? I believe I might have gone to the bar for a drink. Did you, in fact, go to the bar and have a drink at that time? That's the tricky part. I did have a drink eventually, but I'm not sure it was right then. I have a feeling I went outside first for some air. It was unusually warm for September, and the night was pleasant. Yes, that's correct. I took a walk around the grounds, then came back in for that drink, and later returned to the ballroom. Not much was happening there. I noticed Josie was dancing again with the tennis player. I heard she'd been nursing a twisted ankle or something. That places your return around midnight. Are you suggesting you spent more than an hour walking outside? Well, I had that drink, you see, and I was just thinking about things. This claim was met with more skepticism than anything else he'd said. Colonel Melchett asked sharply, What exactly were you thinking about? Oh, I don't know, various things, Mr. Bartlett replied vaguely. Do you own a car, Mr. Bartlett? Oh, yes, I have a car. Where was it parked? In the hotel garage? Neither the night porter nor the barman could provide much clarity. The porter remembered calling Miss Keene's room just after midnight and getting no answer. He hadn't specifically noticed Mr. Bartlett coming or going, as many guests were moving in and out through various doors on the fine evening. He was fairly sure Miss Keene hadn't used the main entrance, but from her first-floor room she could have easily used a nearby staircase and a side door leading to the terrace without being seen. That door wasn't locked until the dancing ended at 2. The barman recalled seeing Mr. Bartlett in the bar earlier in the evening, looking rather gloomy in a corner, but couldn't pinpoint the time amid the flow of outside guests. As they were leaving the bar, a boy of about 9 approached them excitedly. Are you the detectives? I'm Peter Carmody. My grandfather, Mr. Jefferson, is the one who called the police about Ruby. Are you from Scotland Yard? You don't mind me talking to you, do you? Colonel Melchett seemed ready with a curt reply, but Superintendent Harper stepped in, speaking in a friendly, hearty tone. That's quite all right, son. It's a natural thing to be interested, I suppose. You bet I am.
Do you like detective stories? I read tons of them, and I've got autographs from Dorothy Sayers, Agatha Christie, John Dixon Carr, and H.C. Bailey. Is this going to be in the newspapers? It'll be in the papers, without a doubt, Superintendent Harper said grimly. Perfect. I go back to school next week, and I can tell everyone I actually knew her. Knew her well. What was your opinion of her? Peter considered this. Well, I didn't like her very much. I thought she was a bit of a silly girl. My mother and Uncle Mark didn't care for her either, only my grandfather did. Speaking of which, my grandfather wants to see you. Edwards is trying to find you. Superintendent Harper offered a gentle prompt. So, your mother and Uncle Mark weren't particularly fond of Ruby Keene. What was the reason?
Oh, it's hard to say. She was always inserting herself into things. They really didn't appreciate how much of a fuss grandfather made over her. Peter added with a casual tone, I suppose they're probably relieved she's gone. Harper studied the boy thoughtfully. Did you actually hear them express that sentiment? Not in so many words. Uncle Mark remarked, Well, it's one solution at any rate. And Mum said, Yes, but such a dreadful one. Then Uncle Mark said there was no point in being insincere about it. The officers shared a look. Just then, a neatly dressed man in a blue serge suit approached. Pardon me, gentlemen. I am Mr. Jefferson's valet. He is awake now and quite anxious to speak with you, so he sent me to fetch you. They returned to Conway Jefferson's suite. In the sitting area, Adelaide Jefferson was speaking with a tall, agitated man who was pacing nervously. He turned abruptly toward them. Ah, good, you're here. My father-in-law has been asking for you. He's awake now. Please do try to keep him calm, won't you? His health is quite fragile. It's honestly a miracle this terrible shock didn't finish him. Harper responded. I wasn't aware his condition was so serious. He isn't fully aware of it himself, explained Mark Gaskell. It's his heart, you understand. The doctor warned Addie he must avoid any overexcitement or sudden fright. He more or less suggested the end could come at any moment. Isn't that right, Addie? Mrs. Jefferson nodded in agreement. It's truly astonishing how he's managed to rally his strength. Melchett said tersely. Murder is hardly a calming event. We will be as considerate as possible. As he spoke, he was appraising Mark Gaskell. He didn't care for the man. He had a bold, ruthless, almost predatory face, the sort of man accustomed to getting his own way, the kind women often find dashing. Not someone I'd ever trust, the colonel thought privately. Unscrupulous was the perfect word for him. The type who would stop at nothing. In the large bedroom overlooking the ocean, Conway Jefferson sat in his wheelchair by the window. The moment you entered the room, you felt the man's formidable power and magnetic presence. It was as though the injuries that had crippled his body had forced his vitality into a more concentrated, intense core. He had a commanding head, his reddish hair now streaked with gray. His face was rugged and strong, deeply tanned, with strikingly blue eyes. There was no hint of illness or frailty about him. The deep lines on his face spoke of endurance and pain, not weakness. Here was a man who would never curse his fate but would accept it and push determinedly forward. I'm glad you've come, he said. His sharp eyes assessed them. He addressed Melchett. You are the chief constable for Radfordshire? Correct. And you are Superintendent Harper? Please, sit down. Cigarettes are on the table beside you. They thanked him and took their seats. Melchett began. My understanding, Mr. Jefferson, is that you took a particular interest in the deceased girl. A quick wry smile touched his lined face. Yes, I'm sure they've all told you that. Well, it's no secret. How much has my family shared with you? He looked swiftly from one officer to the other as he posed the question. It was Melchett who replied. Mrs. Jefferson told us very little, only that the girl's conversation amused you and that she was something of a protégé. We've exchanged barely a few words with Mr. Gaskell. Conway Jefferson smiled. Addie is a discreet soul, bless her. Mark likely would have been more blunt. I think, Melchett, I had better explain the situation to you fully. It's necessary for you to understand my perspective, and to do that, I must start with the greatest tragedy of my life. 8 years ago, I lost my wife, my son, and my daughter in an airplane crash. Since that time, I have felt like a man missing half of himself, and I'm not referring to my physical condition. I was a family man. My son-in-law and daughter-in-law have been exceedingly kind. They have done everything possible to stand in the place of my own children. Yet I have come to understand, particularly recently, that they have their own lives to lead. So you must see that, at heart, I am a lonely man. I have always liked young people. I take pleasure in their company. More than once I've toyed with the idea of adopting a boy or a girl. Over the past month, I grew very close to the girl who was killed. She was utterly natural, completely unguarded. She would chatter away about her life, her time in pantomime, traveling with touring companies, her childhood in cheap lodgings with her mum and dad. What a different world from any I had known. She never complained, never saw it as sordid. Just a natural, hard-working, unspoiled child full of charm. Perhaps not a lady in the conventional sense, but thank heaven neither vulgar nor unpleasant. I grew fonder of Ruby each day. I decided, gentlemen, to adopt her legally. She would have become my daughter in the eyes of the law. That, I trust, explains my deep concern for her and the measures I took when I learned of her unexplained disappearance." There was a brief silence. Then Superintendent Harper, his tone carefully neutral, asked, "May I inquire what your daughter-in-law and son-in-law thought of that plan?" Jefferson's reply came swiftly. "What could they say? They may not have liked it very much. These things stir up prejudice. But they behaved quite well. Yes, very well. You see, it isn't as though they depended on me financially. When my son Frank married, I transferred half of my assets to him right then. I believe in that principle. Don't make your children wait until you're dead. They need the money when they're young, not when they're middle-aged. Likewise, when my daughter Rosamond insisted on marrying a man with little means, I settled a substantial sum on her. That money passed to her husband after her death. So, financially, the matter was quite straightforward. "I understand, Mr. Jefferson," said Superintendent Harper, though a note of reservation colored his voice. Conway Jefferson caught it at once. "But you don't agree, eh?" "It's not for me to say, sir, but in my experience families don't always act reasonably." "I dare say you're right, Superintendent, but remember that Mr. Gaskell and Mrs. Jefferson aren't, strictly speaking, my family. They aren't blood relations." "That does make a difference," the superintendent conceded. For a moment, Conway Jefferson's eyes twinkled. "That isn't to say they didn't think me an old fool. Most people would. But I wasn't being foolish. I know character. With some education and polish, Ruby Keene could have held her own anywhere." Melchett said, "I'm afraid we must seem intrusive, but it's essential we have all the facts. You intended to make full provision for the girl, to settle money on her, but you hadn't done so yet?" Jefferson nodded. "I see what you're getting at, the possibility of someone benefiting from her death, but no one could. The legal adoption paperwork was underway, but it hadn't been finalized." Melchett spoke slowly. "Then, if anything were to happen to you?" He left the question hanging. Conway Jefferson responded promptly. "Nothing is going to happen to me. I'm confined to a chair, but I'm not an invalid. Doctors do love to look grave and warn against overexertion." "Overexertion. I'm as strong as an ox. Still, I'm well aware life is unpredictable. I have reason to know. Sudden death can come to the strongest man, especially with all the road accidents nowadays. But I had provided for that. I made a new will about 10 days ago." "Oh." Superintendent Harper leaned forward, his interest sharpened. "I had set aside £50,000 in a trust for Ruby Keene, to be released to her in full once she turned 25. Superintendent Harper's eyes widened, and Colonel Melchett's did the same. Harper's voice held a note of reverence. "That's an extraordinary amount of money, Mr. Jefferson. In these times, I suppose it is. And you were leaving it to a young woman you'd only known for a matter of weeks." A flash of irritation crossed his vivid blue eyes. "Must I keep stating the obvious? I have no family, no children, no nieces or nephews, not even a distant cousin. I could have left it all to charity. I chose to leave it to a person." He gave a short laugh. "Cinderella becomes a princess not with a fairy godmother, but with a fairy godfather. Why shouldn't she? It was my fortune. I earned it." Colonel Melchett inquired, "Were there any other bequests?" "A modest sum for Edwards, my valet. The remainder would be divided equally between Mark and Addie. Might I ask if the residue was substantial?" "Probably not. It's hard to be precise with investments constantly shifting. After taxes and expenses, it likely would have amounted to somewhere between £5,000 and £10,000 net. I understand, and don't imagine I was treating them poorly. As I mentioned, I settled the bulk of my estate when my children married. I kept very little for myself initially. But after the loss, I needed something to fill my mind. I plunged into business. At my London home, I had a direct line installed from my bedroom to my office. I worked relentlessly. It stopped me from thinking, and it proved to me that my condition had not defeated me." His voice dropped, becoming more introspective, as if he were speaking to himself. "And with a kind of cruel irony, everything I attempted flourished. My most reckless ventures succeeded. If I placed a bet, I won. Everything I handled turned to gold. I suppose it was fate's twisted method of balancing the scales." The lines of pain were stark on his face again. Collecting himself, he offered them a grim smile. So you see, the money I left to Ruby was unquestionably mine to dispose of as I pleased. Melchett responded swiftly. Absolutely, my dear fellow. No one is disputing that for a moment, Conway Jefferson said. Good. Now, if I may, I have questions of my own. I need to hear everything about this dreadful affair. All I know is that that young Ruby, was discovered strangled in a house about 20 miles from here. That's correct. At Gossington Hall. Jefferson frowned. Gossington? But that's Colonel Bantry's house. Bantry? Arthur Bantry? I know him. I know him and his wife. We met overseas years ago. I had no idea they lived in this area. Why that's? He stopped abruptly. Superintendent Harper interjected smoothly. Colonel Bantry was dining here at the hotel last Tuesday? You didn't see him? Tuesday? No, we returned quite late. We drove over to Harden Head and had dinner on the way back. Melchett asked, Did Ruby Keene ever mention the Bantrys to you? Jefferson shook his head. Never. I don't believe she knew them. I'm certain she didn't. Her world was confined to theatrical people in that sort of circle. He paused, then asked bluntly, What does Bantry have to say about it? He cannot explain it at all. He was out at a political meeting last night. The body was found this morning. He states he never saw the girl in his life. Jefferson nodded. It certainly seems beyond belief. Superintendent Harper cleared his throat. Do you have any theory at all, sir, about who could have done this? Good heavens, I wish I did. The veins stood out on his forehead. It's unbelievable, unthinkable. I'd say it was impossible if it hadn't actually happened. Was there anyone from her past? A former beau, perhaps? Someone who might have been bothering her or making threats? I'm sure there wasn't. She would have told me. She mentioned herself she'd never had a serious romantic attachment. Superintendent Harper considered this. I'm sure that's the story she gave you, but whether it's the truth is another matter. Conway Jefferson continued, If anyone would have noticed a man bothering Ruby or hanging around her, it would have been Josie. Is she certain she can't provide any leads? She insists she has none. Jefferson frowned, his expression darkening. I keep coming back to the sheer savagery of it. Breaking into a quiet country home, the act itself so random and pointless. It feels like the work of a madman. There are those types, you know, men who seem perfectly normal on the surface but have a sickness luring young women, even children, to their deaths. Superintendent Harper nodded. Such cases exist, sir, but we have no reports of anyone fitting that description active in this area. Jefferson pressed on, his voice growing more strained. I've gone over every man I ever saw with Ruby in my mind. Guests here, dance partners from town, they all seemed utterly ordinary, harmless. She never mentioned a particular beau to me. Harper's face remained a polite mask, but his thoughts were racing. It was entirely possible, he mused, that Ruby Keene had a special friend Conway Jefferson knew nothing about. He kept this suspicion to himself. The chief constable caught his eye, a silent question passing between them, and then stood. Thank you for your time, Mr. Jefferson. That will be all for now. You'll keep me updated? Jefferson's demand was more a plea. Of course.
We'll be in touch. Once the door closed behind them, the fight seemed to drain from Conway Jefferson. He sank back into his chair, his fierce blue eyes closing. For a moment, he looked every bit his age, exhausted and utterly alone. Then his eyelids fluttered open. Edwards? His valet appeared instantly from the adjoining room. Edwards understood the man behind the formidable reputation. He had seen the private battles with weariness and despair. Sir? Contact Sir Henry Clithering.
He's at Melbourne Abass. Tell him it's urgent. From me. Ask if he can possibly arrive today instead of tomorrow. Out in the hallway, Superintendent Harper turned to Colonel Melchett. Well, sir, for what it's worth, we now have a powerful motive. Melchett grunted. 50,000 pounds, precisely. People have killed for far less, as we both know. True, but Melchett left the thought hanging. Harper understood the unspoken doubt. You don't think it fits here? Frankly, I'm inclined to agree. But it's a line we have to follow regardless. Naturally. Harper continued, walking slowly. If Mr. Jefferson is correct, and both Mr. Gaskell and Mrs. Jefferson are financially comfortable with steady incomes, it seems a stretch that they'd resort to something this brutal. Of course, we'll verify their finances. I'll admit, Gaskell strikes me as a sharp operator, maybe a bit unscrupulous, but that's a long way from being a murderer. And, according to Josie's account, they were both playing bridge from before 11 until midnight. It seems an impossible alibi to break. No, to my mind, a different theory holds more weight. Melchett nodded. A secret bow of rubies? That's it, sir. Some unbalanced young man, perhaps someone from her past before she came here. This adoption plan, if he found out about it, could have been the final straw. Imagine it, he sees her being whisked away into a different world, a world he could never be part of. It could have driven him into a blind rage. He arranges to meet her last night, they argue. He loses control completely. Harper painted the scene, his tone shifting from procedural to almost theatrical. And as for how she ended up in the Bantry Library? Let's say they were in his car. After the deed, he comes to his senses, panics, and his first thought is to hide the body. What better, more audacious place than an empty house nearby? They were standing close to the main entrance of a large estate. A thought strikes him. If she's discovered inside, the entire investigation will focus on the house and its residents, conveniently leaving him in the clear. She's small, light enough to carry. He has a chisel in the vehicle. He pries open a window and lays her on the hearth rug. Since it's strangulation, there's no blood or any real mess to connect him to the crime later. Do you follow, sir? Perfectly, Harper. It's entirely plausible. But one task remains. Cherchez la femme. What? Oh, very good, sir. Superintendent Harper offered polite appreciation for Colonel Melchett's quip, though the colonel's precise French pronunciation nearly obscured the meaning. Excuse me, see, could I have a word? It was George Bartlett who intercepted them. Colonel Melchett, who found Mr. Bartlett tiresome and was impatient to hear Slack's update from the girl's room and the chambermaid interviews, snapped. Well, what is it? The young man took a half step back, his mouth opening and closing silently, like a goldfish in a bowl. It's probably nothing, really. Thought I should mention it. Can't seem to locate my motor car. What do you mean? You can't locate it? Stammering heavily, Bartlett clarified that he meant exactly that his automobile was missing. Superintendent Harper asked, Are you reporting it stolen? George Bartlett turned gratefully toward the calmer tone. Well, that's just it, you see. One can't be certain, can one? I mean, someone might have just borrowed it for a joyride, no real harm intended. When did you last see the vehicle, Mr. Bartlett? Trying to recall. Funny how tricky it is to remember details, isn't it? Colonel Melchett said icily, I shouldn't think it difficult for a person of ordinary intelligence. You stated previously it was in the hotel courtyard last night. Bartlett gathered the nerve to interrupt.
That's just the point, was it, though?
What do you mean, was it? You said it was there? I thought it was. I mean, I didn't actually go outside to check, you understand? Colonel Melchett sighed, mustering his patience. Let's be precise. When did you last physically see your car? What model is it, by the way? A Minoan 14. And you last saw it when? George Bartlett's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Trying to remember. Had it before luncheon yesterday? Planned an afternoon drive, but you know how it is? Ended up having a nap instead. Later, after tea, played a bit of squash, had a bath, and the car was still in the hotel courtyard at that time. I suppose so. That's where I'd left it. Thought I might take someone out in the evening. But it wasn't my night. Never actually took the old girl out. Harper asked, So as far as you knew, the car remained in the courtyard? Naturally. I'd parked it there. Would you have noticed if it were gone? Mr. Bartlett shook his head. Don't think so. Cars coming and going all the time, plenty of Minoans about. Superintendent Harper nodded. He had already glanced out the window. At that moment, no fewer than 8 Minoan 14s sat in the courtyard. It was the popular economy model of the year. Colonel Melchett asked, Aren't you in the habit of garaging the car overnight? Don't usually bother, said Bartlett. with the fine weather and all. Such a nuisance putting it away. Exchanging a look with the colonel, Harper said, "I'll meet you upstairs shortly, sir. I'll have Sergeant Higgins take a full statement from Mr. Bartlett." "Very good, Harper," Mr. Bartlett added, almost wistfully. "Just thought I ought to tell you." Mr. Prescott had arranged for his extra dancer to have both meals and a place to stay. While the meals were whatever the hotel provided, the room was the least desirable one available. Josephine Turner and Ruby Keene were housed at the far end of a narrow, dim hallway. Their small rooms faced north, overlooking a section of the rocky cliff behind the hotel, and were furnished with leftover pieces from suites that had once been considered luxurious. Now that the hotel had been updated with modern built-in closets, these large Victorian wardrobes of oak and mahogany were either used for the live-in staff or given to overflow guests during the busiest weeks. As Melchett and Harper immediately noted, Ruby Keene's room was perfectly situated for slipping out of the hotel unseen, which was terribly inconvenient for anyone trying to piece together how she had left. A narrow staircase at the corridor's end led down to an equally discreet hallway on the ground floor, where a glass door opened onto a secluded side terrace. This terrace, which offered no view, was rarely used. From there, one could either walk around to the main front terrace or take a winding, poorly maintained path that eventually met up with the cliff road. Inspector Slack had been questioning the chambermaids and searching Ruby's room for any clues. They were fortunate that the room had been left exactly as it was from the previous night. Ruby Keene was not an early riser. Slack learned her routine was to sleep until 10 or 10:30 and then call for breakfast. Because Conway Jefferson had alerted the manager so early, the police had secured the room before the maids had a chance to clean it. The other rooms in that hallway were only dusted once a week at this time of year, so the scene was relatively undisturbed. "That's a help as far as it goes," Slack remarked. "It means if there was anything here to find, we'd have found it. But so far, there's nothing." The Glenshire police had already checked for fingerprints. They found Ruby's, Josie's, and those of the two chambermaids, one for the morning shift and one for the evening. There were also a couple of prints from Raymond Starr, which matched his statement that he had come up with Josie to look for Ruby when she missed the midnight dance. In the pigeonholes of a heavy mahogany desk in the corner was a pile of letters and assorted clutter. Slack had been meticulously sorting through it all but found nothing suspicious, just bills, receipts, theater programs, old movie tickets, and beauty tips torn from magazines. Among the letters was one from a friend named Lil, who seemed to work at the Palais de Danse. Lil's note chatted about various romances and gossip, mentioning how everyone missed Rube. She wrote that a certain Mr. Pindyson had been asking about her, young Reg was now seeing May, and Barney still inquired now and then. The letter ended with a complaint about their boss, nicknamed Old Grouser, who remained as stingy as ever and had recently scolded a girl named Ada for seeing a fellow. Slack made a note of every name mentioned, planning to follow up in case any useful details emerged. Otherwise, the room offered few clues. Draped over a chair in the middle of the floor was the fluffy pink dance dress Ruby had worn earlier in the evening, with a pair of satin high-heeled shoes tossed carelessly beside it. Two sheer silk stockings rolled into a ball had been flung down. One had a run in it. Melchett remembered the dead girl's bare legs, and Slack confirmed that going without stockings was typical for her. Ruby saved money by using makeup on her legs instead of stockings, only wearing the real thing for dancing. The open wardrobe revealed a collection of rather showy evening gowns and a line of shoes beneath them. In the clothes basket sat some soiled undergarments. The waste paper basket held nail clippings, used cleansing tissues, and bits of cotton wool stained with rouge and polish, nothing out of the ordinary. The scene told a clear story. Ruby had rushed upstairs, changed, and hurried off again. But to where? Josephine Turner, who should have known the most about Ruby's life and friends, had been unable to provide any leads. Inspector Slack, however, saw a reason for that. "If what you're saying about this adoption is true, sir, then Josie would have wanted Ruby to cut ties with any old acquaintances who might spoil the arrangement. Think about it. This elderly gentleman is convinced Ruby is a sweet, innocent girl. Now, what if she had a rough sort of boyfriend? That wouldn't sit well. So Ruby keeps it quiet. Josie doesn't know much about the girl's personal life anyway. But one thing's certain, she wouldn't stand for Ruby ruining their chances by seeing some undesirable character. Ruby, being a sly piece, would naturally keep her meetings secret. She wouldn't breathe a word to Josie, or Josie would put her foot down. But you know how young girls are, always ready to make fools of themselves over a tough guy. My guess is she arranged to meet him. He came down here, blew up about the whole situation, and strangled her. I suppose you're right, Slack, said Colonel Melchett, masking his usual distaste for the inspector's blunt manner. If that's the case, identifying this boyfriend should be straightforward. Leave it to me, sir, Slack replied with his characteristic confidence. I'll get hold of that girl from the Palais de Dance and turn her inside out. We'll have the truth soon enough. Colonel Melchett wondered if it would be that simple. Slack's relentless energy often left him feeling weary. There's another possible source, sir, Slack continued. That dance and tennis instructor, he must have spent a good deal of time with her and likely knew more than Josie did. A girl like that might have let her guard down with him. I've already discussed that possibility with Superintendent Harper. Very good, sir. I've questioned the chambermaids thoroughly. They don't know a thing. Frankly, they looked down on both women and did as little as they dared. The last time a maid was in here was around 7 last night to turn down the bed, draw the curtains, and tidy up. There's a bathroom next door if you'd like to see it. The bathroom, situated between Ruby's room and Josie's slightly larger one, offered no real clues. Colonel Melchett stared in silent amazement at the vast array of beauty products. Jars of face cream, cleansing cream, vanishing cream, and skin-feeding cream stood in rows. There were boxes of powder in various shades, a messy heap of lipsticks, hair tonics, brightening lotions, eyelash black, mascara, under-eye tint, and at least a dozen different nail varnishes. Scattered among them were face tissues, cotton wool balls, and soiled powder puffs. Bottles of astringent, tonic, and soothing lotions completed the display. Do you mean to say, he murmured, almost to himself, that women actually use all this? Inspector Slack, who prided himself on knowing a bit of everything, was happy to explain. In private life, sir, a lady usually sticks to 1 or 2 shades that suit her, one for day, one for evening. But these professional girls, they have to mix it up, keep things fresh. It's all part of the act. He paused, then added with a trace of sarcasm, quite the performance, isn't it? All this paint and powder just to play a part for someone else's benefit. They perform a series of exhibition dances. One evening, a dramatic tango, the next, a swirling Victorian number with crinolines, followed by a rough Apache routine, and then simple ballroom steps. Naturally, the required makeup changes significantly each time. Good heavens, remarked the colonel. No surprise the companies peddling those creams and potions make an absolute fortune. Easy money, that's all it is. Slack agreed. Easy money. Have to invest a bit in advertising, naturally. Colonel Melchett forcibly redirected his thoughts from the timeless puzzle of feminine cosmetics. We still have this dancer to consider. Your responsibilities, Superintendent? I suppose so, sir. Descending the stairs, Harper inquired. What was your impression of Mr. Bartlett's account, sir? Regarding his automobile? My impression, Harper, is that young man requires close observation. It's a dubious tale. What if he did take Ruby Keene out in that car last night after all? There was remarkably little to tell. She was a pleasant, rather uncomplicated girl. It's her associations, particularly with men, that interest us. I assumed as much. Well, I know nothing of consequence. She had a few young men from the hotel paying her attention, but nothing serious. You must understand, she was almost constantly occupied by the Jefferson party. Ah, the Jefferson family? Harper paused thoughtfully, casting a sharp look at the young man. What was your opinion of that situation, Mr. Starr? Raymond Starr replied coolly. Which situation? Harper said. Were you aware Mr. Jefferson intended to legally adopt Ruby Keene? This seemed to be news to Starr. He pursed his lips and let out a low whistle. The clever little minx. Well, there's no fool like an old fool. That's your assessment, is it? What else can one say? If the old gentleman wanted to adopt someone, why not choose a girl from his own social sphere? Ruby never mentioned it to you. No, she didn't. I knew she was buzzing about something, but I had no idea what it was. And Josie? Oh, I imagine Josie must have known what was brewing. She was likely the architect of the whole scheme. Josie's no simpleton. She's got a sharp mind, that one. Harper nodded. It was Josie who had summoned Ruby Keene. Josie, undoubtedly, who had fostered the closeness. Little wonder she had been so agitated when Ruby missed her dance and Conway Jefferson began to worry. She saw her carefully laid plans unraveling. He asked, "Was Ruby good at keeping secrets, in your opinion?" "As well as anyone. She wasn't one to chatter about her own affairs." "Did she ever mention anything at all about a friend from her past? Someone who might be coming to see her or who she'd had trouble with? You understand the sort of thing I mean?" "I understand perfectly. To the best of my knowledge, there was no one of that description. She never indicated anything of the sort." "Thank you. Now, please describe in your own words exactly what occurred last night." "Certainly. Ruby and I performed our 10:30 dance together." Any indication then that something was amiss, Raymond reflected. I didn't notice anything. I wasn't paying attention afterward, as I had my own partners to attend to. I do recall realizing she wasn't in the ballroom later on. By midnight, she still hadn't appeared. I was quite irritated and went to Josie about it. She was playing bridge with the Jeffersons. She claimed she had no idea where Ruby was, and I believe she got a genuine shock. I noticed her shoot a quick, anxious glance at Mr. Jefferson. I persuaded the band to play an extra number and went to the office to have them call Ruby's room. There was no answer. I went back to Josie. She suggested Ruby might have fallen asleep in her room. A rather idiotic suggestion, really, but it was meant for the Jeffersons' benefit, of course. She excused herself and said we should go up together. "Go on, Mr. Starr." "And what did she say once you were alone?" "As far as I remember, she looked furious and said, 'The damned little fool. She can't pull a stunt like this. It will wreck everything. Who is she with?'" "I haven't a clue," I admitted. The last time I'd spotted her, she was dancing with young Bartlett. Josie insisted. "She wouldn't still be with him." "What is she doing?" "She isn't with that movie fellow, is she?" Harper's tone turned sharp. "Movie fellow? Who are you talking about?" Raymond explained. "I don't recall his name. He's never been a guest here. A distinctive sort of man, jet black hair. A bit dramatic in appearance. He claimed to work in the film industry, or so he told Ruby. He came for dinner a couple of times and danced with her afterward, but I never got the impression they were close. That's why I was taken aback when Josie brought him up. I mentioned I didn't think he'd been here tonight. Josie pressed, "Well, she must be out with someone. What in the world am I supposed to tell the Jeffersons?" I asked why it mattered to them, and she insisted it mattered a great deal. She added that she'd never forgive Ruby if she went and ruined everything. By then we'd reached Ruby's room. She wasn't there, of course, but she had been. The dress she'd worn earlier was tossed over a chair. Josie checked the wardrobe and guessed she'd changed into her old white dress. Normally, Ruby would have switched to a black velvet gown for our Spanish dance number. I was growing genuinely irritated by how Ruby had left me in the lurch. Josie tried to calm me, offering to dance herself so old Prescott wouldn't come down on all of us. She hurried off to change, and we returned to perform an exaggerated tango, hoping to settle the Jeffersons. Josie stressed it was crucial, so naturally I did what I could. Superintendent Harper gave a nod. "Thank you, Mr. Starr." Privately, he thought. "Crucial is right, $50,000. He watched Raymond Starr move gracefully away, down the terrace steps, scooping up a can of tennis balls and a racket along the way. Mrs. Jefferson, also carrying a racket, met him, and they headed toward the courts. "Pardon me, sir." Sergeant Higgins, slightly winded, appeared at Harper's side. The superintendent pulled from his chain of thought, looked up, startled. "Message just came through from headquarters, sir. A laborer reported seeing what looked like a fire glare early this morning. About half an hour ago, they found a burned-out car near a quarry. Ven's Quarry, roughly 2 miles from here. There are traces of a charred body inside." A flush spread over Harper's sturdy features. "What's happening to Glenshire? An outbreak of violence?" he muttered. "Were they able to get the license plate number?" "No, sir, but we should identify it by the engine number. They think it's a Minoan 14. As Sir Henry Clithering walked through the lobby of the Majestic, his mind was preoccupied, and he barely glanced at the people there. Yet, as life often goes, something registered in his subconscious, waiting patiently. Heading upstairs, Sir Henry pondered what could have prompted his friend's sudden, urgent message. Conway Jefferson wasn't the type to send rushed summonses to anyone. Something truly out of the ordinary must have happened, Sir Henry decided. Jefferson didn't waste time with preliminaries. "Glad you're here. Edwards, get Sir Henry a drink. Sit down. You haven't heard anything? I take it? Nothing in the papers yet?" Sir Henry shook his head, his curiosity now fully engaged. "What's going on?" "Murder is what's going on. I'm involved in it, and so are your friends, the Bantrys." "Arthur and Dolly Bantry?" Clithering sounded skeptical. "Yes. You see, the body was discovered in their home." Clearly and concisely, Conway Jefferson laid out the facts. Sir Henry listened without interruption. Both men were accustomed to grasping the heart of a matter. During his tenure as Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Sir Henry had been known for his quick grasp of essentials. "It's a most extraordinary affair," he remarked when the other had finished. "How do the Bantrys fit into all this, in your opinion?" "That's precisely what troubles me. You see, Henry, it strikes me that my connection to them might be relevant. It's the only link I can identify. From what I understand, neither of them had ever met the girl before. They've stated that, and I see no reason to doubt them. It's highly improbable they knew her personally. So, isn't it conceivable she was lured away and her body intentionally placed in the home of my friends?" Clithering responded, "That seems rather far-fetched to me." "Yet it remains a possibility," the other man insisted. "Yes, but an unlikely one." "What exactly are you asking of me?" Conway Jefferson replied with bitterness, "I'm confined by my condition. I try to ignore it, to pretend it isn't real, but the truth is inescapable now. I can't move about as I wish, asking questions and investigating matters myself. I'm stuck here, forced to be passively thankful for whatever crumbs of information the police decide to share." "Do you know Chief Constable Melchett of Radfordshire by any chance?" "Yes, we've met." A memory stirred in Sir Henry's mind, a glimpse of a straight-backed elderly woman in the lounge earlier, her face vaguely familiar. "It connected to his last encounter with Melchett," he said. "Are you suggesting I play the part of an amateur detective? That's not really my area?" Jefferson countered. "But you're not an amateur, that's the point. I'm not active anymore, I'm retired now." "That actually makes things simpler," Jefferson noted. "You mean if I were still with Scotland Yard, I couldn't interfere?" "That's quite true. As it stands," Jefferson continued, "your experience gives you every right to take an interest. Any assistance you offer would be welcomed by the authorities," Clithering said thoughtfully. "Protocol allows it, I agree. But what is your real objective, Conway? Simply to discover who killed this girl?" "Exactly that." "You have no suspicions of your own?" "None at all," Sir Henry said slowly. "You probably won't believe this, but there's an expert in unraveling mysteries sitting downstairs in the lounge at this very moment. Someone more skilled at it than I am, and who likely has useful local insight." "What are you talking about?" "Downstairs by the third pillar from the left, there's an elderly lady with a gentle, serene, rather spinsterish appearance and a mind that has explored the darkest depths of human wickedness, treating it as mere routine. Her name is Miss Marple. She lives in St. Mary Mead Village, which is very near Gossington. She's acquainted with the Bantrys, and when it comes to crime, she's the real deal, Conway." Jefferson stared at him, his brow heavily furrowed. He said gruffly, "You're pulling my leg?" "Not at all. You mentioned Melchett earlier. The last time I saw him, there was a tragedy in a village. A girl was believed to have drowned herself. The police, quite correctly, suspected it was murder, not suicide. They thought they knew the culprit. Then along comes old Miss Marple to me, all aflutter. She was worried, she said, that they would hang the wrong person. She had no real evidence, yet she claimed to know the true murderer. She handed me a slip of paper with a name written on it, and Jefferson, she was absolutely right." Conway Jefferson's expression grew even more skeptical. He grunted dismissively. "Feminine intuition, I suppose," he said with clear doubt. "No, she doesn't call it that. She claims it as specialized knowledge. And what does that mean?" "Well, in police work, we understand the concept. Take a burglary. We often have a good idea which of the usual suspects is responsible. We recognize the patterns, the particular methods of certain criminals. Miss Marple often drew connections to her village experiences, some of which might seem minor at first glance. Jefferson expressed doubt, questioning, how could someone from a small village possibly understand a girl raised entirely in the theatrical world? She's likely never even seen the countryside. Sir Henry Clithering, however, held a different view. I believe, he stated with conviction, she might offer some valuable insights. When Sir Henry approached her, Miss Marple's cheeks colored with delight. Sir Henry, what a wonderful surprise to find you here. Likewise, it is a genuine pleasure, he replied with a courteous smile. You are too kind, she murmured, still slightly flustered. Are you a guest at the hotel? We are, as it happens. We? Mrs. Bantry is here as well. She studied his face intently. You've heard the news, I gather? Yes, I can see you have. It's dreadful, isn't it? What brings Dolly Bantry here? Is the Colonel with her? No. They each have their own way of coping, naturally. Poor Colonel Bantry retreats into his study or buries himself in farm business when trouble arises. He's rather like a tortoise, withdrawing into his shell and hoping to go unnoticed. Dolly, of course, is the opposite. In fact, said Sir Henry, who knew his old friend well, Dolly is rather relishing the drama, wouldn't you say? Well, perhaps, poor dear. And she's brought you along to work your usual magic, to pull the answer from thin air. Miss Marple replied calmly. Dolly felt a change of scenery would be beneficial, and she didn't wish to travel alone. Her eyes met his with a gentle sparkle. Though your description is quite accurate. It does put me in an awkward position, as I fear I'm not being particularly helpful. No thoughts at all? No parallels from St. Mary Mead? I haven't learned enough about the situation yet. Then allow me to brief you, Sir Henry offered. Consider yourself officially consulted. He provided a concise summary of events. Miss Marple listened with rapt attention. Poor Mr. Jefferson, she sighed. Such a tragic story. These horrific accidents. To be left alive and crippled seems a crueler fate than if he had perished with his family. Precisely. That's why his friends so admire his determination to carry on, overcoming such profound pain, grief, and physical limitations. It is truly admirable. The one aspect I find puzzling is this sudden, deep affection for the girl. I suppose she might have possessed some extraordinary qualities. Probably not, Miss Marple said serenely. You don't think so? I doubt her qualities were the main factor. Sir Henry clarified. He's not some lecherous old man, you understand? Oh, no. Miss Marple became quite pink. I didn't mean to imply anything of the sort. I expressed myself poorly. I only meant he was searching for a lively, pleasant girl to fill the void left by his daughter, and this girl simply seized her chance and exploited it fully. I know that sounds harsh, but I've witnessed similar situations many times. Take the young parlor maid at Mr. Harbottle's, for instance, a very plain girl, but quiet and polite. His sister was called away to care for an ailing cousin, and when she returned, she found the girl utterly transformed, sitting in the drawing room without her cap or apron, laughing and chatting as an equal. Miss Harbottle reprimanded her sharply, and the girl was insolent. Then old Miss Harbottle stunned everyone by announcing he thought his sister had managed his household long enough and that he was making new arrangements. The village was buzzing with gossip. Poor Miss Harbottle had to move into some rather cramped rooms in Eastbourne. People whispered, naturally, but I believe there was no improper conduct. It was simply that the old gentleman found it far more agreeable to have a youthful, cheerful companion who praised his wit and charm, rather than a sister who constantly criticized him and reminded him of his faults, even if she was an excellent and frugal housekeeper. After a brief pause, Miss Marple continued her reflection. Mr. Badger, who owned the pharmacy, made quite a show of doting on the young woman in his cosmetics department. He insisted to his wife that they should treat her like a daughter, and even invited her to live with them. Mrs. Badger, however, was having none of it. Sir Henry remarked, if she had been a girl from his own social circle, perhaps the child of a friend. Miss Marple cut in. Oh, but that wouldn't have served his purpose nearly as well. It's the old story of King Cophetua and the beggar maid. When you're a rather lonely, weary older gentleman and maybe your own family hasn't been paying you much attention. She paused briefly. Well, to take under your wing someone who will be utterly dazzled by your generosity, to put it rather grandly. But I hope you catch my meaning. That's far more compelling. It makes you feel like a benevolent ruler. The recipient is more likely to be swept away, and that, naturally, is a very agreeable sensation. She paused again. You see, Mr. Badger bought this shop girl some truly extravagant gifts, a diamond bracelet and a top-of-the-line radio gramophone. He dipped heavily into his savings to do it. But Mrs. Badger, who was far more sharp-witted than poor Miss Harbottle, marriage does tend to sharpen one's instincts, doesn't it? Took it upon herself to dig a little deeper. When Miss Badger found out the girl was involved with a rather disreputable young man from the racetrack crowd and had actually pawned the bracelet to give him the money, well, he was utterly revolted, and the whole matter blew over without further trouble. Interestingly, he gave Mrs. Badger a diamond ring the following Christmas. Her kind, perceptive eyes met Sir Henry's. He wondered if her story was meant as a subtle pointer. He asked, "Are you implying that if there had been a young man in Ruby Keane's life, my friend's attitude toward her might have shifted? It most likely would have, you know. I suppose in a year or two he might have enjoyed arranging a marriage for her himself, though, let's be honest, men can be rather possessive in these matters. But I certainly believe that if Ruby Keane had a beau, she'd have been very careful to keep it quiet. And that young man might have resented her secrecy? I imagine that's a very plausible explanation. It did strike me, you know, that her cousin, the young woman we saw at Gossington this morning, seemed quite openly resentful of the deceased girl. What you've told me clarifies why. No doubt she was anticipating a significant financial benefit from the arrangement. So she's rather a cold-hearted character, then. Perhaps that's a bit severe. The poor young woman has had to make her own way, and you can't expect her to grieve over the fact that a wealthy couple, as you've described Mr. Gaskell and Mrs. Jefferson, are going to miss out on a further large sum of money to which they have no particular ethical claim. I'd say Miss Turner is a practical, ambitious person with a decent temper and a fair share of zest for life. A little, Miss Marple added, like Jessie Golden, the baker's daughter. What became of her? Inquired Sir Henry. She trained as a nursery governess and married the family's son, who was home on leave from India. I understand she made him an excellent wife. Sir Henry steered the conversation back from these engaging digressions. He said, "Can you think of any reason why my friend Conway Jefferson might have suddenly developed this Cophetua complex, as you call it?" "There might be a reason, such as," Miss Marple said, choosing her words carefully. "This is merely a suggestion, of course, but perhaps his son-in-law and daughter-in-law might have begun considering remarriage. Surely he wouldn't have objected to that." "Oh, no, not objected. But you must see it from his perspective. He suffered a dreadful shock and loss, so did they. The three grieving people have been living together, and the bond between them is their shared sorrow. My dear mother always said that time has a way of mending wounds. Mr. Gaskell and Mrs. Jefferson are still young. Without even realizing it, they might have started to grow restless, quietly resenting the ties that bound them to their old grief. Feeling that shift, old Mr. Jefferson would have sensed a sudden cooling of sympathy, though he wouldn't have known why. It happens so often. Men are terribly quick to feel overlooked. Take Mr. Harbottle. It began when his sister moved away. And with the Badgers, it was Mrs. Badger's new passion for spiritualism, always dashing off to some séance. "I must admit," said Sir Henry with a sigh, "I do object to how you reduce us all to the same basic pattern." Miss Marple gave a sorrowful shake of her head. "Human nature is remarkably consistent, Sir Henry, wherever you go." Sir Henry replied with distaste, "Mr. Harbottle, Mr. Badger, and poor Conway. Forgive the personal question, but do you have anyone in your village who resembles me?" "Well, naturally there is Briggs." "Who is Briggs?" "He was the head gardener up at Old Hall, the finest they ever employed. He had an uncanny sense for when the younger men were slacking off. He managed the grounds with only 3 men and a boy, and the place looked better than it ever had with twice the staff. He even won several first prizes for his sweet peas. He's retired now." "Like me," said Sir Henry, "but he still takes on the odd job, if the people suit him." "Ah," Sir Henry nodded again, "like me. That's precisely what I'm doing now, taking on a job, to assist an old friend." "2 old friends," Miss Marple corrected gently. "2." Sir Henry looked puzzled. I assumed you meant Mr. Jefferson, but I was thinking of Colonel and Mrs. Bantry. Yes, of course, I understand. He leaned forward. Was that why you referred to Dolly Bantry as poor dear when we began talking? Exactly. She hasn't yet grasped what's coming. I recognize the signs because I've seen it before. You see, Sir Henry, there's a real chance this crime may never be solved, much like those dreadful Brighton trunk murders. If that happens, it will be utterly devastating for the Bantrys. The Colonel, like so many retired military men, is unusually sensitive to public opinion. He won't notice at first, but then it will start to sink in. A slight here, a snub there, declined invitations, flimsy excuses bit by bit, it will dawn on him. He'll withdraw, grow terribly morbid and miserable. Let me be certain I follow, said Sir Henry. You mean that because the body was discovered in his home, people will assume he was involved? Without a doubt. I'm sure they're already saying it, and the talk will only grow. People will avoid them, give them the cold shoulder. That's why the truth must come out and why I agreed to come here with Mrs. Bantry. An open accusation is one thing. A soldier can face that. He can be indignant. He can fight back. But this quiet, poisonous whispering will break him. It will break both of them. So you see, Sir Henry, we must uncover the truth. Sir Henry said, do you have any thoughts on why the body was left in his house? There has to be a reason, some connection. Oh, certainly. The girl was last seen here around 20 minutes to 11. By midnight, according to the doctor, she was dead. Gossington is roughly 20 miles away. The road is good for 16 of those miles until you turn off the main highway. A powerful car could make the trip well under half an hour. Practically any car could average 35 miles an hour. But why would someone strangle her here and then move her body to Gossington or take her out there to do the deed? It just doesn't make sense to me. Of course it doesn't, because that isn't what happened. Are you suggesting she was killed by someone who drove her out in a car and then decided to dump her in the first convenient house he came across? Not at all. I believe there was a carefully constructed plan. What we're seeing is that plan gone wrong. Sir Henry stared at her. Why would a careful plan go wrong? Miss Marple offered a somewhat apologetic smile. Life has a way of introducing the unexpected, doesn't it? If I said this plan failed because people are far more fragile and perceptive than planners ever account for, it might sound fanciful. But I believe that's precisely the case. She broke off as footsteps approached. Ah, here comes Mrs. Bantry now. Mrs. Bantry arrived with Adelaide Jefferson. Spotting Sir Henry, she exclaimed, You, the very same, he replied warmly, taking both her hands. My dear Mrs. Bantry, I can't express how sorry I am about all this. Please, not Mrs. B, she said automatically before continuing. Arthur isn't here. He's treating the whole matter rather gravely. Miss Marple and I have decided to do a little investigating ourselves. You remember Mrs. Jefferson? Certainly. He shook hands with Adelaide, who asked anxiously, Have you spoken with my father-in-law? Yes, I have. I'm relieved. We've been worried about him. It was a dreadful shock. Let's go out to the terrace, Mrs. Bantry suggested with her typical directness. We can have drinks and discuss this properly. The group moved outside and joined Mark Gaskell, who was sitting alone at the far end. After some polite exchanges and the arrival of their beverages, Mrs. Bantry dove straight in. We can speak openly, can't we? We're all friends here, and Miss Marple has an exceptional understanding of these matters. She wishes to help. Mark Gaskell studied Miss Marple with a puzzled air. Do you, by any chance, write mystery novels? He was aware that the most unlikely people sometimes did, and this elderly lady in her traditional attire seemed a particularly improbable candidate. Oh, no, I'm not nearly clever enough for that, Miss Marple demurred. She's brilliant at this sort of thing, Mrs. Bantry insisted impatiently. I'll explain later, now, Addie. I want the truth. What was this girl really like? Adelaide Jefferson hesitated, glanced at Mark, and gave a half laugh. You certainly don't beat around the bush. Did you like her? No, of course I didn't. Mrs. Bantry turned her questioning to Mark Gaskell. He chose his words deliberately, a classic gold digger, and she was good at her job. She had Jeff thoroughly wrapped around her finger. Both he and Adelaide referred to their father-in-law as Jeff. Sir Henry listened with disapproval. The man was indiscreet, too outspoken. He had never entirely trusted Mark Gaskell's charm, finding him somewhat unreliable, prone to talking too much and occasional boasting. He had sometimes wondered if Conway Jefferson shared these unspoken doubts. "But couldn't you have done something to stop it?" pressed Mrs. Bantry. Mark replied dryly, "We might have if we'd recognized the situation sooner." He shot a glance at Adelaide, who flushed slightly. The glance held a note of reproach. "Mark thinks I should have seen it coming," she admitted. "You left the old man too much on his own, Addie? With your tennis lessons and everything else?" "Well, I needed the exercise," she said defensively. "Besides, it never occurred to me." "No," Mark agreed. "It didn't occur to either of us. Jeff has always been the most sensible and clear-headed man." Miss Marple offered her perspective in her characteristic manner, speaking of men as if they were a peculiar breed.
"Gentlemen," she observed, "are often not nearly as level-headed as they appear."
"You can say that again?" Mark concurred with a wry smile, taking a long sip of his drink as he reflected on the simple routines, like Jeff's evening walks by the garden wall that had suddenly become points of vulnerability in a plan that went awry not through complexity, but through a fundamental misreading of human nature. Miss Marple, we were completely blind to the situation. We couldn't fathom what the old gentleman saw in that rather shallow, artificial young woman. Still, we were happy he was entertained and content. We believed she was harmless. Harmless? I could kick myself for not seeing through it sooner. Addie quickly interjected, "Mark, you have to mind your words." He gave her a charming, if somewhat reckless, grin. "I suppose I should, otherwise folks might think I actually did something about it. Not that it matters much. Addie and I are probably the prime suspects anyway. If anyone stood to gain from that girl's demise, it was the two of us." "Mark!" Mrs. Jefferson exclaimed, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in her tone. "You really must stop." All right," Mark Gaskell conceded, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "But I do enjoy speaking plainly. Our dear father-in-law was ready to hand over £50,000 to that cunning, simple-minded little schemer. Mark, show some respect. She's gone now." "Yes, she's gone," he acknowledged, his tone shifting slightly. "And honestly, why shouldn't she use every advantage she had? Who am I to point fingers? I've done my share of questionable things. No, let's be fair. Ruby had every right to play her hand, and we were fools for not catching on earlier." Sir Henry inquired, "What was your reaction when Mr. Jefferson told you he intended to adopt her?" Mark spread his hands wide. What could we possibly say? Addie, ever the picture of grace, kept her composure perfectly. She put on a brave face, and I did my best to follow her lead. "I would have raised the roof," declared Mrs. Bantry. "To be perfectly honest," Mark replied, "we weren't in a position to make a scene. It was Jeff's money, we aren't his direct relatives. He had always been extraordinarily generous to us, we just had to grit our teeth and bear it." He paused, adding thoughtfully, "But that didn't mean we had to like little Ruby." Adelaide Jefferson said softly, "If only it had been a different sort of girl? Jeff had godchildren, you know. Had it been one of them, it would have made some sense." A hint of bitterness crept into her voice. "And Jeff always seemed so fond of Peter?" "Of course," Mrs. Bantry nodded. "I know Peter is your son from your first marriage, but I'd nearly forgotten. I've always thought of him as Mr. Jefferson's own grandson." "So have I," Adelaide replied, and something in her tone made Miss Marple turn to look at her more closely. Mark's expression darkened. "This was Josie's doing. She's the one who brought the girl here." Adelaide seemed startled. "You can't possibly think she did it on purpose? You've always been so fond of Josie?" "I was," Mark admitted. "I thought she was a straight shooter." He let out a short, humorless laugh. "But let's be real, Josie's clever. She probably saw which way the wind was blowing long before we did, and decided to keep her mouth shut." Adelaide sighed. "I suppose one can't really blame her for that." "Oh, we can't blame anyone for anything," Mark said, his earlier sarcasm returning with a vengeance. It was a sharp, cynical twist, a mask for the frustration simmering beneath. Mrs. Bantry, steering the conversation, asked, "Was Ruby Keene actually pretty?" Mark considered the question. "I thought you'd seen her." "I saw her, afterward," Mrs. Bantry said hastily with a slight shudder. One couldn't really tell. Frankly, no, Mark stated. Without all the paint and powder, she wasn't much to look at. A narrow, sharp little face, hardly any chin, prominent teeth, a rather plain nose, really. That sounds dreadful, Mrs. Bantry remarked. Oh, she wasn't dreadful, Mark corrected. With enough effort, she managed to create a certain effect. Wouldn't you say, Addie? Yes, Adelaide agreed. A very artificial pink and white chocolate box sort of prettiness. She did have lovely blue eyes. Exactly, Mark nodded. That wide, innocent stare. The heavy mascara made them seem even bluer. Her hair was obviously bleached. He fell silent for a moment, a new realization dawning. You know, now that I think about it, with all that artificial coloring, she bore a faint, cheap resemblance to my late wife, Rosamond. I imagine that's what caught the old man's eye in the first place. He sighed, the sound heavy with a complicated mix of regret and resignation. It's a terrible situation, really. The truth is, Addie, and I can't help feeling a sense of relief that she's gone. He held up a hand to quiet his sister-in-law. Don't bother denying it, Addie. I know exactly what you're thinking because I feel it too. I'm not about to pretend otherwise. But at the very same time, I'm genuinely worried about Jeff. This whole affair has shaken him terribly. He broke off, his gaze fixed on the doors leading from the lounge to the terrace. Well, look who decided to show up. You really are a ruthless planner, Addie. Mrs. Jefferson glanced over her shoulder, gave a little start, and rose to her feet, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She hurried along the terrace to meet a tall, middle-aged man with a lean, tanned face who was glancing around uncertainly. Mrs. Bantry whispered, Is that Hugo McLean? Mark Gaskell confirmed it. None other. The ever-faithful Hugo. Wherever Addie calls, he comes running from whatever corner of the world he's in, always hoping she'll finally say yes. And honestly, I think she might one day. Miss Marple watched the pair with a warm, knowing smile. A long-standing romance? One of the classic, patient kinds, Mark said thoughtfully. It's been going on for years. That's just the sort of woman Addie is, he added, almost to himself. I suppose she phoned him this morning. She didn't mention it to me. The butler, Edwards, approached discreetly and stopped at Mark's side. Pardon me, sir. Mr. Jefferson is asking for you upstairs. I'll be right there. Mark stood quickly, nodding to the group. He said, Catch you later, and left. Sir Henry leaned closer to Miss Marple. So, what are your impressions of our chief beneficiaries in this sad affair? Miss Marple considered, watching Adelaide Jefferson talk with her old friend. I should think she is a wonderfully devoted mother. Oh, she is, Mrs. Bantry agreed. She's utterly dedicated to Peter. She's the sort of woman, Miss Marple continued, that everyone naturally likes. The kind who could, if she wished, marry successfully more than once. Not in a flashy, obvious way. That's a different type entirely. I understand, said Sir Henry. What you both mean, Mrs. Bantry clarified, is that she's a splendid listener. Sir Henry laughed. And what of Mark Gaskell? Ah, said Miss Marple, he's a slippery one. A village comparison, if you please. Like Mr. Hodgkins, the contractor back home. He had a way of talking people into expensive home improvements they never really wanted, then charmingly explaining away the outrageous bill. A very smooth operator, he married for money, as I understand Mr. Gaskell did as well. You don't care for him. On the contrary, I find him quite likable. Most women would. But he doesn't fool me. He's terribly attractive, of course, though perhaps not wise to speak quite as freely as he does. Unwise is putting it mildly, Sir Henry remarked. If Mark isn't careful, all that talking will land him in hot water. A tall, dark young man in white flannels appeared on the terrace and paused near Adelaide Jefferson and Hugo McLean. Sir Henry provided an introduction. And here we have another interested party. That is Raymond Starr, the tennis and dancing professional, Ruby Keene's partner. Miss Marple studied him with interest. He's very handsome, isn't he? I suppose so. Don't be ridiculous, Sir Henry. Mrs. Bantry chided. There's no supposing about it. The man is good-looking. Miss Marple murmured, I believe Mrs. Jefferson mentioned she'd been taking tennis lessons lately. Do you mean something by that, Jane? Or don't you? Miss Marple wasn't given a chance to answer. Young Peter Carmody bounded over and addressed Sir Henry directly. I say, are you a detective too? I saw you talking with the superintendent. The portly one is a superintendent, right? That's correct. And someone said you're a terribly important detective from London. The head of Scotland Yard or someone like that? In books, the head of Scotland Yard is usually a complete bore, isn't he? Oh, not anymore. Making fun of the police is terribly old-fashioned. Have you figured out who did it yet? I'm afraid not. Are you having fun with all this, Peter? Inquired Mrs. Bantry. Well, I suppose so. It's a change of pace, isn't it? I've been searching everywhere for clues, but no luck yet. I did get a souvenir, though. Want to see it? Honestly, my mother told me to throw it out. Parents can be so difficult sometimes. He pulled a small matchbox from his pocket. Sliding it open, he revealed the contents. Look, it's a fingernail. Her fingernail. I'm going to label it Fingernail of the Murdered Woman and take it back to school. A proper souvenir, don't you think? Where on earth did you get that? Asked Miss Marple. Well, it was a bit of a lucky break, really. I didn't know she was going to be murdered at the time. It was before dinner last night. Ruby snagged her nail on Josie's shawl and tore it. My mother clipped it off and told me to toss it in the wastebasket. I meant to, but I just put it in my pocket instead. This morning I remembered and checked, and it was still there. So now I have my souvenir. How revolting, said Mrs. Bantry. Peter responded with polite curiosity. Oh, do you really think so? Found any other souvenirs? Sir Henry asked. Well, I'm not sure. I might have something. He pulled an envelope from his pocket and extracted a piece of brown, tape-like material. It's a bit of that fellow George Bartlett's shoelace. I saw his shoes outside his door this morning and pocketed a piece just in case. In case of what? In case he turns out to be the murderer, of course. He was the last person to see her alive, and that's always terribly suspicious, you know. Is it nearly dinner time? I'm absolutely starving. The gap between tea and dinner always feels like an eternity. Oh, look, there's Uncle Hugo. I didn't know Mother had invited him down. I suppose she sent for him. She always does when she's in a tight spot. And here comes Josie now. Hi, Josie. Josephine Turner, walking along the terrace, stopped and looked rather startled to see Mrs. Bantry and Miss Marple. Mrs. Bantry said cheerfully, How do you do, Miss Turner? We've come to do a little detective work. Josie cast a nervous glance around and lowered her voice. It's just awful. Nobody knows publicly yet. It isn't in the papers. I suppose everyone will be asking me questions, and it's so awkward. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Her gaze turned rather plaintively toward Miss Marple, who said, Yes, I'm afraid it will be a very trying situation for you. Encouraged by this sympathy, Josie continued, You see, Mr. Prescott told me don't talk about it. That's easy for him to say, but people are bound to ask, and you can't very well offend them, can you? Mr. Prescott said he hoped I'd carry on as usual, and he wasn't particularly pleasant about it, so of course I want to do my best. And I really don't see why everything should be blamed on me. Sir Henry said, Do you mind if I ask you a direct question? Oh, ask me anything you like, Josie replied, with a hint of insincerity. Has there been any tension between you and Mrs. Jefferson and Mr. Gaskell over this whole affair? You mean over the murder? No, not specifically the murder. Josie stood twisting her fingers. She said rather sulkily, Well, yes and no, if you know what I mean. Neither of them has said anything outright. But I think they blame me for Mr. Jefferson taking such a shine to Ruby. It wasn't my fault, though, was it? These things just happen. I never imagined anything like this would occur, not for a second. I was completely stunned. Her words carried a ring of undeniable sincerity. Sir Henry said kindly, I'm sure you were. But once it had happened, Josie lifted her chin. Well, it was a stroke of luck, wasn't it? Everyone deserves a bit of luck now and then. She gave them a slightly defiant, questioning look before turning and walking across the terrace into the hotel. Peter remarked thoughtfully, I don't believe she's the one, Miss Marple murmured. That bit of fingernail is quite telling. It had been bothering me how to explain her nails. Nails? Sir Henry asked. Mrs. Bantry clarified. The dead girl's nails, they were quite short, and now that Jane mentions it, it does seem odd. A girl like that usually keeps them long. Miss Marple added, but if she tore one off, she might trim the others to match. I wonder if they found any nail clippings in her room. Sir Henry studied her curiously. I'll ask Superintendent Harper when he returns. Returns from where? Mrs. Bantry inquired. He hasn't gone to Gossington, has he? Sir Henry replied gravely. No. There's been another tragedy. A car was found blazing in a quarry. Miss Marple caught her breath. Was someone inside? I'm afraid so, yes. Miss Marple said thoughtfully, I expect that will be the missing girl guide, Pamela Reeves. Sir Henry stared. Why on earth would you think that? Miss Marple flushed slightly. Well, the radio reported she was missing from her home since last night. She lived in Daneley Vale, which isn't far, and she was last seen at the Girl Guide rally on Danebury Downs. That's very close indeed. She would have had to pass through Danmouth to get home, so it rather fits, doesn't it? It seems she might have seen or heard something she shouldn't have. If so, she'd be a danger to the murderer and would have to be silenced. Two such incidents must be connected, don't you think? Sir Henry's voice grew tense. You're suggesting a second murder? Why not? Her calm, steady gaze met his. Once someone has committed one murder, they don't hesitate at a second. Or even a third? A third? You think there could be a third murder? I think it's quite possible. Yes, highly possible, Miss Marple, said Sir Henry. You frighten me. Do you know who might be next? Miss Marple replied quietly. I have a very good idea. Colonel Melchett and Superintendent Harper exchanged glances. Harper had come to Much Benham to consult. Melchett said gloomily, Well, we know where we stand, or rather, where we don't. Where we don't sums it up better, sir. We've got 2 deaths to consider, Melchett continued. 2 murders. Ruby Keene and the child, Pamela Reeves. There wasn't much left to identify the poor girl, but enough. One shoe survived the fire and was confirmed as hers, along with a button from her Girl Guide uniform. A monstrous business, Superintendent. Superintendent Harper said quietly, I couldn't agree more, sir. Thankfully, Haydock is certain she was dead before the car was set ablaze. The way she was thrown across the seat indicates that, probably knocked out, poor child. Or strangled, perhaps. You think so? It's possible, sir. There are murderers who operate that way. I know. I've spoken with the parents. The girl's mother is beside herself. The whole thing is utterly distressing. The question we must settle is, are the 2 murders connected? The superintendent counted off the points on his fingers. She attended the Girl Guide rally on Danebury Downs. Her companions said she was normal and cheerful. She didn't return with the others on the bus to Medchester. She told them she was going to Danemath to visit Woolworth's and would catch the bus home from there. That's plausible enough. The Woolworth's in Danemath is a large store. The girl lived out in the countryside and didn't often get the chance to go into town. The main route from the Downs into Danmouth makes a wide inland loop. Pamela Reeves chose a more direct path, cutting across 2 fields before joining a footpath and a narrow lane that would lead her into town near the Majestic Hotel. This lane, in fact, runs directly along the hotel's western side. It is entirely plausible, then, that she might have overheard or witnessed something related to Ruby Keene that would have posed a serious threat to the killer. For example, she could have heard someone arranging to meet Ruby at 11 that very evening. Realizing this schoolgirl had stumbled upon his plans, the murderer would have had no choice but to silence her. Colonel Melchett considered this. That assumes, Harper, that Ruby Keene's murder was planned in advance rather than a sudden, impulsive act. Superintendent Harper nodded in agreement. I'm leaning toward the idea that it was premeditated, sir. On the surface, it seems like it should be the other way, a violent outburst driven by passion or jealousy. But that doesn't adequately explain the girl's death. If she witnessed the actual crime, it would have been late at night, around 11. What would she be doing near the Majestic Hotel at such an hour? Her parents were already worried by 9 because she hadn't returned home. The other possibility, Melchett offered, is that she went to Danemath to meet someone unknown to her family, making her death completely separate from the other. Yes, sir, but I don't believe that's the case. Even old Miss Marple immediately sensed a connection. She asked right away if the body in the burnt car was the Girl Guide. She's a sharp one, that old lady. Sometimes these elderly women are remarkably shrewd. They pinpoint the crucial detail without hesitation. Miss Marple has a habit of doing just that, Melchett remarked dryly. And then there's the car, sir. That seems to tie her death directly to the Majestic. It was George Bartlett's car. The two men exchanged a knowing look. Melchett said, George Bartlett? It's possible. What's your take? Harper laid out the facts methodically. Ruby Keene was last seen with George Bartlett. He claims she went to her room to change, which is supported by her dress being found there. But did she change specifically to go out with him? Could they have arranged an earlier meeting, perhaps discussed it before dinner, and Pamela Reeves accidentally overheard their plans? Melchett added, he didn't report his car missing until the next morning, and he was remarkably vague about it then, pretended he couldn't remember when he last saw it. That could be cleverness, sir, the way I see it. He's either a very clever man pretending to be a fool, or he simply is a fool. What we lack, Melchett pointed out, is a motive. As it stands, Bartlett had no apparent reason to want Ruby Keene dead. Yes, that's the sticking point every time. Motive. All the reports from the Palais de Danse in Brixwell have come up empty, I understand. Completely. Ruby Keene had no steady boyfriend. Slack has been thorough in his investigation. You have to give him credit for that. Thorough is the right word, sir. If there was anything to uncover, he'd have found it. But there's nothing. He compiled a list of her regular dancing partners, all checked out, harmless fellows, and everyone has an alibi for that night. Harper sighed. Alibis, that's what we're constantly running up against. Melchett looked at him sharply. You think so? I've left that aspect of the investigation entirely in your hands. Yes, sir, and it's been examined meticulously. We even requested assistance from London on the matter. And Mr. Conway Jefferson might believe that Mr. Gaskell and young Mrs. Jefferson are financially comfortable, but the truth is quite the opposite. They are both under significant financial strain. Is that confirmed? Absolutely, sir. It's as Mr. Conway Jefferson stated. He transferred substantial sums to his son and daughter upon their marriages, but that was years ago. The money hasn't lasted, and their current circumstances are far from secure. Mr. Frank Jefferson considered himself a shrewd investor. He avoided outright speculative ventures, yet his luck was poor and his judgment often flawed. Over time, his financial portfolio had consistently declined. It was my understanding that Mrs. Jefferson struggled to manage the household budget while still affording her son a quality education. Yet, she never sought assistance from her father-in-law. No, sir, she resides in his home, which naturally covers her living expenses. And given his frail health, he was not anticipated to live much longer. Correct, sir. Now, regarding Mr. Mark Gaskell, he is a gambler through and through. He exhausted his wife's inheritance swiftly and is currently entangled in significant debt. He is in desperate need of a substantial sum of money. I must admit, I didn't care for his appearance much, remarked Colonel Melchett. A rather reckless sort of fellow, wouldn't you say? And he certainly had a motive. Removing that young woman meant £25,000 for him, a powerful incentive indeed. Both of them had a motive. I am not considering Mrs. Jefferson in that light. No, sir, I understand, and in any case, the alibi stands firm for both individuals. They simply could not have committed the act. That is the situation. Do you have a precise account of their activities that evening? Yes, I do. Starting with Mr. Gaskell, he dined with his father-in-law and Mrs. Jefferson, had coffee with them afterward when Ruby Keene joined the party. He then excused himself, claiming he needed to write letters. In truth, he took his car for a drive along the coast. He confessed to me quite openly that he couldn't endure a full evening of bridge, a passion of the older gentleman. Ruby remained with the others. Mark Gaskell returned while she was dancing with Raymond. Following the dance, Ruby had a drink with them before departing with young Bartlett. Gaskell and the others then drew for partners and began their bridge game. That commenced at 20 minutes to 11, and he did not leave the table until after midnight. This is firmly established, sir, confirmed by the family, the waitstaff, everyone, therefore he could not have done it. Mrs. Jefferson's alibi is identical, she also never left the table. They are both cleared. Colonel Melchett leaned back, tapping his desk with a letter opener. Superintendent Harper suggested, that is, assuming the murder occurred before midnight. Haydock insists it did. He's very reliable in these matters. If he states something, it is fact. There could be mitigating factors, health, some physical peculiarity. I'll inquire. Melchett checked his watch, lifted the telephone receiver, and requested a number. Haydock should be available now. So, assuming she was killed after midnight, then possibilities open up, Harper continued. There was movement later that night. Suppose Gaskell had arranged to meet the girl outside around 12:20. He slips away briefly, strangles her, returns, and disposes of the body in the early morning hours. Melchett countered, drives her 20 miles to deposit her in Bantry's library? Come now, that's hardly a plausible scenario. No, it isn't, the superintendent conceded readily. The telephone rang. Melchett answered. Hello, Haydock. Ruby Keene. Is there any possibility the time of death could be pushed past midnight? I told you it was between 10 and midnight. Yes, I know. But could the window be extended slightly? No, it cannot be extended. When I say before midnight, I mean before midnight. Do not attempt to manipulate the medical evidence. But couldn't there be some physiological variable? You understand my meaning? I understand that you are speaking without expertise. The girl was in perfect health with no abnormalities, and I will not alter my findings merely to help you secure a noose around some poor soul you've decided to target. And spare your protests, I am well acquainted with your methods. The girl, it turns out, was not strangled while conscious. She was subdued first with a powerful narcotic. The strangulation was the cause of death, but the drug came before. Haydock ended the call. Melchett responded with a grim, well, there we have it. Harper offered an update. I had another potential lead, sir, but it didn't amount to anything. Who was it? Technically your territory, Colonel. A young man named Basil Blake. He has a place near Gossington Hall. Insolent pup. The Colonel's expression darkened at the memory of the young man's brazen disrespect. How is he involved? It appears he was acquainted with Ruby Keene. He dined at the Majestic on several occasions and danced with her. Recall what Josie said to Raymond when Ruby first went missing. She isn't with that film man, is she? I've confirmed she was referring to Blake. He works for the Lenville Studios. Josie's suspicion seems based only on a general impression that Ruby was rather taken with him. Sounds very promising, Harper. Not as solid as it seems, I'm afraid. Basil Blake attended a studio party that evening. You know the sort starts with cocktails and deteriorates until the air is thick and coherence is lost. According to Inspector Slack's interview, Blake left around midnight. Ruby Keene was already dead by then. Is his story corroborated? Most of the other attendees were, to put it politely, in no state to be reliable. The young woman currently residing at his bungalow, a Miss Dinah Lee, confirms his account. That proves nothing. Agreed, sir. Statements from others generally support his timeline, though their own sense of time was admittedly fuzzy. Where are these studios located? Lenville, sir, about 30 miles southwest of London. Roughly the same distance from here. Yes, sir. Colonel Melchett rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a note of frustration in his voice. It seems we can likely eliminate him. I believe so. There's no indication his interest in Ruby Keene was serious. In fact, Superintendent Harper cleared his throat discreetly. He seems quite preoccupied with his own companion. Melchett summarized their bleak position. So we are left with X, an unknown killer so elusive Slack can't find a trace. Or Jefferson's son-in-law, who had motive but seemingly no opportunity. The daughter-in-law is in the same boat. Or George Bartlett, who lacks an alibi but, inconveniently, also lacks a discernible motive. Or young Blake, who has an alibi and no motive. And that's the list. Wait, we should consider the dance instructor Raymond Starr. He spent a considerable amount of time with the girl. Harper responded slowly. It's difficult to believe he was genuinely involved. If he was, he's a superb actor. For all practical purposes, he too has an alibi. He was in view of numerous people from shortly before 11 until midnight, dancing with different partners. I don't see a case there either. In short, Colonel Melchett concluded, we cannot build a case against anyone. George Bartlett remains our best prospect, Harper said. If only we could discover a motive. You've had his background checked? Yes, sir. Only child indulged by his mother, inherited a significant sum upon her death last year and is spending it rapidly. More weak-willed than deliberately wicked. Perhaps he's unhinged, Melchett suggested with a faint hope. Superintendent Harper nodded. Has it occurred to you, sir, that this might explain the entire affair? A homicidal maniac, you mean? Precisely, sir. One of those individuals driven to attack young women. The medical profession has a lengthy term for it. That would conveniently resolve all our problems, Melchett conceded. Yet a shadow of doubt remained. There's just one aspect of that theory I find unsatisfactory, he began. Meanwhile, in another room, Conway Jefferson stirred from sleep, stretching his powerful arms, the repository of all his physical strength since his accident. The soft morning light filtered through the curtains. A private, contented smile touched his lips. Each morning after a full night's sleep, he would awaken feeling this way, content, restored, his profound energy replenished. A new day. For a moment, he simply lay there. Then he reached for the special bell beside his hand, and all at once, a tide of memory washed over him. Just as Edwards, skillful and soft-footed, stepped into the room, a groan escaped his master's lips. Edwards hesitated, his hand on the curtains. "Are you in pain, sir?" he asked. Conway Jefferson replied briskly, "No." "Go ahead. Draw them." Bright daylight filled the room. Understanding, Edwards avoided looking directly at his master. With a grim expression, Conway Jefferson lay there remembering and thinking. Once more he saw Ruby's pretty, empty face before his eyes, though in his mind he didn't think of it as empty. The night before he would have called it innocent, a simple, guileless child. And now, an immense weariness settled over him. He shut his eyes. Under his breath, he whispered, "Margaret." It was the name of his late wife. "I like your friend," Adelaide Jefferson remarked to Mrs. Bantry. The two women were seated on the terrace. "Jane Marple is quite an extraordinary woman," Mrs. Bantry replied. "She's also very kind," Addie said with a smile. "Some label her a gossip," Mrs. Bantry added, "but that isn't true at all. Just a rather skeptical view of human nature." "You could put it that way." "It's actually rather refreshing," Adelaide observed, "especially after dealing with too much of the opposite." Mrs. Bantry gave her a keen look. Addie went on to explain. "So much lofty thinking, so much idealization of someone who hardly deserved it." "You're speaking of Ruby Keene?" Addie nodded. "I don't wish to sound cruel about her. She wasn't wicked. Poor little thing, she had to struggle for everything she got. She wasn't malicious, just common. Rather silly, and fairly good-hearted, but undoubtedly a little gold digger. I don't believe she plotted or schemed deliberately. She was simply quick to seize an opportunity when it arose, and she knew exactly how to appeal to a lonely older man." "I imagine," Mrs. Bantry said thoughtfully, "that Conway was rather lonely." Addie shifted restlessly. "He was, this summer," she admitted. After a pause, she burst out, "Mark insists it was all my fault." "Maybe it was. I don't really know." She fell silent briefly. Then, driven by a need to confide, continued in a halting, almost reluctant manner. "My life has been so unusual. Mike Carmody, my first husband, passed away so soon after we married, it shattered me. Peter, as you know, was born after he was gone. Frank Jefferson had been Mike's closest friend, so I saw a great deal of him. He was Peter's godfather. Mike had wanted that. I grew very fond of Frank, and oh, so sorry for him too." "Sorry?" Mrs. Bantry inquired with interest. "Yes, strange as it sounds, Frank had always had everything he could wish for. His father and mother couldn't have been kinder. And yet, how do I say this? Old Mr. Jefferson's personality is so overpowering. When you live with it, you somehow can't fully develop your own. Frank felt that deeply. When we married, he was incredibly happy, wonderfully so. Mr. Jefferson was extremely generous. He settled a substantial sum on Frank, saying he wanted his children to be independent and not have to wait until he died. It was so kind, so generous, but it was all too abrupt. He really should have accustomed Frank to independence gradually, step by step. It went straight to Frank's head. He wanted to be as capable as his father, as shrewd with money and business, as foresighted and successful. And of course, he wasn't. He didn't exactly gamble with the funds. but he invested in the wrong ventures at the wrong moments. It's alarming how quickly money can vanish if you aren't clever with it. The more Frank lost, the more desperate he became to recover it through some brilliant deal. So things went from bad to worse. "But, my dear," Mrs. Bantry said, "couldn't Conway have advised him?" Frank didn't want advice. The one thing he desired was to succeed on his own. That's why we never let Mr. Jefferson know the truth. When Frank died, very little remained. Just a small income for me. I never told his father either. She turned suddenly. It would have felt like a betrayal of Frank to him. Frank would have despised it. Mr. Jefferson was unwell for a long time. When he recovered, he simply assumed I was a comfortably situated widow. I never corrected him. It became a matter of principle. He knows I'm prudent with money, but he approves, thinking I'm just a sensible, economical woman. Peter and I have lived with him almost ever since, and he's covered all our expenses, so I've never had to face that worry. She spoke deliberately. We've been a family all these years, but do you understand? I've never been Frank's widow to him. I remain Frank's wife. Mrs. Bantry caught her meaning. You're saying he's never truly accepted that they're gone. He's been remarkable. But he's managed his own profound grief by refusing to acknowledge death. Mark is still Rosamond's husband, and I'm still Frank's wife. Though Frank and Rosamond aren't physically here with us, they continue to exist in his mind. Mrs. Bantry murmured, That's an extraordinary act of faith. I know we've carried on year after year. But then this summer something shifted inside me. I felt defiant. It's terrible to admit, but I didn't want to dwell on Frank anymore. That chapter, my love for him. Our life together, the devastation of his loss. It was all in the past. It was something that had been and was no longer. It's so difficult to explain. It was like wanting to clear the board entirely and begin anew. I wanted to be just Addie again, still relatively young and healthy, capable of enjoying sports and swimming and dancing, simply a person. Even Hugo, you know Hugo McLean? He's a dear man and wants to marry me. I'd never seriously considered it. But this summer I found myself thinking about it, not with any firm intention, just vaguely. She paused and shook her head. So I suppose it's accurate. I neglected Jeff. Not in a tangible way, but my attention and my thoughts were elsewhere. When I saw that Ruby entertained him, I was almost relieved. It left me freer to pursue my own interests. It never once occurred to me, of course it didn't, that he would become so utterly besotted with her. Mrs. Bantry inquired, When did you realize? I was stunned, completely stunned, and I'm ashamed to say, furious as well. I would have been furious, stated Mrs. Bantry. There was Peter to consider, you see. Peter's entire future rests with Jeff. Jeff practically regarded him as a grandson, or so I believed, but of course he wasn't a blood relation. He was no relation at all, and to think he was going to be cut off. Her capable hands trembled slightly where they rested. That's what it felt like, and for a vulgar, fortune-hunting little fool. Oh, I could have strangled her. She stopped, appalled. Her fine hazel eyes sought Mrs. Bantry's in a horrified plea. She whispered, What a dreadful thing to say. Hugo McLean, approaching quietly from behind, asked, What's a dreadful thing to say? Sit down, Hugo. You remember Mrs. Bantry? McLean had already greeted the older woman. He persisted in his slow, deliberate manner. What was the dreadful thing? Addie Jefferson said that I would have liked to kill Ruby Keene. Hugo McLean considered for a moment. Then he said, No, I wouldn't say that if I were you. Could be misconstrued. His steady, thoughtful gray eyes held hers with significance. He added, You need to be careful, Addie. There was a distinct note of warning in his voice. When Miss Marple emerged from the hotel and joined Mrs. Bantry a short while later, Hugo McLean and Adelaide Jefferson were walking together down the path toward the ocean. Taking a seat, Miss Marple observed, He appears quite devoted. He's been devoted for years. One of those steadfast men. I know the type, like Major Barry. He lingered around an Anglo-Indian widow for a good 10 years. It became a joke among her circle. In the end, she relented, but rather inconveniently, just 10 days before the wedding, she ran off with the chauffeur. She really was such a pleasant woman, and typically so steady, Mrs. Bantry remarked. It's true, people can behave in the strangest ways, she continued. I do wish you had been here earlier, Jane. Adelaide Jefferson was confiding in me how her husband managed to lose their fortune, though they kept Mr. Jefferson entirely in the dark. Then, this summer, something shifted for her. Miss Marple gave a knowing nod. Naturally, she was pushing back against being forced to dwell in the past. There comes a point when one must move forward. You cannot spend your life in a darkened room. I imagine Mrs. Jefferson simply threw open the curtains, set aside her mourning, and her father-in-law, predictably, resented it. He felt excluded, even if he never quite grasped who encouraged her. Still, he certainly disapproved. So, much like old Mr. Badger when his wife turned to spiritualism, he was perfectly primed for what followed. Any reasonably attractive young woman who offered a sympathetic ear would have sufficed. Do you believe, inquired Mrs. Bantry, that the cousin, Josie, intentionally influenced her? Could it have been a calculated family scheme? Miss Marple shook her head. No, I don't think so. Josie isn't the sort to anticipate how others will react. She possesses a certain practical, narrow cleverness that rarely looks ahead and is often startled by the consequences. It appears to have caught everyone off guard, Mrs. Bantry observed. Adelaide and Mark Gaskell as well, from what I gather. Miss Marple allowed a faint smile. I suspect Mark had his own interests to pursue, a daring sort with a wandering eye, not the type to remain a grieving widower indefinitely, regardless of his affection for his late wife. I expect they both grew restless under old Mr. Jefferson's insistence on perpetual remembrance. Then, with a touch of cynicism, she added, though gentlemen, of course, always find it easier to move on. Meanwhile, Mark was essentially proving her point in a conversation with Sir Henry Clithering. With his usual bluntness, Mark went straight to the core. It just occurred to me, he said, that I'm likely the police's prime suspect. They've been digging into my finances. I'm practically broke, you know. If dear old Jeff passes on schedule in a few months and Adelaide and I split the inheritance as planned, all my problems vanish. Truth is, I'm buried in debt. If everything collapses, it'll be a spectacular crash. If I can hold it off, the tables will turn completely. I'll emerge wealthy. Sir Henry Clithering replied, You've always been a gambler, Mark. Absolutely. Risk everything. That's my motto. So it's rather convenient for me that someone strangled that poor girl. I didn't do it. I'm no strangler. Honestly, I doubt I could ever murder anyone. I'm too easygoing. But I can't expect the police to buy that, can I? To them, I must seem the perfect solution. Clear motive, present at the scene, no pesky moral qualms. I'm almost surprised I'm not locked up already. That superintendent has a particularly suspicious glare. You have the advantage of an alibi? An alibi is the most suspicious thing imaginable. Truly innocent people never have alibis. Besides, it all hinges on the time of death, and you can bet if 3 doctors claim she died at midnight, another 6 will swear she was killed at dawn. Where does that leave my alibi, then? You're managing to find humor in it. Appallingly poor taste, isn't it? Mark said cheerfully. In reality, I'm quite frightened. Anyone would be with murder involved, and don't mistake me, I am sorry for old Jeff. But this outcome, shocking as it was, is better than if he had discovered her secret.
What do you mean, discovered her secret?
Mark winked. Where did she slip off to last night? I'd wager anything she went to meet a man. Jeff would have been devastated by that. He would have hated it entirely. If he'd discovered she was playing him, that she wasn't the naive, innocent girl she pretended to be, well, my father-in-law is a complicated man. He possesses immense self-discipline, but that discipline has its breaking point. And when it snaps, heaven help you. Sir Henry studied him with interest. Do you care for him, or not? I care for him deeply, yet I also chafe under his influence. Let me explain. Conway Jefferson is a man who needs to command his environment. He's a generous dictator, kind and giving, but he calls the tune and everyone else dances to it. Mark Gaskell paused, his expression softening. I adored my wife. I'll never feel that way about another person. Rosamund was like sunlight, laughter, and spring blossoms all rolled into one. When she died, it was like being knocked flat in the ring, with the referee counting you out. But that count has gone on a long while now. I'm only human. I enjoy female company. I have no desire to remarry, not in the slightest, so that's fine. I've had to be discreet. But I've managed to have my fun. Poor Adelaide hasn't been so lucky. Adelaide is a genuinely good woman. She's the sort of woman men want to marry. Give her the slightest opportunity, and she would remarry in a heartbeat. And she'd be happy, and make her husband happy too. But old Jefferson still sees her only as Frank's widow, and he's hypnotized her into seeing herself that way. He doesn't realize it, but we've been living in a gilded cage. I slipped my leash quietly years ago. Adelaide only managed to break free this past summer, and it shattered his world. The result? Ruby Keene, almost defiantly, he quoted. But she is in her grave, and oh, the difference to me. Come on, Clithering, let's get that drink. It was little wonder, Sir Henry mused, that the police viewed Mark Gaskell with such suspicion. You say Mr. Jefferson has flatly refused to listen to reason? Absolutely, and I can't say I blame him. It's not what I tell my patients, Superintendent, but a man might as well wear out his rust out. Plenty of my colleagues live that way, and take it from me, it's not a bad path. In a resort town like Danmouth, you see the opposite all the time. Invalids clinging to life, terrified of overexertion, scared of a draft, a stray germ, or the wrong bite of food. I expect that's accurate, Superintendent Harper conceded. So, to summarize, Conway Jefferson is physically strong, I suppose I mean muscularly strong. Specifically, what is he capable of doing? He has tremendous strength in his arms and shoulders. He was a powerhouse before the accident. He's remarkably skilled at maneuvering his wheelchair, and with his crutches he can transfer himself from his bed to the chair in a room. Wouldn't it be possible for someone with his injuries to use prosthetic legs? Not in his case. There was spinal damage. I understand. Let me recap. Jefferson is muscularly fit and strong. He feels well, correct? Dr. Metcalf nodded. But his heart is in poor shape. Any severe overexertion, or a sudden shock or fright, and he could go just like that. Is that the situation? Essentially, yes. His refusal to rest when fatigued is slowly killing him by worsening his cardiac condition. It's unlikely exertion alone would cause sudden death. However, a sudden shock or terror very well might. That is precisely why I gave his family such explicit warnings. Superintendent Harper said thoughtfully, but in reality, a shock didn't kill him. I mean, doctor, there can hardly have been a worse shock than this whole affair, and he's still with us. Dr. Metcalf gave a slight shrug. I'm aware. But if you had my years of experience, Superintendent, you'd know medical histories prove the impossibility of precise prediction. People who should die from shock and exposure don't, and so on. The human body is far tougher than we often give it credit for. Furthermore, in my experience, a physical shock is frequently more lethal than a psychological one. To put it simply, a door slamming unexpectedly would be far more likely to end Mr. Jefferson's life than learning that a young woman he cared for had died in a dreadful way. Why do you suppose that is? When someone receives terrible news, the mind almost always builds a wall against it at first. It creates a kind of numbness. The person can't fully grasp it right away. The true weight of it takes time to settle in. But a loud noise, someone leaping from a hiding place, a car speeding toward you as you step into the street, those things deliver their shock instantly. To use plain terms, the heart gives one terrified, jolting leap. Superintendent Harper said thoughtfully, so as far as anyone could tell, Mr. Jefferson's death might very well have been put down to the shock of the girl's passing.
Very easily, the doctor replied, studying the other man with curiosity. You aren't thinking? I don't know what I'm thinking, Superintendent Harper said with irritation. But a short while later, speaking to Sir Henry Clithering, he added, You'll have to admit, sir, the two events would fit together rather neatly. Kill two birds with one stone. First the girl, and then the news of her death removes Mr. Jefferson as well before he ever gets a chance to change his will.
Do you believe he intended to change it? You'd have a better idea of that than I would, sir. What's your opinion? I can't be certain. Before Ruby Keene came into the picture, I understand he had planned to leave his money between Mark Gaskell and Mrs. Jefferson. I don't see a clear reason why he'd change that arrangement now, but of course he might have. Superintendent Harper nodded. You never can tell what odd notion will get into a man's head, especially when he doesn't feel any particular moral duty about where his fortune goes. There are no direct blood relatives in this case, Sir Henry said. He is fond of the boy, young Peter. Do you think he sees him as a grandson? You'd know better than I would, sir. After a pause, Sir Henry replied, No, I don't believe he does. There's another matter I'd like your view on, sir. It's not something I can judge myself, but since they're friends of yours, you'd have the insight. I'd very much like to know just how deep Mr. Jefferson's affection runs for Mr. Gaskell and for young Mrs. Jefferson. No one doubts he was devoted to them both, but as I see it, that devotion was because they were, respectively, his daughter's husband and his son's wife. But suppose, for instance, one of them had remarried. Sir Henry considered this. That's an interesting question. I'm not sure. My own feeling, and it's only a feeling, is that it would have changed his attitude considerably. He would have wished them well, held no grudge, but I rather think he would have taken very little further interest in their lives. Superintendent Harper gave a slow nod. In both cases, sir? I believe so, yes. In Mr. Gaskell's case, almost certainly. With Mrs. Jefferson, I think it's likely as well, though perhaps not quite as certain. I believe he was fond of her for her own sake. Gender would play a part there, Superintendent Harper observed wisely. It's easier for a man to see a daughter-in-law as a daughter than to see a son-in-law as a son. It works the other way, too. Women often accept a son-in-law into the family readily enough, but it's rare for a mother to truly view her son's wife as her own daughter. He paused, then gestured ahead. Do you mind if we walk this way toward the tennis court, sir? I see Miss Marple sitting there. There's something I'd like to ask her to do for me. In fact, I'd like to enlist you both. In what way, Superintendent? To gather information I can't easily get on my own. I'd like you to speak with Edwards for me, sir. Edwards? What are you hoping to learn from him? Anything and everything you can. Everything he knows and what he suspects. About the relationships within the family, his perspective on the whole Ruby Keene affair. The inside view. He understands the real state of things better than anyone, and he won't tell me. But he'll tell you, Sir Henry responded with a grim determination. I was summoned here to uncover the truth, and I intend to do exactly that. He then turned to the matter at hand. How exactly do you envision Miss Marple assisting in this? It concerns several of the local Girl Scouts, the superintendent explained. We've identified a small group who were particularly close to Pamela Reeves. They might know something we don't. My theory is that if Pamela truly intended to go to the department store, she would have tried to convince a friend to join her. Therefore, the errand might have been a pretext. I need to discover where she was really headed and if she let any clues slip. Miss Marple has a way with young people. I believe she's the one to draw that information out. That sounds precisely like the sort of community puzzle she excels at, Sir Henry remarked. Her perception is remarkably keen. The superintendent smiled in agreement. You're absolutely right. Very little escapes her notice. Upon their approach, Miss Marple greeted them warmly and listened intently to the request. She agreed without hesitation. I would be delighted to assist, Superintendent. With my involvement in Sunday school, the Brownies, the Girl Scouts, and the nearby orphanage, where I serve on the committee and often chat with the matron and the young staff, I have considerable experience with girls. I've learned to recognize when one is being truthful and when she is concealing something. In other words, you're an authority on the subject, Sir Henry said with a smile. Miss Marple gave him a mildly reproachful look. Please, Sir Henry, no teasing. You've witnessed my deductions often enough. One encounters a surprising amount of human nature in a village setting, she added, by way of explanation. Then, shifting topics, she said, incidentally, regarding that point I inquired about earlier, the superintendent confirms there were nail clippings in Ruby's wastepaper basket. Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. I see that settles that particular question. Why was that of interest, Miss Marple? The superintendent asked. It was one of the details that seemed off when I examined the body, she explained. Her hands didn't look right, though I couldn't immediately pinpoint why. Then I recalled that young women who use a great deal of makeup typically maintain long fingernails. Of course, nail biting is a common and stubborn habit, but vanity often provides a powerful incentive to stop. I assumed this girl hadn't conquered the habit. However, young Peter mentioned something that indicated her nails had been long, except for one she'd broken. Naturally, she might have trimmed the others to even them out, which is why I asked about the clippings. Sir Henry pressed further. You mentioned one of the details that seemed wrong. Was there another? Oh, yes, indeed, Miss Marple affirmed with vigor. The dress. The dress was all wrong. Both men regarded her with curiosity. How so? Sir Henry inquired. Well, it was an old dress, she stated. Josie confirmed it, and I could see for myself it was rather shabby and worn. That simply doesn't fit. I'm not sure I follow. Miss Marple's cheeks flushed slightly. The prevailing theory is that Ruby Keene changed her attire to meet someone for whom she presumably had, as my nephews say, a crush, correct? The superintendent's eyes twinkled. That's the idea. She had a date with a boyfriend, as the saying goes. Then why? Miss Marple demanded, her tone shifting to one of pointed skepticism. Would she choose to wear an old dress? If you're trying to impress someone, you wear your best. It's a basic principle, gentlemen, hardly requiring a detective's insight. The whole scenario begins to smell less of romance and more of a hastily constructed alibi. Sir Henry cut in. True, but consider this, Miss Marple. If she was heading out for a secret meeting, perhaps in an open car or walking over uneven ground, she wouldn't want to ruin a nice dress. She'd likely put on an older one. That would be the practical choice. Superintendent Harper agreed. Miss Marple turned to him, her tone suddenly lively. The truly practical choice would be to change into slacks and a sweater or perhaps a tweed skirt. I don't wish to sound superior, but it's rather unavoidable that is simply what a girl from a certain background would do. A properly raised young woman, Miss Marple continued, gaining momentum, is always mindful of wearing suitable attire for the occasion. For instance, no matter how warm the day, a well-mannered girl would never appear at a horse race in a flimsy floral dress. And what would be the appropriate wear for meeting a beau? Sir Henry pressed. If they were meeting inside the hotel for an evening event, she'd naturally wear her best gown. But for an outdoor rendezvous, she'd feel utterly foolish in formal wear, and would choose her most charming casual outfit. A fair point, our fashion expert, but the girl Ruby, Sir Henry began. Miss Marple said bluntly, Ruby, of course, was not, to put it plainly, a lady. She came from the sort of background where one wears their finest clothes, regardless of how inappropriate they might be. Just last year, we had a picnic outing at Scrantor Rocks. You would be amazed at the unsuitable outfits the girls wore. Flimsy dresses, shiny patent leather shoes, and rather elaborate hats, some of them, all while scrambling over rocks and through prickly brush. And the young men in their Sunday best. Naturally, hiking is a different matter. That's practically a uniform. Though girls often don't seem to realize that shorts are terribly unflattering unless one is exceptionally slender. Superintendent Harper said thoughtfully, So you believe Ruby Keene? I believe she would have kept on the dress she was wearing, her best pink one. She would only have changed if she had possessed something even newer and more splendid. Superintendent Harper asked, And what is your theory on the matter, Miss Marple? Miss Marple replied, I don't have a complete explanation yet, but I cannot shake the feeling that this detail is significant. Meanwhile, the tennis lesson Raymond Starr was conducting inside the court had concluded. A plump, middle-aged woman offered a few breathless words of thanks, collected a pale blue cardigan, and headed toward the hotel. Raymond called out a couple of cheerful remarks after her. Then he turned toward the bench where the three observers sat. The tennis balls hung in a net from his hand, his racket tucked under his arm. The bright, cheerful expression vanished from his face as if wiped away, leaving him looking weary and concerned. Approaching them, he said flatly, That's done. Then the charming, boyish smile returned, perfectly matching his sun-tanned features and his dark, agile grace. Sir Henry found himself wondering about the man's age. 25? 30? 35? It was impossible to tell. Shaking his head slightly, Raymond remarked, She'll never really learn to play, you know. All of this must, Miss Marple observed, become rather tedious for you, Raymond admitted simply. It does at times, especially toward the season's end. For a while, the thought of the paycheck keeps you going, but eventually even that fails to spark any enthusiasm. Superintendent Harper stood up abruptly. I'll come by for you in about half an hour, Miss Marple, if that suits. Perfectly, thank you. I shall be ready. Harper departed. Raymond stood watching him go, then asked, Do you mind if I sit for a moment? Not at all, said Sir Henry, offering his cigarette case. As he did, he wondered at his own slight instinctive prejudice against Raymond Starr. Was it merely because he was a professional tennis instructor and dancer? If so, it wasn't the tennis, it was the dancing. The English, Sir Henry decided, were inherently suspicious of any man who danced too gracefully. This fellow moved with an effortless, fluid ease that somehow felt excessive. Ramon Raymond? Or was it the other way around? He suddenly put the question to the man himself. The other gave an amused smile. Ramon was my stage name originally. Ramon and Josie. It had a Spanish flair, you see. But there was a bit of a bias against foreign-sounding names back then, so I switched to Raymond. Much more British, Miss Marple inquired. And is your actual name something entirely different? He smiled at her. Actually, my real first name is Ramon. I had an Argentine grandmother, you know. That explains the distinctive sway in his walk, Sir Henry noted silently. But my given name is Thomas, dreadfully plain. He turned to Sir Henry. You're from Devonshire, aren't you, sir? From Stane. My family was from that area. Alsmonston. Sir Henry's expression brightened. Not one of the Alsmonston stars, I hadn't realized? No, I don't suppose you would. A touch of bitterness colored his tone. Sir Henry offered, hard luck, all that. The estate being sold after 3 centuries in the family? Yes, it stung, but our sort are fading out, I expect. We've rather outlived our time. My older brother went to New York. He's in publishing now, doing quite well. The rest of us are scattered everywhere. Honestly, it's tough to find work when your only qualification is a public school education. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you land a job as a hotel reception clerk. The right tie and manner help there. The only position I could get was as a demonstrator in a plumbing showroom, selling magnificent peach and lemon-colored porcelain baths. Huge display spaces, but since I never knew the prices or delivery times, I was let go. The only things I was any good at were dancing and tennis. I got taken on at a hotel on the Riviera. Good earnings there. I was doing all right, I suppose. Then I overheard an old colonel, a genuine, incredibly ancient backbone of Britain type who constantly reminisced about Puna. He marched up to the manager and boomed, "Where's the gigolo? I need to find the gigolo. My wife and daughter want to dance, you know." "Where's the fellow? What does he charge you?" "It's the gigolo I'm after." Raymond paused. Silly to let it bother me, but it did. I quit. Came here. The pay is less, but it's more pleasant. Mostly giving tennis lessons to determined round women who will never really learn that, and dancing with the shy daughters of wealthy guests. Well, that's life, I suppose. Apologies for the hard luck tale. He laughed, his teeth flashing white, eyes crinkling at the corners. He suddenly looked vibrant, healthy, and full of life. Sir Henry said, "I'm glad we could speak. I've been wanting to talk with you." "About Ruby Keene?" "I'm afraid I can't help. I don't know who killed her. I didn't know her well. She wasn't one to confide in me." Miss Marple asked, "Did you like her?" "Not especially. I didn't dislike her either." His voice was detached, indifferent. Sir Henry pressed, "So you have no ideas?" "Afraid not. I'd have told Inspector Harper if I did. It just seems one of those sordid, petty crimes, no real clues, no clear motive." "Two people had a motive," Miss Marple stated. Sir Henry glanced at her sharply. "Really?" Raymond looked genuinely surprised, even troubled. Miss Marple held Sir Henry's gaze, and he replied somewhat reluctantly, "Her death likely secures Mrs. Jefferson and Mr. Gaskell about £50,000. "What?" Raymond appeared truly startled, even upset. "But that's absurd, completely absurd. Mrs. Jefferson, neither of them could have been involved. It's unthinkable." Miss Marple gave a gentle cough. "I'm afraid, you know, you're rather an idealist." "Me?" He laughed. "Not at all."
I'm a hardened cynic. Money, Miss Marple observed, is a very powerful motive.
"Perhaps," Raymond conceded. "But to imagine either of those two strangling a girl in cold blood?" He shook his head. Then he rose. "Ah, here's Mrs. Jefferson now." "Come for her lesson. She's behind schedule," he remarked, his tone lightly amused. A full 10 minutes behind, Adelaide Jefferson and Hugo McLean were hurrying along the path to join them. With a cheerful apology for her delay, Addie Jefferson stepped onto the court. McLean settled onto the bench. After a courteous request to ensure Miss Marple didn't mind the smoke, he lit his pipe and sat quietly for a moment, his critical gaze following the two figures on the tennis court. Finally, he spoke. "I really don't understand why Addie insists on these lessons. Playing a game for fun, absolutely. I enjoy it as much as anyone. But professional instruction? What for? To refine her technique, I suppose?" offered Sir Henry. "She's perfectly adequate," Hugo countered. "More than good enough, frankly." "Good heavens, she isn't training for a championship." He fell silent, puffing on his pipe. After a pause, he grumbled, "And who is this Raymond character, anyway? Where do these instructors even come from? Fellow looks foreign to me." "He's from the Devonshire Star family," Sir Henry stated. "Really? You can't be serious?" Sir Henry's confirming nod clearly displeased Hugo McLean. His scowl deepened. "I don't even know why Addie summoned me. She seems utterly unfazed by this whole dreadful affair. Looks positively radiant." "So why send for me?" Sir Henry inquired with genuine interest. "When did this summons arrive?" "Oh, well, when all this business started." "How was it delivered? A telephone call or a telegram?" "A telegram, out of curiosity. When was it sent?" "I'm not precisely sure of the time." "What time did you receive it then?" "I didn't exactly receive it directly. The message was relayed to me by telephone, actually." "Relayed? Why, where were you at the time?" "The fact is, I'd left London the previous afternoon. I was staying up at Danebury Head." "Danebury Head? That's quite close by, isn't it?" "Yes, rather a coincidence, wasn't it? I got the message after coming in from a round of golf and came straight over." Miss Marple studied him thoughtfully. He appeared flushed and uneasy. She said gently, "I've heard Danebury Head is quite pleasant and not too costly." "No, it's not expensive at all. I couldn't manage it if it were. It's a modest little spot." He seemed almost defensive, as if the affordability was a point of pride. "We really must take a drive over there sometime?" Miss Marple mused aloud, watching him closely. "Eh? What? Oh yes, certainly." He stood abruptly. "Better get some exercise, work up an appetite." He walked away with a stiff, hurried gait. "Women," Sir Henry observed with a sigh, "can be remarkably cavalier with their most devoted followers." Miss Marple offered a knowing smile but said nothing. "Would you say he's rather a dull sort?" Sir Henry asked. "I'd value your opinion." "Perhaps a touch narrow in his outlook," Miss Marple conceded. "But with potential, I believe. Oh, yes, definite potential." Sir Henry in turn rose. "Time for me to attend to my duties. I see Mrs. Bantry is on her way to join you." Mrs. Bantry arrived, slightly breathless, and sank down beside her friend. "I've been chatting with all the chambermaids," she announced. "But it's utterly useless. I haven't learned a single new thing. Tell me, Jane, do you honestly think that young woman could have been involved with someone without the entire hotel staff gossiping about it?" "That is precisely the question, my dear. I should say most definitely not. If it's true, somebody knows. Depend upon it. But she must have been exceedingly discreet." Mrs. Bantry's attention drifted to the tennis court. She said approvingly, "Addie's game is improving tremendously, and that tennis professional is quite a handsome young man. Addie is still very attractive, you know. I really wouldn't be surprised if she remarried. She will also be a rather wealthy woman when Mr. Jefferson passes," Miss Marple noted quietly. "Oh, Jane, must you always be so pragmatic? Why haven't you unraveled this mystery yet? We don't seem to be making any progress." "I was certain you'd have seen the answer immediately." Mrs. Bantry's tone held a note of affectionate reproach. No, dear, I didn't see it immediately. It took some time." Mrs. Bantry turned, her eyes wide with startled disbelief. "Do you mean to say you know now? You know who killed Ruby Keene?" "Oh, yes," said Miss Marple calmly. "I know that, but Jane, who is it? Tell me this instant." Miss Marple shook her head with firm finality. Her lips pressed together. "I'm sorry, Dolly, but that simply wouldn't be wise." "Why on earth not?" "Because, my dear, you are hopelessly indiscreet." You'd be the type to spread it around or at the very least, drop heavy hints, she remarked. I absolutely would not. I wouldn't breathe a word to anyone. People who say that are usually the first to break their promise. It's no use, my dear. We're still far from the truth, with many confusing details. Think of when I objected to Mrs. Partridge handling the Red Cross funds without a clear reason. The reason was her nose. It twitched exactly like my former maid, Alice, whenever I sent her to settle bills. Alice would always come up a shilling short, claiming it could wait until next week. Mrs. Partridge did the very same thing, just on a grander scale. She pocketed £75. Let's not dwell on Mrs. Partridge, said Mrs. Bantry. I needed to make you understand and perhaps offer a clue. The core issue here is that everyone has been far too trusting. You simply cannot accept everything people tell you at face value. When something feels off, I believe no one. I understand human nature all too well. She fell quiet for a moment before continuing in a changed tone. I did mention, didn't I, that I intended to find some enjoyment in this situation? A genuine murder in my own home. The kind of event that will never repeat itself. Let's hope not, Miss Marple replied. Oh, I do hope that too, truly. Once is quite enough, but it's my murder, Jane. I am determined to take some pleasure in unraveling it. Miss Marple gave her a sharp look. Mrs. Bantry responded defiantly. You don't believe me, do you? You've said it, so of course I believe you, Dolly, Miss Marple said gently. But you just stated you never believe what people tell you. And you're right, Mrs. Bantry's voice suddenly turned sharp and bitter. Don't think I'm a complete fool, Jane. I know exactly what they're whispering all through St. Mary Mead and across the county. They're all saying there's no smoke without fire, that if the girl was discovered in Arthur's library, then Arthur must be involved somehow. They're claiming she was his mistress, or his secret daughter, or that she was blackmailing him. They're inventing any vile story that enters their minds, and it will continue. Arthur won't grasp it at first. He's too decent and trusting to imagine people could think such things of him. He'll notice the cold shoulders, the sideways glances, and it will slowly dawn on him. The realization will horrify him, cut him to the core, and he'll shut down, enduring it silently day after day. It's because of what he's going to suffer that I'm here, digging for every possible scrap of truth. This murder must be solved. If it isn't, Arthur's entire life will be ruined, and I refuse to let that happen. I won't have that dear man endure a living hell for a crime he didn't commit. That is the sole reason I came to Danmouth and left him alone at home to uncover the facts. I understand, dear, said Miss Marple. That is precisely why I am here as well. The essential facts of the matter are clear. The deceased girl was on the verge of being formally adopted by Mr. Jefferson. Consequently, two people had a powerful motive to prevent that from happening. Mr. Gaskell and Mrs. Jefferson. A brief flash of understanding showed in the valet's eyes. Might I ask if they are officially suspected, sir? They are not in imminent danger of arrest, if that is your concern. However, the police naturally view them with suspicion and will continue to do so until the case is resolved. A most uncomfortable position for them, sir. Extremely uncomfortable. To reach the truth, we must examine all the details. Much depends on the reactions, the spoken words, and the subtle gestures of Mr. Jefferson and his family during that time. What were they truly feeling? What did they reveal? What was actually said? I need you to be completely candid with me, Edwards. I'm looking for the sort of insight only someone in your position could have. You understand your employer's temperament. By watching him, you've likely pieced together what lies behind his shifts in mood. I'm asking this not as an officer of the law, but as a friend to Mr. Jefferson. To be clear, anything you share that I deem unrelated to the matter at hand will remain strictly between us. He waited. Edwards replied softly, I take your meaning, sir. You wish for me to speak without reservation, to voice observations that under normal circumstances I would keep to myself, observations you wouldn't ordinarily entertain. You're a perceptive man, Edwards. That is precisely my intention, Sir Henry affirmed. Edwards was quiet for a long moment before he began. Naturally, I've come to know Mr. Jefferson well over these many years in his service. I see him in his private hours, not just his public ones. Sometimes, sir, I've privately wondered if his relentless battle against circumstance has been a kindness to him. The cost has been immense. Perhaps if he had occasionally allowed himself to yield, To simply be a grief-stricken and weary old man, it might have offered him a kind of peace in the long run. But pride forbids it. His creed is to stand and fight to the very end. That kind of resolve, Sir Henry, breeds a powerful undercurrent of tension. While he appears even-tempered, I have witnessed him in fits of such violent anger he was nearly speechless with it, and the one thing guaranteed to provoke that fury was dishonesty. Are you implying something specific with that remark, Edwards? I am, sir. You instructed me to be frank. Indeed, I did. Then Sir Henry, in my honest view, the young lady who so captivated Mr. Jefferson was entirely unworthy of his devotion. To speak plainly, she was a rather common little thing. She held no genuine affection for him whatsoever. All that show of grateful attachment was pure theater. I don't suggest she was malicious, but she was a far cry from the paragon Mr. Jefferson believed her to be. It was strange, really, for he was typically a most astute judge of character. But there you have it. A gentleman's discernment often fails him where a young woman is concerned. You see, young Mrs. Jefferson, upon whom he had always relied for companionship, had become quite distant this past summer. He noticed the change and was deeply wounded by it. He was very fond of her. Mr. Mark, on the other hand, he never truly warmed to. Sir Henry interjected, and yet he kept him constantly nearby. That was solely for Miss Rosamond's sake. Mrs. Gaskell, she was the absolute center of his world. He adored her. Mr. Mark was merely Miss Rosamond's husband. He was never thought of in any other light. What if Mr. Mark had chosen to marry someone else? Mr. Jefferson, sir, would have been incensed. Sir Henry raised his eyebrows. To that degree, he would have concealed it, but yes, that would have been the truth of it. And if Mrs. Jefferson had remarried, that would not have been to his liking either, sir. Please continue, Edwards. As I was saying, sir, Mr. Jefferson became entirely captivated by this girl. I've seen it happen before with other gentlemen I've served. It comes over them like a fever. They feel this overwhelming urge to protect the girl, to shelter her, to bestow every advantage upon her, while 9 times in 10 the girl is perfectly capable of managing her own affairs and has a sharp eye for opportunity. So you believe Ruby Keene was calculating? Well, Sir Henry, she was still young and rather green, but she possessed all the raw materials to become a first-rate schemer once she found her footing, so to speak. Given another 5 years, she would have been a master of the craft. Sir Henry nodded. Your perspective is most valuable. Now, can you recall any specific conversations regarding this situation between Mr. Jefferson and his family? There was scarcely any discussion to speak of, sir. Mr. Jefferson declared his intentions and effectively silenced any objection. In other words, he silenced Mr. Mark, who had been rather blunt. Mrs. Jefferson, a reserved woman, spoke very little, merely advising him not to act with undue haste. Sir Henry gave a nod. Anything more? How did the girl seem? The valet replied with clear disapproval. I would characterize her demeanor, Sir Henry, as positively triumphant. Triumphant, you say? You had no cause to think, Edwards, he searched for a phrase fitting for the valet, that, her romantic interests lay with someone else? The arrangement with Mr. Jefferson was about adoption, sir, not marriage. Disregard the someone else and consider the question as it stands. The valet spoke deliberately. There was one occasion, sir, which I observed. Excellent, proceed. It likely signifies nothing, sir. One day, the young woman happened to open her purse, and a small photograph slipped out. Mr. Jefferson snatched it up immediately, asking, Well now, kitten, who might this be? It was a picture of a young man, sir, with dark, somewhat disheveled hair and a poorly knotted tie. Miss Keene acted as though she knew nothing about it. She claimed, I haven't a clue, Jeffy. No idea at all. I can't imagine how it got in my bag. I certainly didn't put it there. Now, Mr. Jefferson was no fool. That excuse wasn't convincing. He grew visibly upset, his brow furrowing, and his voice turned rough when he insisted, Come off it, kitten. Come off it. You know perfectly well who he is. She switched tactics in a flash, sir. She looked scared. She said, Oh, I remember him now. He comes around here sometimes, and I've danced with him. I don't know his name. That silly boy must have slipped his picture into my bag one day. These boys are just too ridiculous." She gave a little laugh and a toss of her head, trying to brush it off. "But it wasn't a believable tale, was it? And I don't believe Mr. Jefferson bought it." After that, he'd watch her sharply now and then, and if she'd been out, he'd sometimes ask where she had gone. Sir Henry inquired, "Have you ever seen this young man from the photograph around the hotel?" "Not that I'm aware, sir. I don't spend much time in the public areas downstairs, of course." Sir Henry nodded and asked a few more questions, but Edwards had nothing further to add. Meanwhile, at the Danmouth police station, Superintendent Harper was speaking with Jessie Davis, Florence Small, Beatrice Henniker, Mary Price, and Lillian Ridgway. They were all girls of a similar age, with slightly varying temperaments, ranging from county families to daughters of farmers and shopkeepers. Every single one told the same story. Pamela Reeves had been her usual self and had told none of them anything except that she was going to Woolworth's and would catch a later bus home. Seated in a corner of the superintendent's office was an elderly lady. The girls barely noticed her. If they did, they might have wondered who she was, certainly not a police matron. Perhaps they assumed she, like them, was simply another witness waiting to be questioned. After the last girl was dismissed, Superintendent Harper wiped his brow and turned to look at Miss Marple. His expression was questioning but not particularly hopeful. Miss Marple, however, spoke with crisp authority. "I would like to speak with Florence Small." The superintendent's eyebrows lifted, but he nodded and rang a bell. A constable appeared. "Fetch Florence Small," Harper instructed. The girl returned, ushered in by the constable. She was the daughter of a prosperous farmer. Tall with fair hair, a somewhat weak mouth, and nervous brown eyes. Her hands were twisting together anxiously. Superintendent Harper glanced at Miss Marple, who gave a slight nod. He stood up. "This lady has some questions for you," he said, then left, closing the door behind him. Florence looked uneasily at Miss Marple. Her eyes held a startled, calf-like quality. "Sit down, Florence," Miss Marple said. Florence Small obeyed, sitting down. Without realizing why, she suddenly felt more at ease, as if the familiar tone had lifted a weight of apprehension. The oppressive, intimidating air of the police station had given way to a more recognizable environment, dominated by the firm, accustomed tone of someone used to giving instructions. Miss Marple leaned forward, her voice low but insistent. "You do see, Florence, that we must know every single thing about Pamela's movements on that final day?" Florence offered a faint murmur of agreement. "And I trust you wish to be helpful?" Miss Marple pressed. The girl's eyes grew cautious as she whispered that of course she did. "Withholding information is an exceedingly serious matter," Miss Marple stated plainly. Florence's fingers twisted anxiously in the fabric of her skirt, and she swallowed hard. "I can appreciate," Miss Marple continued, "that you are frightened. The police are daunting and you fear blame for your silence, perhaps even for not intervening. But you must be brave now and tell the complete truth. To refuse would lead to very grave consequences, practically perjury, and you understand what that means." A faint "I don't" escaped Florence's lips. "Now, no more evasion, Florence." Miss Marple's tone was sharp. "Out with it at once. Pamela was not going to Woolworth's, was she?" Florence's tongue passed over dry lips, her eyes wide and pleading like a trapped animal. "This had to do with the cinema, didn't it?" Miss Marple asked. A wave of profound relief mixed with a kind of awe washed over Florence's face. Her resistance crumbled. "Oh, yes," she gasped. "I thought as much," said Miss Marple. "Now I need every detail, please." The words then tumbled out of Florence in a frantic rush. "I've been so dreadfully worried. I promised Pam, you see, I'd never breathe a word to anyone. And then, when they found her, in that burnt-out car, it was awful. I felt I would just die from the guilt, thinking it was all my fault. I should have stopped her. But it all seemed so legitimate at the time. When they asked if she'd been her usual self that day, I said yes almost without thinking. And once I'd said nothing, then how could I possibly speak up later? Besides, I didn't really know anything, only what Pam had told me." "What exactly did she tell you?" "It was, as we were walking up the lane to catch the bus for the rally, she made me swear to keep a secret. She was going into Danmouth after the rally for a screen test. She'd met a film producer just back from Hollywood. He told her she was exactly the type he was seeking for a new project, a Bergner-esque role, he called it, about his schoolgirl who swaps places with a review artist. He warned her not to get her hopes up. It all depended on how she photographed. He said he could see she had talent from her school plays, but it would mean grueling training. It won't be all beer and Skittles, he told her. It's hard work. Do you think you can stick it? Florence Small paused to catch her breath. Listening to this slick recitation, a concoction straight from a dozen cheap novels and picture shows, Miss Marple felt a wave of nausea. The glittering allure of Hollywood would have easily overridden any sensible warnings about strangers. He was very businesslike about everything, Florence went on. He said if the test worked, there'd be a contract, and because she was young, she should have a lawyer review it before signing. But she wasn't to tell anyone he'd said that, of course. He inquired whether her parents might object, and Pam admitted they likely would. He responded, "Naturally, that's a common hurdle when someone is your age, but I believe if they understood this is a rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they'd come around." However, he added, it was pointless to worry about that until they saw how the screen test turned out. She shouldn't lose heart if it didn't work out. He described Hollywood and mentioned Vivien Leigh, how she had captivated London overnight and how such dramatic rises to stardom truly occur. He himself, he explained, had returned from America to collaborate with Lenville Studios and inject some energy into the British film industry. Miss Marple gave a nod. Florence continued, so everything was set. After the rally, Pam was to go into Danmouth and meet him at his hotel, and he would escort her to the studios. He told her they operated a small testing facility right in Danmouth. She'd do her test and could catch the bus home afterward. She could claim she'd been shopping, and he'd send word about the test results in a few days. If positive, Mr. Harmsteider, the executive, would personally come and discuss it with her parents. Well, it all sounded unbelievably perfect. I was absolutely eaten up with jealousy. Pam sailed through the rally without a flicker of nerves. We always said she had a perfect poker face. Later, when she mentioned she was heading into Danmouth to Woolworth's, she just gave me a sly wink. I watched her set off down the footpath. Florence began to weep. I should have stopped her. I should have. I should have known something that wonderful couldn't be real. I should have told someone. Oh, I just wish I were dead. There now. Miss Marple gave her shoulder a comforting pat. It's all right. No one holds you responsible, Florence. You've done exactly the right thing by telling me. She spent several minutes lifting the girl's spirits. Not long after, she was relaying the story to Superintendent Harper. His expression turned severe. The cunning scoundrel, he declared. I'll see him properly dealt with. This casts the entire matter in a different light. Yes, it certainly does. Harper glanced at her. You're not surprised? I anticipated something along these lines, Miss Marple replied. The superintendent asked curiously, what made you focus on that particular girl? They all looked terrified out of their wits, and to my eye there was hardly any difference between them. Miss Marple said gently, you haven't had my level of experience with untruthful young women. Florence met your gaze very directly, if you recall, and stood just as stiffly as the others, fidgeting with her feet, but you didn't observe her as she left the room. I knew immediately she was concealing something. They almost always let their guard down too soon. My former maid, Janet, was just the same. She could offer a perfectly plausible story about mice nibbling the edge of a cake, then give herself away with a smug little smirk as she walked out. I'm extremely grateful to you, said Harper. He added thoughtfully, Lenville Studios, you say? Miss Marple offered no further comment. She stood up. I'm afraid I must be going, she said, so pleased I could assist, returning to the hotel. Yes, to pack. I need to get back to St. Mary Mead as soon as I can. There's a great deal awaiting me there. Miss Marple exited through the French windows of her drawing room, stepped briskly down her tidy garden path, out through her garden gate, in through the vicarage garden gate, across the vicarage lawn, and up to the drawing room window where she tapped lightly on the glass. The vicar was occupied in his study drafting his Sunday sermon, but his wife, who was young and cheerful, was watching her child's progress across the rug. May I come in, Griselda? Oh, please do, Miss Marple. Just look at David. He gets so frustrated because he only seems to crawl backward. He seemed determined to reach something, but the harder he tried, the more he ended up scooting backward into the coal bin. He looks quite healthy, Griselda. He's not too bad, is he? Replied the young mother, trying to sound casual. I don't fuss over him much, of course. All the parenting guides say children should be given plenty of independence. Very sensible, dear, said Miss Marple. Now, I came to ask whether there's any particular cause you're raising funds for just now. The vicar's wife looked at her with mild surprise. Oh, plenty of things, she said brightly. There always are. She began counting them on her fingers. There's the Nave Restoration Fund, the St. Giles Mission, our sale of work next Wednesday, support for unmarried mothers, the Boy Scouts camping trip, the Needlework Guild, and the Bishop's Appeal for deep-sea fishermen. Any of those will do nicely, said Miss Marple. I thought I might take a little notebook and make some calls, if you would give me your approval to do so. You're planning something, aren't you? I can tell. Of course you have my approval. Make it for the sale of work. It would be wonderful to bring in some actual money instead of those dreadful scented sachets and silly pen wipers and those gloomy children's dresses made to look like dolls. Griselda walked with her guest toward the window. I suppose, she added, you wouldn't consider telling me what this is really about? All in good time, my dear, Miss Marple replied, already moving briskly away. With a sigh, the young mother returned to the hearth rug and, in keeping with her philosophy of benign neglect, gave her son 3 playful nudges in the belly, which made him grab her hair and tug with delighted shrieks. Soon they were tumbling across the floor in a cheerful wrestling match until the parlor door opened and the housemaid announced to the parish's most important visitor, who was known to dislike children, "The mistress is in here." Griselda quickly sat up, attempting to appear composed and more like the proper vicar's wife. Meanwhile, Miss Marple, clutching a small black notebook filled with penciled notes, walked purposefully down the village lane until she reached the crossroads. She turned left past the Blue Boar Inn and arrived at Chatsworth, also known as Mr. Booker's new house. She went through the gate, approached the front door, and knocked firmly. The door was opened by the blonde young woman named Dinah Lee. She appeared less put together than usual and even a bit untidy, wearing gray slacks and a bright emerald sweater. Good morning, Miss Marple said cheerfully. May I step inside for just a moment? She moved forward as she spoke, leaving Dinah Lee somewhat startled by the visit, little chance to object. Thank you so much, Miss Marple beamed, settling carefully into a vintage bamboo chair. It's quite mild for this time of year, don't you think? She continued, radiating warmth. Yes, rather. Oh, quite, Dinah replied. Uncertain how to handle the situation, she opened a cigarette case and held it out. Would you like a cigarette? Thank you, but I don't smoke. I only stopped by to see if you might be willing to support our sale of work next week. Sale of work? Dinah repeated, as if hearing an unfamiliar term. At the vicarage, Miss Marple explained. Next Wednesday?
Oh.
Dinah's mouth opened slightly. I'm afraid I probably couldn't. Not even a small donation? Perhaps half a crown? Miss Marple showed her the little book.
Oh, well, yes. I expect I could manage that.
The young woman looked relieved and turned to search her purse. Miss Marple's keen eyes swept the room. I notice you don't have a hearth rug in front of the fireplace, she remarked. Dinah turned and stared at her. She couldn't help but notice the old lady's intense scrutiny, though it only stirred a faint irritation. Miss Marple recognized that reaction. She added, It can be rather unsafe, you know, sparks scattered across the rug. What a strange old thing, Dinah mused, though she answered pleasantly enough. There was one, I think. I'm not sure where it went. I imagine, Miss Marple ventured, it was the sort made of fluffy wool. Sheep, Dinah said, a smile touching her lips. That was exactly what it had resembled. This elderly visitor was certainly an odd character. She offered a coin. Here you are. Oh, thank you, my dear. Miss Marple accepted it and opened her small booklet. Now, what name should I put down? Dinah's expression hardened instantly, her eyes turning cold and dismissive. A snooping old busybody, she thought. That's all this was, poking around for gossip. She stated clearly, with a hint of deliberate provocation, Miss Dinah Lee. Miss Marple met her gaze steadily. This is Mr. Basil Blake's cottage, isn't it? Yes, and I am Miss Dinah Lee, her voice rang out defiantly. She lifted her chin, her blue eyes flashing. Miss Marple continued to regard her with calm intensity. "Might I offer you a piece of advice, even if you find it presumptuous?" "I will find it presumptuous, you'd better not." "Nevertheless," Miss Marple replied, "I intend to speak. I urge you most strongly not to keep using your maiden name here in the village." Dinah stared. "What are you talking about?" Miss Marple spoke earnestly. "Very soon, you may need every bit of sympathy and goodwill you can find. It will also matter a great deal for your husband that he is viewed favorably. In these traditional country areas, there remains a strong prejudice against unmarried couples living together."
It has amused you both, I suppose, to let people assume that's your situation. It kept certain folks at a distance, old frumps, as you might call them, but even old frumps can be useful. "How did you know we're married?" Dinah demanded. Miss Marple offered a gentle, knowing smile. "Oh, my dear. No, really, how could you know? You didn't go checking public records, did you?" A faint glimmer showed in Miss Marple's eyes. "Goodness, no, but it wasn't difficult to surmise."
In a village, word gets around. The particular sort of arguments you have are rather typical of newlyweds. Quite different from what one sees in an illicit affair. It's often said, and I believe correctly, that you can only truly get under someone's skin if you're married to them. Without that legal bond, people tend to be more cautious. They feel compelled to keep insisting how perfectly happy everything is. They have, you see, something to justify. They hardly dare quarrel. Married couples, I've noticed, often rather enjoy their skirmishes and the satisfying reconciliations that follow. She paused, her eyes twinkling. Dinah stared at her for a long moment, then said with disbelief, "Basil? Murder? Is this some kind of joke?" "Not at all. Haven't you read the papers?" Dinah caught her breath. "You mean that girl at the Majestic Hotel? Are you saying they suspect Basil of killing her?" "Yes." "But that's absurd." Outside, a car engine whirred to a stop, followed by the slam of a gate. Basil Blake threw the door open and strode in, clutching several bottles. "Got the gin and the vermouth, did you?" He halted, his eyes widening in astonishment at the prim, upright visitor. Dinah burst out, breathless. "Is she insane? She says you're going to be arrested for murdering that girl, Ruby Keene." "Oh, God!" Basil Blake exclaimed. The bottle slipped from his arms onto the sofa. He staggered to a chair, collapsed into it, and buried his face in his hands. "Oh, my God," he muttered again. "Oh, my God." Dinah rushed to his side, grasping his shoulders. "Basil, look at me. It isn't true. I know it isn't. I don't believe a word of it." His hand came up and gripped hers tightly. "Bless you, darling. But why would they think? You hardly even knew her, right?" "Oh, but he did know her," Miss Marple interjected softly. Basil shot her a fierce look. "Quiet, you meddling old." He turned back to Dinah, his voice urgent. "Listen, darling, I barely knew her at all. I only saw her a couple of times at the Majestic. Honestly, that's the whole story, I swear it is." Dinah looked confused. "I don't get it. Why would anyone think it was you?" Basil let out a miserable groan, covering his eyes with his hands as he rocked back and forth. Miss Marple asked, "What did you do with the rug from the fireplace?" He answered automatically, as if in a trance, "I threw it in the trash." Miss Marple made a disapproving sound. "That was foolish, terribly foolish. People don't toss perfectly good rugs away. I imagine it had sequins from her gown caught in the fibers." "Yes," he muttered. "I couldn't pick them all out. What are you two talking about?" Dinah demanded. "Ask her," Basil said, his tone sulky. "She seems to have it all figured out." "If you'd like," Miss Marple offered, "I can tell you what I believe occurred. You can correct me, Mr. Blake, if I'm mistaken. I suspect that after a fierce argument with your wife at the party, and perhaps after having a bit too much to drink, you drove down here. I'm not certain what time you arrived." "Roughly 2 in the morning," Basil admitted grudgingly. "I intended to go to the city first, but once I reached the outskirts, I changed my mind. I thought Dinah might follow me here. So I came to the cottage. It was completely dark. I unlocked the door, switched on the light, and I saw, he choked, unable to continue. Miss Marple gently took over. "You saw a young woman on the rug. She was in a white evening dress and she had been strangled. I don't know if you recognized her at that moment. Basil shook his head fiercely. I could barely look. Her face was discolored, swollen. She'd been dead for a while, and she was just there in the middle of my living room. He shuddered violently. Miss Marple continued in that same calm tone. You weren't in your right mind, of course? You were confused, your nerves were frayed. You were, I believe, utterly terrified. You didn't know what to do. I kept thinking Dinah might show up any minute, Basil whispered, and she'd find me there with a body, a dead girl, and she'd assume I killed her. Then I had this idea. For some reason, it seemed brilliant at the time. I thought, I'll put her in old Bantry's study. The pompous windbag, always looking down his nose at me, calling me artsy and weak. Serves the old brute right, I thought. He'll look like a complete idiot when a beautiful corpse turns up on his fancy rug, he added, with a desperate need to explain himself. I was really quite drunk, you understand. The whole thing seemed almost funny. The image of stuffy Colonel Bantry with a dead blonde. Yes, Miss Marple nodded. Young Tommy Bond had a very similar notion. He was a sensitive boy, always felt picked on by his teacher. He put a frog inside the classroom clock, and it jumped out at her. Your thinking was just the same, she continued. Only naturally a human body is a far more serious matter than a frog. Basil groaned again. By morning I was sober. I realized what I'd actually done. I was terrified. And then the police showed up. Another insufferably pompous chief constable. I was scared of him, and the only way I could hide it was by being outrageously rude. And in the middle of all that, Dinah arrived. Dinah glanced out the window. There's a car pulling up now. There are men inside. I believe that will be the police, said Miss Marple. Basil stood up. Suddenly all the panic seemed to leave him, replaced by a strange calm and resolution. He even managed a faint smile. So this is it then? All right, Dinah, my love, keep your chin up. Call old Sims. He's the family lawyer. Go see my mother and tell her about us getting married. She won't be angry. And don't be afraid. I didn't do it. So everything has to work out, you see, sweetheart? A firm knock sounded at the cottage door. Basil called out, Come in. Inspector Slack entered, accompanied by another officer. Mr. Basil Blake? Yes. I have a warrant here for your arrest, charging you with the murder of Ruby Keene on the night of September 20th. I must warn you that anything you say may be used in court. You'll need to come with us now. You will have full opportunity to contact your solicitor. Basil simply nodded. He met Dinah's gaze but kept his distance. Goodbye, Dinah, he said. Inspector Slack observed him coolly, thinking, What a cold fish. He gave a slight nod to Miss Marple with a muttered, Morning, privately noting the sharp old bird had probably pieced it together. Thank goodness they had secured the hearthrug as evidence, and that the parking attendant at the studio had confirmed he'd left the gathering at 11, not midnight. His so-called friends hadn't intended to lie under oath. They were just too drunk to remember clearly, and Blake had convinced them afterward it was midnight. Well, his fate was sealed now, likely a mental case. Broadmoor Asylum, not the gallows. He probably killed the Reeves girl first, strangled her, drove her car to the quarry, walked back into Danmouth, retrieved his own vehicle from some side street, went to that party, returned later to Danmouth, fetched Ruby Keene, brought her here, strangled her too, and left her in the Bantry's library. Then he must have panicked about the abandoned car, driven back to the quarry to set it alight, and returned here. A classic case of recurring mania, driven by some twisted urge. Thank heavens this latest girl got away. Once they were alone, Dinah Blake turned desperately to Miss Marple. I don't know who you are, but you must believe me, Basil is innocent. I'm quite sure he is, Miss Marple replied calmly. I know who is responsible. Proving it, however, will be difficult. Something you mentioned a moment ago sparked a connection I had been struggling to make. Now, what exactly was it? I'm home, Arthur, Mrs. Bantry declared, flinging open the study door as if making a state announcement. Colonel Bantry sprang to his feet, kissed her cheek, and boomed with forced heartiness. Well, this is splendid. His words were perfectly correct, his performance seemingly genuine, but a wife of so many years was not fooled. Is something wrong? She asked at once. No, of course not, Dolly. What could be wrong? "Oh, I don't know," said Mrs. Bantry vaguely, shedding her coat. "Everything feels so peculiar lately, doesn't it?" Colonel Bantry carefully gathered the coat and draped it over the sofa back. It was all precisely their normal routine, yet it felt completely off. Her husband, Mrs. Bantry thought, seemed to have diminished. He looked gaunt, more stooped, with dark circles under his eyes that refused to meet her own. He continued with that artificial cheer. "So, did you enjoy Danmouth?" "It was lovely. You really should have come, Arthur." "Couldn't manage it, my dear. Too many matters needing attention here." "Even so, the break would have done you good. And you've always liked the Jeffersons." Yes, poor man. A very sad business." He was evading, she could tell. "What have you been doing with yourself while I was gone?" "Oh, not much. The usual farm rounds." "Agreed to let Anderson have a new roof. The old one is beyond patching." His voice trailed off. "How did the Radfordshire Council meeting go?" "Well, actually, I didn't attend." "You didn't go, but you were supposed to chair it." "There was a bit of a mix-up. They asked if I'd mind Thompson taking the chair instead." "I see," said Mrs. Bantry, her tone flat. She peeled off a glove and tossed it deliberately into the waste paper basket. When her husband moved to retrieve it, she stopped him sharply. "Leave it. I despise gloves." He glanced at her, uneasy. She pressed on. "Did you have dinner with the Duffs on Thursday?" "That? It was postponed. Their cook fell ill." "How inconvenient," said Mrs. Bantry dryly. "And the Naylors' gathering yesterday." "I telephoned. Said I wasn't feeling quite myself and hoped they'd understand. They were very decent about it." "Were they indeed?" said Mrs. Bantry grimly. She sat at the desk, picked up a pair of gardening shears, and methodically began snipping the fingers off her remaining glove, one by one. "What on earth are you doing, Dolly?" "Indulging a destructive mood," said Mrs. Bantry, rising to her feet. The clipped fingers lay scattered on the desk like strange, silent accusations. "After dinner, Arthur. Where should we settle? The library, perhaps?" Mrs. Bantry inquired. "Well, I'm not so sure about that, eh? It's quite pleasant in here, or the drawing room would do nicely." "I believe," Mrs. Bantry stated firmly, her steady gaze meeting his, "we will sit in the library." Colonel Bantry straightened to his full height, a defiant sparkle lighting his eyes. "You're absolutely right, my dear. The library it is." With a sigh of frustration, Mrs. Bantry replaced the telephone receiver. She had called twice, only to be told Miss Marple was not at home. Being of an impatient disposition, she refused to accept defeat. In quick succession, she rang the vicarage, then Mrs. Price Ridley, followed by Miss Hartnell and Miss Weatherby. As a final attempt, she called the fishmonger, whose central location in the village usually made him a reliable source of local whereabouts. The fishmonger was apologetic. He had not seen Miss Marple on her customary rounds all morning. "Where in the world can that woman be?" Mrs. Bantry exclaimed aloud. A polite cough sounded behind her. "The ever-discreet butler," Laura murmured. "You were seeking Miss Marple, madam? I have just observed her coming up the drive." Mrs. Bantry hurried to the front door, pulling it open to greet her friend breathlessly. "I've been trying to reach you everywhere. Where have you been?" She glanced over her shoulder, noting Lorimer had tactfully withdrawn. "Everything is perfectly dreadful. People are starting to give Arthur the cold shoulder. He looks a decade older. We must act, Jane. You have to do something." Miss Marple replied in a somewhat odd tone. "There's no need for you to worry, Dolly." Colonel Bantry emerged from his study. "Ah, Miss Marple, good morning. Glad you're here. My wife's been telephoning you like someone possessed. I thought I ought to bring you the news directly," Miss Marple said as she followed Mrs. Bantry into the study. "News?" the Colonel asked. "Basil Blake has just been arrested for the murder of Ruby Keene." "Basil Blake?" the Colonel cried out. "But he didn't do it," Miss Marple interjected calmly. Colonel Bantry barely registered her statement. "Do you mean to tell me he strangled that girl and then had the gall to bring her here and dump her in my library?" "He placed her in your library," Miss Marple corrected, "but he is not the one who killed her." "Ridiculous if he put her in my library. He obviously murdered her. The two actions are inseparable." "Not necessarily. He discovered her already dead in his own cottage." "A convenient tale. the colonel scoffed. Any honest man finding a body would naturally telephone the police immediately. Ah, said Miss Marple, but we do not all possess your iron nerves, Colonel Bantry. You represent the old school. This younger generation is rather different. No backbone, grumbled the colonel, airing a familiar opinion. Some of them, Miss Marple countered gently. Have endured a great deal. I've learned quite a bit about Basil. He was doing air raid precautions work when he was only 18. He entered a burning house and carried out 4 children, one after another. He even went back for a dog, though they warned him it was unsafe. The building collapsed on him. They managed to pull him out, but his chest was severely crushed, and he was confined in a plaster cast for a very long time afterward. It was during that difficult recovery that he first became interested in design. Oh, the colonel coughed and cleared his throat. I never knew about that. He doesn't speak of it, Miss Marple said. Quite right. Proper spirit. Shows there might be more to the young fellow than I assumed. Proves one ought to be careful about jumping to conclusions. Colonel Bantry looked somewhat abashed, yet his indignation soon flared again. But all the same, what was he thinking? Trying to pin a murder on me? I don't believe he saw it in that light, Miss Marple explained. He viewed it more as a prank. You must understand, he was rather heavily under the influence of drink at the time. 3 sheets to the wind, was he? Said Colonel Bantry, with a typical Englishman's sympathy for alcoholic misadventure. Well, one can't judge a fellow by what he does when he's drunk. I recall at Cambridge, I once placed a certain piece of bathroom equipment. Well, never mind that. Well, never mind, there was quite a commotion about it. He chuckled, then caught himself with a stern expression. His gaze turned shrewd and appraising as he looked at Miss Marple. You don't believe he committed the murder, do you? I am certain he did not. And you believe you know who did? Miss Marple gave a slight nod. Mrs. Bantry, ever the enthusiastic Greek chorus, exclaimed to no one in particular, Isn't she marvelous? Well, who was it? Miss Marple replied, I was hoping you might assist me. I believe a visit to Somerset House would give us a very clear idea. Sir Henry's expression turned grave. I don't like the sound of this. I am aware, said Miss Marple, that it is not what one would call orthodox procedure, but it is crucial, is it not, to be absolutely certain to make assurance doubly sure, as Shakespeare wrote. I think if Mr. Jefferson would consent, what about Superintendent Harper? Should he be informed? It might complicate matters for him to know too much in advance. However, a subtle hint from you could be useful. To have certain individuals watched, followed discreetly, you understand. Sir Henry said slowly. Yes, that might address the situation. Superintendent Harper fixed Sir Henry Clithering with a penetrating stare. Let's be perfectly clear, sir. Are you offering me a suggestion? Sir Henry responded, I am merely passing along information my friend has shared with me. He mentioned, not in confidence, that he plans to visit a solicitor in Danmouth tomorrow to draft a new will. The superintendent's bushy eyebrows lowered over his steady eyes. Does Mr. Conway Jefferson intend to inform his son-in-law and daughter-in-law of this? He plans to tell them this evening? I see. The superintendent tapped his desk with a pen. He repeated, I see. Then his sharp eyes locked onto the other man's. So you are not satisfied with the case against Basil Blake, are you? The superintendent's mustache twitched. Is Miss Marple? The 2 men exchanged a long look. Finally, Harper said, Leave it with me. I'll assign men to the task. You have my word there will be no slip-ups. Sir Henry added, There is one more thing. You should see this. He unfolded a slip of paper and slid it across the desk. This time the superintendent's composure broke. He let out a low whistle. So that's it, is it? That changes everything. How did you manage to uncover this? Women, said Sir Henry, have a perennial interest in marriages. Especially, the superintendent remarked with a dry smile, elderly single women. Conway Jefferson looked up as his friend entered the room, his stern face softening into a smile. Well, I told them. They took it rather well. What exactly did you say? That I intend to endow a hostel in London for young women working as professional dancers. A perfectly ridiculous way to leave one's money, if you ask me. I'm surprised they swallowed it as if I would ever do such a thing. He added thoughtfully, "You know, I made a fool of myself over that girl. Must be turning into a sentimental old man. I can see it clearly now. She was a pretty young thing, but I invented most of what I saw in her. I pretended she was another Rosamund. Similar coloring, you know? But not the same heart or mind. Hand me that paper, would you? There's a rather interesting bridge problem here." Sir Henry went downstairs and approached the porter. "Mr. Gaskell, sir?" "He just left in his car. Had to go to London?" "I see. Is Mrs. Jefferson around?" "Mrs. Jefferson has just retired for the night, sir." Sir Henry glanced into the lounge and through to the ballroom. In the lounge, Hugo McLean was frowning over a crossword puzzle. In the ballroom, Josie was smiling bravely at a stout, perspiring man as her nimble feet skillfully avoided his clumsy steps. The stout man was clearly enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Raymond, moving with graceful weariness, was dancing with a pale, tired-looking girl who had dull brown hair and wore an expensive but decidedly unflattering dress. Sir Henry murmured under his breath, and so to bed, and made his way upstairs. The clock read 3 in the morning. The wind had died away, leaving the moon to cast a silver glow over a still sea. In Conway Jefferson's room, the only sound was his own labored breathing as he lay propped against the pillows. The curtains hung motionless at the window, yet they suddenly stirred. For an instant they parted, and a figure was outlined sharply against the moonlight before the fabric fell back into place. Silence returned, but now someone else stood inside the room. Step by careful step, the intruder crept closer to the bed. The deep, rhythmic breathing from the pillow never faltered. There was almost no sound at all. A finger and thumb poised to pinch a fold of skin. In the other hand, a hypodermic needle gleamed faintly. Then, from the shadows, a hand shot out and clamped over the one holding the needle, while a strong arm locked the figure in an unyielding grip. A calm, authoritative voice, the voice of the law, stated, "I don't think so. I'll be taking that needle." The light snapped on, and from his pillows Conway Jefferson stared grimly at the person who had murdered Ruby Keene. Sir Henry Clithering remarked, "Speaking as the chronicler of these events, I must ask about your methods, Miss Marple." Superintendent Harper added, "I'd certainly like to know what first made you suspicious." Colonel Melchett exclaimed, "You've done it again, by Jove! We need to hear everything from the start." Miss Marple gently adjusted the fine silk of her best evening gown. She colored slightly, smiled, and looked rather embarrassed. "I'm afraid what Sir Henry calls my methods will seem terribly unscientific. The truth is, most people, and I don't exclude police officers, are far too trusting for this wicked world. They accept what they're told. I never do. I'm afraid I always prefer to verify things for myself." "That is the true scientific approach," Sir Henry observed. "In this case," Miss Marple continued, "certain assumptions were accepted from the outset, instead of sticking strictly to the facts. The facts, as I noted them, were that the victim was quite young, that she bit her nails, and that her teeth protruded slightly, as often happens with young girls if not corrected in time with a dental plate. Children can be so naughty about those plates, taking them out when no one is looking." She paused, collecting her thoughts. "But I am wandering. Where was I? Oh yes, looking down at the poor girl and feeling terribly sad, because it is always a tragedy to see a young life ended too soon, and thinking how wicked the person responsible must be. Of course, it was all very confusing, her being discovered in Colonel Bantry's library. It felt altogether too much like something from a novel to be real. In fact, it created the wrong pattern. You see, it wasn't meant to happen that way, which confused us all enormously. The original plan had been to plant the body on that unfortunate young man, Basil Blake, a far more likely suspect. His impulsive decision to move it to the Colonel's library delayed everything considerably, and must have been a tremendous annoyance to the real killer. Originally, you understand, Mr. Blake would have been the immediate focus of suspicion. Inquiries in Danmouth would have revealed he knew the girl, then that he'd become entangled with another young woman, and everyone would have assumed Ruby came to blackmail him or something of the sort, leading to a violent struggle. Just an ordinary, sordid, what I think of as a nightclub sort of crime. But of course that all went awry, and attention shifted much too quickly to the Jefferson family, greatly irritating a certain individual. As I've mentioned, I possess a rather suspicious mind. My nephew Raymond teases me that I have a mind like a sink. He claims most Victorians do. All I can say is that the Victorians understood a great deal about human nature. Given this somewhat unsanitary, or perhaps sanitary, turn of mind, I immediately considered the financial angle. Two people stood to gain a considerable sum from this girl's death. That was inescapable. £50,000 is a life-changing amount of money, especially when both individuals were facing serious financial difficulties. Of course, both of them appeared to be perfectly pleasant and agreeable individuals. They didn't strike one as the probable type, but then again, one can never be entirely certain, can they? Take Mrs. Jefferson, for example. She was universally well-liked. Yet it had become increasingly apparent that she was growing deeply restless that summer, weary of a life lived entirely under the shadow and support of her father-in-law. She was aware, having been told by his physician that his time was limited, so to speak rather coldly, that situation was acceptable, or it would have been entirely acceptable had Ruby Keene never arrived on the scene. Mrs. Jefferson was fiercely devoted to her son, and some mothers harbor a peculiar belief that actions taken for the sake of a child carry a kind of moral pardon. I've encountered this line of thinking in the village more than once. Well, you see, it was all for young Thomas, they'll say, as if that sentiment somehow washes the questionable conduct quite clean. It's terribly muddled reasoning. Mr. Mark Gaskell naturally was a far more probable candidate, if I may borrow a term from the racetrack. He was a gambler by nature and, I suspected, possessed a rather flexible sense of ethics. Yet, for specific reasons, I had formed the opinion that a woman's hand was involved in this affair. Focusing on motive, the financial aspect seemed profoundly telling. It was most irritating, therefore, to discover that both individuals had seemingly solid alibis for the period when Ruby Keene was determined to have died. But then, not long after, came the discovery of the charred automobile with Pamela Reeves inside, and suddenly the entire picture snapped into focus. Those alibis, of course, were instantly rendered worthless. I now held two compelling halves of the puzzle, each convincing on its own, but they refused to fit together. A connection had to exist, yet I couldn't locate it. The one person I was certain was involved lacked any clear motive. It was rather stupid of me, Miss Marple reflected quietly. If not for a chance remark from Dinah Lee about a cousin's hasty wedding, I might never have considered the most obvious thing in the world. Somerset House. Marriage. It wasn't merely a question of Mr. Gaskell or Mrs. Jefferson acting alone. There was the additional possibility of a marital alliance. If either of those two was married, or even likely to marry, then their prospective partner was equally implicated. Raymond, for instance, might have fancied his chances of securing a wealthy wife. He had been exceedingly attentive to Mrs. Jefferson, and it was his particular charm, I believe, that finally roused her from her prolonged widowhood. She had been quite content simply being a devoted daughter to Mr. Jefferson. It rather brings to mind Ruth and Naomi, though, if you recall, Naomi went to considerable lengths to arrange a most advantageous marriage for Ruth. Beyond Raymond, there was Mr. McLean. She was fond of him, and it seemed entirely possible she might consent to marry him eventually. He wasn't a wealthy man, and he was confirmed to be not far from Danmouth on that crucial night. So it began to seem, didn't it, as though practically anyone could have done it? But of course, in my own mind, I already knew. One simply couldn't escape, could one, the significance of those bitten nails? Nails, inquired Sir Henry. But she tore a nail and trimmed the others. What nonsense, said Miss Marple. Bitten nails and neatly trimmed nails are entirely different. Anyone with the slightest knowledge of a young woman's habits could tell. They were horrid, chewed down things, as I'm always telling the girls in my Sunday class. Those nails were a concrete fact. And they could mean only one thing. The body in Colonel Bantry's library was never Ruby Keene at all, and that leads you directly to the one person who had to be involved. Josie? Josie was the one who identified the body. She had to have known it wasn't Ruby Keene. Yet she insisted it was. She was utterly confounded, completely baffled, by where the body was found. She practically admitted as much. Why? Because she, better than anyone, knew exactly where it should have been discovered in Basil Blake's cottage, who first pointed our attention toward Basil. Josie did by suggesting to Raymond that Ruby might have been with that film fellow, and even before that by secretly placing his photograph into Ruby's handbag. It was Josie all along. Josie was sharp, pragmatic, and utterly driven by financial gain. If the discovered body wasn't Ruby Keene's, then logic dictated it belonged to the other missing girl, Pamela Reeves. Ruby was 18, Pamela 16. Both were healthy, somewhat immature, yet physically strong young women. The elaborate deception, I reasoned, could serve only one purpose: to fabricate alibis. And who had solid alibis for the presumed time of Ruby's death? Mark Gaskell, Mrs. Jefferson, and Josie herself. Reconstructing the sequence was a fascinating, if grim, exercise, a complicated scheme that was brutally simple in its execution. First, the selection of the unfortunate Pamela, lured by the promise of a film screen test. Of course, the girl couldn't resist, not when Mark Gaskell presented it with such convincing flair. He met her at the hotel, ushering her through a side entrance to Josie, introduced as a studio makeup artist. Imagine that poor child sitting in Josie's bathroom while her hair was bleached, her face made up, her nails meticulously varnished. The drug was administered then, likely in a sweet ice cream soda, plunging her into a deep coma. They probably moved her unconscious form to one of the seldom-used rooms opposite rooms only cleaned weekly, as you'll recall. After dinner, Mark Gaskell claimed he drove to the seafront. In reality, that was when he transported Pamela's limp body to the isolated cottage. He arranged her on the hearth rug, dressed in one of Ruby's old frocks. She was still unconscious but alive when he strangled her with the dress's own belt. A horrific act, and one can only pray she felt nothing. Frankly, the thought of his impending execution brings me a grim sense of justice. This was around 10 o'clock. He then raced back to the hotel lounge where Ruby Keene, very much alive, was performing her exhibition dance with Raymond. Josie had likely instructed Ruby earlier to change and wait in her room after the dance. Ruby, accustomed to obeying Josie, complied and was later drugged, probably via an after-dinner coffee. She was seen yawning when speaking to young George Bartlett, remember? Josie later went upstairs with Raymond to look for Ruby, but only Josie entered her own room. It was there she likely finished the girl off, perhaps with a swift injection or a blow to the head. She then rejoined the party, danced with Raymond, expressed concern with the Jeffersons over Ruby's whereabouts, and finally retired. In the early morning hours, she dressed Ruby's body in Pamela's clothes, carried it down the service stairs and outside. Josie was a strong, athletic woman. She fetched George Bartlett's car, drove 2 miles to the quarry, doused it in petrol, and set it ablaze. Then she walked back, timing her arrival for around 8 or 9 o'clock, the picture of someone up early, anxious about her missing friend. An intricate plot, observed Colonel Melchett. No more intricate than the steps of a dance, Miss Marple replied. I suppose not, he conceded. She was exceedingly thorough, Miss Marple continued. She even anticipated the discrepancy with the fingernails. That's why she deliberately snapped one of Ruby's nails on her shawl. It created a pretext for claiming Ruby had clipped them all short. Superintendent Harper nodded. Yes, she thought of everything, and the only tangible proof you had came down to a schoolgirl's bitten fingernails. There was more, Miss Marple corrected gently. People often talk too much. Mark Gaskell did. He spoke of Ruby and said her teeth ran down her throat, but the girl in Colonel Bantry's library had teeth that noticeably protruded. Conway Jefferson's tone was severe. And was that final, dramatic confrontation your idea, Miss Marple? Well, as a matter of fact, it was. It's so comforting to be certain, don't you think? Certain is precisely the word, Jefferson said grimly. You see, Miss Marple explained, once those two discovered you intended to make a new will, they were compelled to act. Their entire scheme would have unraveled without the inheritance they counted on. They had already killed twice for the money. A third death would hardly matter now. Mark naturally needed to be above suspicion, so he traveled to London and crafted a solid alibi, dining with friends at a restaurant before heading to a nightclub. Josie would handle the actual deed. To keep Ruby's murder pinned on Basil, Mr. Jefferson's passing had to appear as a simple heart failure. The syringe, as the superintendent informed me, contained digitalis. Any physician would find death from cardiac arrest perfectly reasonable under the circumstances. Josie had loosened one of the stone ornaments on the balcony, planning to send it crashing down afterward. The shock of the noise would neatly explain everything. Melchett murmured, "A devilish scheme." Sir Henry asked, Then the third death you mentioned was meant to be Conway Jefferson? Miss Marple shook her head. Oh no, I was referring to Basil Blake. They intended to see him hanged, if possible. Or confined to Broadmoor, Sir Henry added. Adelaide Jefferson drifted into the room, followed by Hugo McLean. Hugo looked puzzled. I'm afraid I've missed quite a bit. I still haven't grasped it all. What exactly was Josie to Mark Gaskell? Miss Marple replied, his wife. They married a year ago and kept it secret, waiting for Mr. Jefferson to pass away. Conway Jefferson let out a low grunt. I always suspected Rosamund had chosen a scoundrel. Didn't want to admit it, even to myself. She cared for him, and he turned out to be a murderer. Well, he'll hang alongside the woman. I'm almost glad he fell apart and revealed the truth, Miss Marple observed. Josie was always the stronger of the two. This was her design from the start. The cruel irony is that she brought the girl here herself, never imagining Ruby would capture Mr. Jefferson's affection and ruin all her own plans. Jefferson sighed heavily. Poor child. Poor little Ruby. Adelaide placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. She looked unusually radiant that evening. Her voice caught slightly as she said, There's something I need to tell you, Jeff. Right away. Hugo and I are going to be married. Conway Jefferson looked up at her for a long moment. He finally said gruffly, It's about time you remarried. My congratulations to both of you. By the way, Addie, I'll be drawing up a new will tomorrow. She nodded. Yes, I expected that. Jefferson clarified. Not as you think. I'm setting aside £10,000 for you. Everything else will go to Peter after I'm gone. How does that sound, my dear? Oh, Jeff, her voice trembled with emotion. You're too kind. He's a fine boy. I hope to spend a good deal of time with him in whatever days I have left. You certainly will. Peter has quite an interest in criminal matters, Conway Jefferson mused. Not only did he obtain the fingernail of one murdered girl, but he was fortunate enough to have a fragment of Josie's shawl tangled with it, so he possesses a keepsake from the murderess as well. That delights him to no end. As Hugo and Adelaide moved past the ballroom entrance, Raymond approached them. Adelaide spoke quickly. I should share our news. We're engaged to be married. Raymond's smile was impeccably crafted, brave yet wistful. I hope, he said, ignoring Hugo and gazing intently into her eyes, that you will find every happiness. They continued on, and Raymond stood watching her depart. A remarkable woman, he murmured to himself. Truly remarkable. And she would have had money, too. All that effort I spent studying up on the Devonshire stars? Ah, well, my luck has run out. With a faint shrug, he turned back toward the ballroom. Dance on, little friend, he whispered before disappearing into the crowd.